Alright, what's up, guys? Oh, hold on, give me just a second. Okay, there we go. Much better. So, I hope you've all been well. Back to Girls Frontline 2. Going through Corposant 1.5 this time. Because this is a 3-part event. Also, Voymastina is out. I haven't tried her out yet. Been waiting for you guys. But Shia has a giant mech. So yeah, we're definitely going to be trying her out. And she is one that I did want. Let's see. Nope, that's the event there. Also, that's right, their outfits too. It's like she has Enforcer here. And I think Voymastina has one. I thought she had one. Might have to look through the store real quick as well too. But Robella has hers. Also, Macchiato's back as well too, it seems. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's the outfit. Commander, your orders, please. It looks kind of strange. Her in the outfit with the mech. But Voymastina is a Sentinel class doll who boasts incredible defense ignoring ability. She can use various active attacks and support attacks to deal large amounts of physical damage. Her exclusive buff, Predator's Principle, provides burst damage, while her skill Eye of the White Mastiff delivers sustained damage output. So she's got Cirrus Fall. Deals AoE physical damage to the target and all enemy units within certain tiles of it. And the passive is, when an enemy unit within attack range takes targeted damage from an allied unit, Voymastina performs one instance of support action, dealing AoE physical damage and stability damage to the target and all enemy units within certain tiles of it. Okay. Then she's got Eye of the White Mastiff. Voymastina gains Wolf's Eye. After skill usage, she gains extra command. Also, another passive, at the start of battle, deals physical damage that ignores cover and stability damage to multiple closest enemy targets on the battlefield. Voymastina is immune to damage and fixed damage, lasting until the end of this passive effect. Okay. Like when the battle first started, you saw those missiles going off. And also, tells you what Wolf's Eye is. Before an enemy target moves, attacks, or ends its action, if it is within certain tiles of Voymastina, deals AoE physical damage that ignores cover and stability damage to the target and all enemy targets around it. Then, her specialist, Pile Bunker. Selects a direction and deals AoE melee physical damage that ignores cover to all enemy units within a certain area. After skill usage, Voymastina gains extra movement. And then passive for this, when an enemy unit within attack range takes targeted damage from an allied unit, Voymastina performs one instant of support action, charges to an empty tile near the target, then deals targeted melee physical damage that ignores cover and stability damage to it. If there are no empty tiles to charge to, shoots the enemy target to deal damage instead. Jeez. And she's also got Mastiff's Pledge. Voymastina is immune to displacement and mobility debuffs. She does not benefit from cover protection, but damage taken is reduced. When stability is greater than 0, this damage reduction is further increased. When dealing physical damage, ignores a portion of the target's defense. After using an active skill or basic attack, Voymastina gains Confectance Index. When at maximum Confectance Index, she consumes all points of Confectance Index and gains Predator's Principle, allowing her next active attack to ignore a portion of the target's defense, as well as increasing her critical rate and critical damage. Okay. So let's see her in action. She's paired up with other physical members as well too. Faye, Dion, and Yohi. And here she is. It's like, let's see. Yeah, there she is. So let's see. Pile bunker. So you choose direction. Huh. So it's small, but she's supposed to be in range. That's the thing. She's supposed to be in range of enemies because she does stuff when she is. Let's see. That's okay. Voymastina gains her Wolf's Eye for 2 rounds. After skill usage, she gains extra command. And this is Seer's Fall. I see. What can we do the most? So that's gonna die no matter what, it seems. So if I do this first, she should get extra command, right? Yep. Then after that, do Seer's Fall. These two are gonna die. Let's see. Oh no. Oh man. I actually forgot to do. I should have done Yohi's first, but yeah. There we go. Okay. Since she's gonna be moving in, let me do this for her. There we go. Yohi's doing her thing. Wait. Okay. This is the thing. She's gonna Voymastina has her support action. So when Yohi does this, she's gonna move in. Oh my goodness. Ah. What's up, Wriggle? He remixed Never Giving Up, our Lord and Savior Cosmo. Oh, nice. Okay. It's still Yohi's turn. So let me do this now, too. Everything from Voymastina. Wait. How many times is this gonna... No. She only gets the extra command once, right? Yeah. Okay. I forgot what Dion's skills do. I mean, either way, it's gonna die. What I'm actually going to do is move them all over here. So that they're all next to her. Oh. No! Oh, it's just so funny to see. At such close range, too. Like, it's like burning a house down to kill a bug. It's great. Oh, it's glorious. Okay. So she's back again. And we actually haven't seen her special either. So let's move her. And now, Pile Bunker. Those who have played Armored Core, you know what this is. So interesting. I want to see something though too. Instead of moving her there, what if I move her there and still do it? Does it do the same amount of damage? Yeah, it does. Okay, so cool. Pew pew pew. Boom. Yes. So here we go. Oh. Just yells at them too. Okay. Now, if I'm correct, and remembering how she works, since she's this close and they're in range, her extra attack should go off as well too when we end. I believe so. Let's see. Or something like that. So I'm gonna have Faye come over here and just kind of attack this one. Actually, we can kill it, right? Almost. Actually, I want to know, how close is the range? Does it have to be for Voymastina to do her, Oh. Never mind. It's gonna happen Damn. Yeah, no. I see. I'm surprised it's not gonna happen. No, she is going to do it. But this is the better outcome here. Trying not to waste her extra attack. That's what it is. So we'll just have Yohi do that. See, I actually understand how Voymastina works, unlike, what's her name before. If I do the special instead. Okay. And then... yeah. She just runs up to it and does that. Now, what I want to happen is for Voymastina's, whatchamacallit. It's for her extra attack to actually kill them, so I'm just gonna end the turn here. Let's see. Because it's before they attack, right? Yeah, that's what it is. My mistake. It's before the enemy attacks, and she's in range of them. Too good. Too good. Okay. So there you have it. That's how she works. I've been waiting for Voymastina because I have a team I want to put together, her included. Right to recruitment we go. With her and Kukai, it's gonna be devastating. So, first we'll check out her weapon as well too. What does it do? So, if it's attack and crit damage, Pinnacle of Conflict. Physical damage dealt is increased by 10%. Alright, nothing crazy, but when dealing physical damage, ignores 20% of the target's defense. That's actually pretty nice. It says when dealing physical damage, which she does. That's just what she does. So, yeah. What's up, Jimmy? This girl's Frontline 2 was third person. Wait, don't they have, what's the name of the game? Fire Control, I think it's the name of the game. Yeah. I think that's what it's called. So I'm probably gonna go for both. Like I said, the first part, nothing too crazy, the 10%, but that ignoring the defense as well as that, I'm like, I see what they did. Especially if I'm gonna be using her a lot, so okay. Can you imagine if we just got her with that one? That's not canon. Well, you didn't say if it was canon or not. But I get what you mean. Make it like Snowbreak. I was say, isn't it like Snowbreak? I thought it was. It was in third person, right? Let's throw in 10. Nope. Coffin. Another one. Damn. No orange lights. Or golden light. Come on. I'm just using tickets right now, so. Ooh. Oh, we got something new. It's a hero shooter like Overwatch. Oh, see, I've never actually played it myself, so I'm not sure. Gotcha. I see, I didn't know that. So what's this? The retired Kalashnikova. There we go. Kalashnikova. That's all it does. Increase damage by 1%. Alright, last tickets, and then we're dipping in. I knew it. Come on. 37 more pulls, and we're guaranteed someone. Oh. Come on. 27 more. Ow. Yeah, it looks like we're going pity. Or just before. Yep. Okay. Crimson Desert just released. Yeah, I saw, actually. Like I said, that is a game I'm interested in. It's like, but it's not like on the top of my list or anything. It's like, but it did look pretty good. Come on. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, Commander. Rather than the hollow title, strongest second generation doll, I'd rather you focus on what's more practical. There she is. Okay. Voymastina. Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, wait, what? Is this, what's her name, Lyra? It's like indefinitely. I can see the mods going crazy for Crimson Desert. Let's see. Oh, wow. I mean, all in all, I already have these characters, but it's like this was a good pull. Ksenia. Okay. Very, very nice. Not too bad. Like I said, we almost went to pity, but still not too bad. Let's see if we can do better with the weapon. Let's give it a go. For here, 61 more. So I'm just gonna do one. Damn it. One day. Now you need 5 more. Wait, why? That would be Okay, see, so far, Klukai is the only one I've done that for. Voymastina, I'll take a look. I don't know if I plan on doing that for her. I think I'm going to do that for what's her name? Fatusa when she comes out. But we'll take a look for sure. You got a lot of coins. You need 10 more. I mean, I do have those tickets too, but let's see. Nope. Ah, the gun. Wait, is that the same one? No. Ah, this is her rare one. Yeah. Active physical attacks ignore 20% of the target's defense. After attacking a target whose defense is 0 or less, deals 1 point of fixed ability damage. Okay. And we got 2 of them. Hey. What's up, fam? Nothing there. Come on. That's 30. It's 40. Ow, no. So within these next 2 10 pulls, it's like, there you go. Something's gonna happen. Yeah. Can we be so lucky as to just get her weapon too? I think that's it. Yup, 6P71. Sweet. We are done. Okay. Yeah, that's it. How do you get 45,000? No, I'm not. I just save a lot and also skip a lot of characters as well too. It's like, that's the thing. Also been playing since launch. There was actually something else there too. Yeah, this thing. The exclusive procurement's going on right now. 10 accesses at 20% off, guaranteed to obtain Elite Doll within 50 accesses. So yeah, so there's this too. Also, Robella and Macchiato are back, like I said before. If anybody wanted them. Can you... Don't you mean 30K? But I know you're kidding. So, let's go to the refitting room. Okay. This is the beginning of the end for all the enemies. First, let's level her up. Those eyes too. Voymastina's very intimidating. She is big. Been playing. Oh, Horizon Walker. I played Horizon Walker before. It's like, no, that was fun when I played it. I'm in their Discord too. It's like I keep up with Horizon Walker every now and then. Damn. There you have it. That butt in the eyes. Okay, we've seen. We're good. We're going all the way. Had to watch it again. It's cool looking. Let's see, it's 50. I think this is 60. Mommy material. It's the irony. She technically is watching over a child right now. That's where we left off in the story, or where part 1 left off. Remember, they're traveling through the underground. So we're gonna see what happens. Okay. Oh, I thought that was it. I thought she was already there. Last one. There we go. Now to give her her weapon. Let me... Is it locked? Yeah, it is locked. I think I already... What the heck? If I go back... the skin appearance. I think I already have the skin from the event as well, too. Did I get that? Yeah. There it is. Alpha Wolf. And this is, Actually, these are both from the current event that are going on. This is Alva's, and this is hers. How does she look with it? Let's see. Let's enhance it all the way. And done. I'll do attachments and everything like that later on. Okay. Oh, that's how it looks. Interesting. So let's see. That's what happens there. Leg. Gun. She approves. Chest. Oh. Okay. She's always battle ready. Side. Nothing. Nope. If we zoom in. And then, oh. Okay. I thought, oh, what if I click this little radio thing? Nothing? Okay. What's up, Metal Wolf? It's funny. Your name. Very appropriate right now. She's got her Alpha Wolf gun. And she has a giant suit of metal. Oh. Wait, was that the gun by accident? She has nothing from the back? No, it doesn't seem like she has one. Let's see, I'm clicking everywhere. Usually everyone has one, unless I'm just not clicking in the right spot. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I just wasn't clicking in the right spot. If you zoom in. Nope. I thought she had another one where she, like, summons the mech or something, maybe. I thought she had that at least. If I click the knife. No? Alright, perhaps not. Very well then. She also has this outfit here too. I think it's the same thing, though. I don't think there's anything too special about it. Let me see. Yeah, no. Okay. So it's going to be the same animations. Just depends on what look you like. I actually like her regular outfit. FBI. Open up. Well, in this case, it's like she has a giant mech, so... All right. Now let's look at her. Yeah, here they are. You guys were saying get 10 more of her. So this one puts Serious Fall at level 2. Damage multiplier is increased to 180% stability damage. Let's see. Stability damage dealt, my mistake. 180%. Stability damage dealt is increased by 2 points. The size of the area of effect is increased by 2 tiles. Damage multiplier of passive effect is increased to 150%. Stability damage dealt is increased by 1 point, and the size of the area effect is increased by 2 tiles as well. Pile Bunker. Before the skill is active and passive attacks resolve, Voymastina's attack is increased by 10% for 1 round. In addition, applies Crumble to the target for 2 rounds. Crumble. When attacked by Voymastina, this unit's defense is reduced by 40%. Considered a debuff, cannot be cleansed. Oof. I'm saying that outfit, yeah. It's like she is the entirety of the FBI squad and then some. So, the duration of Wolf's Eye is increased by 1 round. What did Wolf's Eye do again? Before an enemy target moves, attacks, or ends its action, if it's within 8 tiles of Voymastina, performs 1 instance of lock-on attack. Okay. Gotcha. But yeah, Wolf's Eye is increased by 1 round. The damage multiplier is increased to 130%, and the limit on total triggers is removed. In addition, it gains a new effect. If any new enemy unit spawns within Voymastina's attack range, deals targeted damage equal to 130% of attack and 1 point stability damage to it. Damage multiplier of the passive effect is increased to 300%. The number of targets is increased to 10 and applies stun for 1 turn after the attack resolves. Why? Before the skill's active and passive attacks resolve, applies Dismay to the target for 2 turns. Base mobility is decreased to 1 tile. Attack is reduced by 30%, and stability damage dealt is reduced by 4 points. Consider the debuff. Jeez. Yeah. She's just destroying. She's not the strongest second generation doll for nothing. That's her title. The new passive effect. When performing any kind of support action, Voymastina gains 1 stack of Cooperative Hunt. Damage dealt is increased by 10%, and critical rate is increased by 10%. Maximum of 3 stacks. Consider the buff. Then her Pile Bunker at segment 5. Damage multiplier is increased to 300%. If Voymastina has Predator's Principle, her attack is increased by 30%. Before this skill's active and passive attacks resolve, applies Defense Down to the target for 2 turns. Jeez. They already have so much. What? Gang of Dragon. Not sure what that is. Mastiff's Pledge at S6. Mobility is increased by 2 tiles. At the start of the battle, Voymastina gains Venator. Damage dealt is increased by 45%. Critical damage dealt is increased by 30%. Consider the buff cannot be cleansed. Okay. The start of battle, plain and simple, just every round. If Voymastina uses 2 or more active skills or passive effects to deal damage, she gains Venerator or refreshes its duration. For each support attack performed, Voymastina gains 1 stack of Hunting Rhythm. What that is if this effect reaches 5 stacks at the start of the next turn, triggers 1 instance of the passive effect from the active skill Eye of the White Mastiff. This effect can be triggered once per battle, cannot be cleansed. When Voymastina's attack is increased, increase her defense equal to 50% of the corresponding attack increase value to a maximum of 30% of her initial defense. When dealing physical damage, the amount of the target's defense is ignored. Is increased to 125%. Yeah, that S6 is disgusting. But again, it's the S6, so jeez. Oh, Yakuza spiritual successor. I've actually never played a Yakuza game. I've seen them and watched some people play them, but I've never actually played one myself. What's up, Tren? Boy breaks the game. I can see how she can, definitely. Okay. Let me let's do her neural helixes as well too. Let's do this. Let's see what they are. When the active skill, Seer's Fall, and its passive effect hit a boss unit or 3 or more enemy targets, Voymastina gains Quick Barrier. Targeted damage taken is reduced by 60%. Effective once, though. Consider the buff. Not once per turn, just once. And then this one down here, Broad Vision. After triggering the passive effect of the ultimate skill Pile Bunker, Voymastina gains Movement Up 2 for 2 turns, which is mobility is increased by 2 tiles. Okay. Do these. The range of all support action is changed to cover the entire map. And damage dealt to non-boss units is increased by 30%. Yeah, that's an absolute must. Like that's what I want. Just want to dominate the field. When the active skill, Seer's Fall, and its passive effect hits only one enemy target, damage dealt is increased by 20%, and stability damage dealt is increased by 2 points. Okay, so that one is only for one target. And this one... Wait. No, see, this one isn't really a boost. It's just for that, so it doesn't do too much. Okay. Interesting. I thought you could combine those two. I'm like, that would be cool if they both, but it's not a buff really. It's just the quick barrier. And it's only effective once. That's it. Now, it doesn't specify whether it says once during the entire battle or once per turn. It just says once. So I'm not sure. We'd have to test that out unless someone actually knows. Let's see. Activate these. So, Lord Slayer. Before making an attack, Voymastina gains Reversed Assault for 3 turns, which is when dealing physical damage to the target, if its defense has been reduced by more than 100%, for every additional 1%, reduction of defense damage dealt to the target is increased by an equivalent amount. Considered a buff, cannot be cleansed. The ratios are as follows. Additional defense reduction percentage. Okay, 100%, 0.5. Was it less than 100%? Oh yeah, more than 100%, 0.5. Less than 100%, additional defense reduction percentage. That's less than 200%, 0.75. Huh, I see. Okay. And then if it's, what's that, more than 300%, 1.5? I'm pretty sure I'm reading that right. Yeah, the symbol is pointing that that's less than. Or wait, no. More than 100% 0.5. I think I was doing it backwards. Okay. I see, yeah. 200% 0.75, 300% 1%. And then this one's backwards though, so that's, yeah. 1.5% is, that means if it's more than 300%, yeah. There you go. Okay, I see. Didn't she have one of her S's that did that? It lowered their defense, so I think that's what you would use that for as well too, or if you have other team members that do that. Then she has Scars or Power. After being attacked, damage dealt by the next use of the ultimate skill Pile Bunker is increased by 15%. There we go. And then last but not least, she gets an attack boost, 5%. When dealing melee damage, physical damage dealt is increased by 10% for 1 round. Well, there you go. Okay. What I'm going to do real quick is just put the ones I have unlocked on her. Nope. I'm going to install that one. I like that one. We're going to unlock them all. Just that way I know I have the ones that I like first. Unlock this. Come on. That one, because you need to unlock all of them to get the last one anyway. Here we go. Okay. So, which one is hers? That's Lin, Leva, Jongyu. Wait, where is hers? I thought... Oh, no, that's right. That's not... There it is. Installed. And so, let's see. When the active skill Sears Fall and its passive effect hits only one target, damage dealt is increased by 20%, stability damage dealt is increased by 2 points. But I want to test this one out here. They also give this one the thumbs up too, apparently. That's what they recommend. So... we'll do that and see how it goes. And also, I'll just give her crit rate attack boost, because why not? And even more crit rate attack boost. Just destroy everything, please. That's the goal. I won't give her anything here for now. Okay. So, yeah, with that said, she's set to go into the event. Alright. Gross VA. It's like, yeah, the voices have been really good. I was discussing that the other day in, CZN. How the voices were for certain lines and scenarios. Hilarious. But yes, here we are. Corposant 1.5 now. We will be going through it in its entirety. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. And also, no spoilers, please. It's like, there we go. So, Negredo of Putterification. The first step towards the truth lies in seeking the fundamentals amidst the darkness. I sit on a sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down on the city of Lviv. As a white zone city is a clean and bright place compared to previous green zone cities. It looks like the product of a completely different society. Lines of cars flow steadily down arterial streets while corporate skyscrapers tower overhead. Everything here seems like it's completely disconnected from what lies beyond the quarantine walls. It looks even more developed than the major cities from my memories. Apparently, 10 years is plenty of time for a core city like this to accumulate all kinds of resources. If I hadn't been in the yellow zone all this while, this city could have convinced me the world was a better place compared to 10 years ago. I drag my focus back to reality. Behind me, Colfin is jumping up and down on the bed, making strange dorky noises as she bounces. Yep. And this is our reality. Commander! This is 10,000 times softer than what we have on the Elmo. Colfin launches herself too high and loses her balance, landing head first on the mattress. Her neck makes a loud crack before she bounces off the bed and hits the ground. That hurts. Alright, Colfin, that's enough. You're messing up the bed. Ah, sorry about that. I'll tidy up. Colfin climbs back to her feet and looks around the room in surprise as she begins making the bed. This place is so fancy. I didn't know a hotel room could be so luxurious. Commander, are you some kind of super big shot in the past? No, actually, it's my first time staying in a room like this. Eh? No way. I thought this was your life before you went to the yellow zone. As if. There's no way I could live on a 1%er lifestyle like this. Damn, the 1%. Even in the past, I was nothing more than a salaried employee at a small indie PMC. Really? For some reason, it feels like you're hiding something, Commander. Currently, we're in the penthouse suite of the Lviv Grand Intercontinental Hotel. Our accommodations are comprised of 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms, and a living room that doubles as a guest room. There's plenty of space here. In addition to the luxurious furniture, the suite is filled with gleaming works of art. Thanks to the pass, we haven't been hindered or searched once on our way here. In fact, the concierge handed us the keys to the suite without a second word. Municipal police eyed us a few times, 2 dolls at my sides, our luggage raising flags, but each time, one glance at our ID and they'd immediately backed off. I have to say, this does feel quite novel compared to my usual way of life in the Yellow Zone. While Group 2 didn't take the same train as us, their reports indicate that their journey has been going quite well too. Colfin, can you lend me a hand? Sure thing. Coming, leader. Colfin and Groza help me put away the luggage, and they begin extracting all manner of items from them. Colfin quickly checks our weapons, then puts them into the big safe deposit box inside the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Groza begins connecting various pieces of electronics equipment in the living room. Before long, a brand new secure communications server is set up and ready to go. After powering up the Type 72-way low-frequency MES system, Groza connects an encrypted Level 2 layer and establishes contact with the other teams. Commander, 404 and Monsoon have reached their designated safe houses, and they're deploying their equipment. They'll be scouting the high ground nearby afterwards. Alright, make sure they keep a low profile. Have them send their routes over so I can go through it before they proceed. Will do. I'll let them know. Oh, yes. Isn't it almost time for the scheduled check-in with Springfield? Yes, we have about 10 minutes or so. Alright, let me know when she calls. Groza nods, then begins briefing Group 2. I take out a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge. The glass is crystal clear, and it even has an intricate seal on its surface. I sigh. This bottle of water would probably cost a month's worth of mission earnings in the Yellow Zone. I twist off the cap. The bitter liquid flows over my tongue and helps ease my fatigue a little. Dandelion. What's this, Commander? Already enjoying life? I hear teasing laughter over my earpiece. I quickly sweep my gaze over my surroundings, looking for hidden cameras. Oh, don't be so anxious, Commander. I was simply borrowing Colvin's visual feeds. And what do you know? The very first thing I see is you downing a bottle of something super expensive. I look behind me, and sure enough, Colvin is sitting on the bed and looking at me. I walk over to Colvin and turn her head in the other direction. Okay, keep facing that way. Don't look at me for now. After ensuring Dandelion can't see, I key my earpiece and continue the transmission. What is it? Is there news? Just making a routine check-in. The Elmo is now stopped beside the railway station you set out from, near the Green Zone quarantine-wise. I doubt anyone will be bold enough to launch an attack there. I've already placed an order for chopper fuel, and the local underground brokers are already sending the supplies over. This way, Group 3 will be always ready to extract you all from Lviv. Speaking of which, Commander, I was looking through the Elmo's accounts, and I have to say, your finances are in a really sad state. Wait, you hacked my accounts? Oh my, how is that considered hacking? I prefer to call it effective asset management. Well, thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, the Elmo really is that strapped for cash. So if that really bothers you, why don't you top off our accounts with your earned salary? Damn, give me money. The dandy voice, yes. You mean Darcher? No. So not only do you want me to work for free, but you even want me to pay for the privilege of doing so? You're so inhumane. Boo-hoo. I choose to ignore Dandelion's theatrics. How are things with the third-gen dolls and Melanie on board the Elmo? They're pretty normal for now. I've arranged for Groza's team to keep an eye on them. They shouldn't cause any trouble for the time being. There haven't been any new developments otherwise. As for the Gerard group, it seems they'll be holding a press conference today. If anything important comes up, I'll share it with you. That works for me. Thank you. Chimu Dandy. Oh no. Commander, Miss Springfield's made her check-in call. Alright. That's all for now then. We'll talk if anything new happens. Okay. I nod to Groza, and she patches Springfield to my earpiece. Commander. Springfield, how's the mission going? You should have linked up with Colleen by now, right? Oh, that's right. He doesn't know yet. Indeed. We're with Miss Kalina now. Yeah, in the hospital. However, Springfield hesitates and I sense that something is wrong. She's been hospitalized and is undergoing treatment. I've also heard that you've arrived in Lviv. Could I trouble you to come over and visit her? Wait, she's been hospitalized? What happened to her? Springfield doesn't reply right away. I can hear someone whispering from beside her. I'm sorry, Commander, but the details are very complicated, and I might not be able to explain them over a transmission. It would be best to explain the specifics to you in person. I've sent you the address. In addition, Miss Kalina would like to speak with you face to face. Understood. I'm heading over right now. I'm very sorry to have inconvenienced you, Commander. Not at all. Are you alright? Yes, we dolls are fine. It's just that Miss Kalina... In any case, we'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance. Got it. Give me some time. The transmission ends and I begin thinking. Springfield mentioned that Colleen was in hospital, where the Zuchero girls and Colleen attacked during the Helena handover. Alarms immediately go off in my head. If Helena could be snatched even in the white zone, it means Nalfa doesn't have much control over the situation in Lviv. That also implies what Kruger said about putting the Gerard group on trial is probably not going to happen. I remember an incident in the city of Belgrade. It strikes me that I have nowhere near enough forces on hand to handle a clash of that level. Groza, get ready to move out. This is our destination. The coordinates are... Is this a hospital? Did something happen? Yes, something happened to Colleen. I don't know the details yet. I only found out from Springfield's transmission. My guess is that they were attacked during the Helena handover, and Kalina is probably hurt. They were attacked? Is Helena alright? I don't know at the moment. In any case, we should get moving ASAP. Monsoon stays behind to gather intel near the hotel. 404 shadows us from a distance and keeps an eye on our surroundings. Understood. I'll relay your orders. Kolfin, help the commander gear up. It's just a hospital visit. I'll be fine with my sidearm. 404 will carry long-range weapons. Make sure they don't catch the attention of the municipal police. Groza and Kolfin nod, then begin working on their respective tasks. I rub my temples, feeling grateful for my instincts. Of course, my trip to Lviv wouldn't be smooth sailing. Okay. Yeah, he did not know. So, now... The taxi drops us off at the main gate of the hospital, but what surprises me is that it looks nothing like what I imagined. It doesn't look like a hospital as so much another hotel. The main courtyard's lush greenery speaks of careful landscaping, while the corridor to the hospital interior remains nearly empty of foot traffic. I head towards the front door. Springfield is there already, and she has clearly been waiting for a while. Commander, you're here. Groza and Kolfin nod to Springfield, but I'm more concerned about just what exactly happened to them. What's the current situation? I'm very sorry. We were attacked while we were meeting up with Miss Kalina. Was it the Gerard group? I'll take it from here. Ah. Kruger walks out from inside the building wearing a formal suit. His face is gloomy, which is unlike how he was when I last saw him. Mr. Kruger, you're here too? Yes, after all, I bear responsibility for what happened. Let's continue this inside. Come with me, Commander. Kruger turns and heads inside. I follow him without a word. Inside the corridor, I see several men in suits speaking into their lapels. They eye us warily. I say a few quiet words to Groza, having her remind 404 not to end up clashing with Kruger's people. Groza nods and begins speaking with them in level 2. At the end of the corridor, Kruger opens a door. There's a small reception room beyond, and another door on the far side of that one. My instincts tell me that Kalina should be in there. A petite doll is standing in the corner of the reception room, her hand raised in greeting. Naturally, I won't be surprised to find her here. Leva walks over to a nearby sofa, her hands behind her back, which is ramrod straight. The other doll silently moves to her side while I settle into one sofa facing Kruger. Kruger takes a seat and sighs heavily. Then he looks up, awaiting my questions. What's going on, Mr. Kruger? Your guess was correct. The Gerard group attacked the handover point and engaged our agent team and Kalina. Did they take Helena? No, they didn't get anything. What? They surrounded the handover point and knocked out our human personnel with some kind of unknown radiation weapon, including Kalina. Meanwhile, our tactical dolls were standing off against the Gerard group's armed forces. In the end, we didn't let them take Helena. So Helena's... She's not with us either. 2 dolls from Task Force Defy took her with them. Defy? I think I should let someone who was there tell you about it. Liva was on the scene at the time. Her logs should be quite convincing. Liva nods, then takes a step forward and offers me a tablet. It's been a long time, Commander. Allow me to explain what happened. The tablet contains Liva's visual logs, from their standoff with the Gerard forces to the 2 Defy dolls moving with Helena. Liva goes over the events in the video as they play out before me. So Gerard forces surround you, tried to kidnap Helena, then Defy suddenly showed up and took her away during the standoff? That's right. The opposition had very strong electronic warfare capabilities. Our human and doll elements were suppressed from the very beginning, subject to the unknown collapse particles which we failed to detect. They were led by a very powerful 3rd-gen doll, strong enough to fight AK-15 to a standstill. Excuse me? Have a look, Commander. In the video, I see AK-15 clashing with a doll in a fancy dress. For a moment, AK-15 is at a disadvantage. There's an explosion, and then Defy is nowhere to be seen. They took Helena and fled into the sewers. After that, Gerard forces locked it down. Pretty bold of the Gerard group to hit novel personnel this close to the White Zone, don't you think? Kalina and the others exchanged fire with unknown mechanical units first. And then that 3rd-gen doll showed up with local security forces and surrounded the warehouse. Strictly speaking, it was a perfectly normal police response to an alert. Textbook entrapment, don't you mean? Nothing they did violated green or white zone laws. I also contacted the Gerard group's chairman, and he swore that this was his underlings acting on their own. He wasn't informed and never gave his approval for anything like this. As if anyone would believe that bullshit. That man is in a pretty precarious state in his own right. Given his situation, he had no reason to attack us, so I suspect there might be a new, uncertain element involved. In any case, I'll keep applying pressure to make sure this kind of attack doesn't happen again. We'll do our best to get Helena back. At the very least, she should be relatively safe as long as she's in Defy's custody. Why would Defy take Helena? I believe that at the time, the Defy dolls determined that Gerard was on the verge of seizing Helena, so they decided to intercept her instead. That course of action would make sense. They might not be affiliated with StateSec anymore, but they still have ways to reach us. That said, I find it very suspicious that they haven't contacted us after taking Helena with them. In the past, Melanie said that StateSec agents had tried to rescue her, and Defy is closely linked to StateSec. Perhaps they were involved with Helena's situation before I was, but I still can't bring myself to relax until I see Helena safe. Noting my frown, Kruger stands up and pats me on my shoulder. After seeing me raise my head, he points to the inner door and speaks to me. We'll look into the Helena situation. Until then, you should go see Kalina. She's in the ward over there. She's feeling very depressed now. Maybe seeing you will help cheer her up. Yeah, I'll have a good chat with her. I nod and rise to my feet. Colfin moves to follow me, but Leva raises a hand to stop me. Let's give them some time alone. Colfin looks at Groza in confusion, but Groza nods to Colfin too, so she obediently returns to her previous place. I open the door and find Lena sitting on the bed. Ah, Commander, you're here. Lana lightly shakes the person lying on the bed, but she doesn't respond. Colleen? Kalina wraps herself in her blanket, curling into a cocoon with her back turned to me. She shows no sign of responding to Lena. She's feeling depressed. It's like, yeah, so about the whole situation. Let me handle this. Lena nods to me, then hops off the bed and heads outside. Commander, make sure you have a good chat with Colleen, okay? After whispering in my ear, Lena steps outside and closes the door behind her. I gulp. It sounds simple enough, but I can't help but feel nervous about it. After calming myself down and pulling myself together, I address the head of the sickbed in a voice as natural as I can manage. Colleen, are you alright? I creep to her bedside and rise on my tiptoes, trying to glimpse her face. Colleen seems to realize what I'm trying to do and covers her face with the blanket. Soft sniffles escape from beneath the fabric. I sigh quietly and then take my seat beside her bed, waiting for her to emerge. The ward is filled with an almost unbearable silence, which only makes me more aware of how out of place I am here. I have to say something to break this deadlock. And with that in mind, I decide to speak. Say, Colleen, about that broker you recommended last time, is he the same one that keeps quoting you the lowest prices? For some reason, his stuff seems a bit dodgy. Oh no. Still, I get that you're watching every penny when it comes to expenses like these, so it's understandable you were going for the most cost-efficient option. I guess you're still as thrifty as ever, even after becoming a counselor, huh? Well, there you go. That works. Okay. As if. Upon hearing this, Kalina is so annoyed that she pops her head out of the blankets and glares at me. How could I possibly recommend cheap merchants to you, Commander? You're slandering me. I picked out the best brokers in the area for you. Her tears from just now are still welling up in her eyes. Without her blazer, Colleen's angry expression can't hide that glimpse of youth and innocence I remember. Yeah. She seems to catch herself. In an instant, the sheets are yanked back over her face, her hands swiping hastily at tear-streaked cheeks. Damn it. You did it to me again, Commander. Well, I'm glad to see you're energetic enough to respond like that. Now that Kalina isn't going to retreat under the covers for the time being, I finally have a chance to have a proper conversation with her. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness in the air, I look at the fruit basket near the head of the bed. There's apples and a fruit knife in there. Want an apple? I'll peel one for you. Over being stingy with the groceries. But yeah. Kalina lowers her head without saying anything. Then, she nods in silence. I pick up one apple and begin removing its skin. Meanwhile, Kalina's eyes are fixed on the apple. I hand her the peeled apple. Kalina takes a bite of it, and then tears start flowing once again. Commander, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I couldn't protect Helena. Helena's fine. Her voice is very soft, but every word oozes self-loathing and regret. I don't know how to console her. After thinking for a moment, I muster up a single reply. Helena is currently with Defy. The Gerard group didn't manage to snatch her, which is a plus. But your health. My health doesn't matter. How could it not matter? What matters is that I've lost Helena twice. I'm too ashamed to face you. Don't worry about it too. Yeah, don't worry too much about it. Just focus on getting better. We'll get her back. Count on it. I know. I know you can do it, Commander. You'll definitely bring Helena back. And even if someone tries to interfere, you'll thrash them to within an inch of their life. You can always turn any situation around, no matter how bad it gets. Kalina folds her knees against her chest and buries her face in them. But I can't. I'm just no good at combat leadership. I prefer sorting ammo and writing reports. Actually, there aren't any places that let me do that anymore. There's no place for me there anymore, so I've got to do all those things I hate. It can't be helped, because I need to prove that I can still make a difference, even if I'm alone. But I just can't. No matter how hard I try, nothing changes. No matter how many people I arrest, no matter how many criminals I put away, I can't even make my surroundings a better place, let alone the Urnk as a whole. Why? Why did things turn out like this? Kalina viciously clutches the sheets, and the wrinkles in them only grow deeper as she uses more force. At first, I was really mad when I heard about your decision. Why'd you just leave without saying anything? You didn't even tell me. Was it because I was just a burden to you? No. It's just... I paused for a moment, and then I decided to tell her. It's just that I didn't want you to live a life like mine with no future. You've already suffered too much, and your body wouldn't be able to take it. There was no need for you to go back into that mess. That's what I mean, Commander. You've never truly looked at me. Perhaps I'll always be a kid in your eyes. I read your service record after joining Nampa, and after learning just how much you'd been through, I realized that perhaps I would never be qualified to stand by your side. As for all the people who died, I couldn't sacrifice and contribute like they did. I didn't even have the chance to try. No. Am I wrong? Still, I don't blame you for that anymore. I know you hid the truth out of consideration for me. The longer I spent in Nampa, the more I came to realize why you were so disappointed in the Urnk. Kalina raises her head to look at me, and in her eyes, I see a complex mix of emotions: frustration, regret, longing, and hope. Yeah, eventually, Commander has just got to tell her exactly how he feels and everything. I mean, they both do, actually. But yeah. It's more of, though, that she was waiting, pretty much, or has been waiting for him to just say, for him to just take her away. But she also needs to tell him exactly how she feels, too.
ごめんなさい。本当はこんなことに巻き込むべきではありませんでした。
I'm sorry, Commander. I should never have involved you in the Helena mission.
ただ、この依頼をきっかけに、
あ
なたとまた一緒にお仕事できれば。
I want to take this opportunity to contact you again. Even if it was just as a bounty hunter and a client.
そうすれば、昔みたいな関係に戻れるのではないか。
Perhaps we could have gone back to how we used to be after working together.
例えば、
Maybe you might have been willing to join
管理
Nampa.
局に入って、正面作
That
戦を
way,
指揮するあなたを
we'd have been able to work
私の
together
サポー
like
ト
we
す
did
る。
in the past, with you directing combat ops, and with me supporting you from
あり得た
behind.
かもしれません。
After saying that, the hope in her eyes fades, replaced by the helplessness and resignation. What's up, P? But
でも一方で、あなたにまた戦わ
I
せるの
don't
は
want you
億
to
劫で
come
した。
back to this messed up world, Commander.
この世界に希
It's so
望な
messed
どな
up
く、
that there's no hope in sight.
すべてが誰かのシ
Everything
ナリオ
just
通りに
follows a
進んで
scripted
いる。
scenario.
正義、
Justice,
平等、
fairness,
解放、
freedom. It's all
どれも
fake.
虚像です。
The corporations just
財
get
団が
bigger,
どれだけ
and
力を持
nobody
と
cares
うが
about、people outside the walls.
壁外の人間が知ることはありません。初めてあなたと通信した際、
After I
私も
contacted
全
you
て
the
を投げ
first
出して、
time, I
エ
even
ルモ号
imagined
に乗ろ
myself
うかと
going
想
over
像
to
し
the
ました。
Elmo. I wanted to just throw everything away and head out on the spot.
私に
After all, I never had
失うも
anything
の
to
など
lose
ない
in
の
the
です
first
から
place.
果たすべき責任がなければ、今すぐ
Why
に
should
で
I
も
even stay here and keep suffering, if not to fulfill my duties?
すまないカニ。君にはいろいろと背負わ
I'm
せすぎた。
sorry, Kalina. It was my fault for making you suffer pain that you should never have had to bear.
もしやり直せるなら、
If I could have,
いいえ、同じです。
but you couldn't. I know.
あなたは
The truth is,
自分のことすら構わない
you
よう
don't
な人
care
ですから。
about anyone, not even yourself.
たとえやり直す機会があったと
You'd
し
have
て
made
も
the same choice anyway, no
あなたは
matter the cost.
同じ選択をしたでしょう。私もそういう人間になりたいんです。
I wanted to become someone like that,
茨の道に
even
な
though
る
I
こと
knew
は
how hard it would be.
けれど、
It's just, Kalina can't bring herself to go on. What? I saw the chat moving. The Ernest piece is a lie, yeah. She's not wrong, but at the same time, you do know that Commander does care for her, though. But it's just with so many things going on, especially with whatchamacallit, it's just dead set on this mission to completely eradicate oh no, whatchamacallit. Wow. Oh no, can't remember their name right now. But yeah, Paradox. She picks up the apple and bites down on it, then offers it to me. I take it without hesitation and take a bite too. Kalina smiles in a complicated way. She wipes her tears and speaks to me.
やっぱりあなたは優しいですね。
You're just too kind, Commander. But for me, this kindness is too...
一人にしてください。
Please, let me be alone for a while. Kalina lies back down and covers her face with her blanket. I don't know what to say right now. Words bubble up inside me, but die on my tongue. I put the apple on the table and stand up, but she doesn't react. All I can do is turn away, open the door, and leave the room. Kruger is waiting for me right outside.
様子は
Is she alright?
一人にしてと言われました。
I think so. She said she needed some time alone.
カリーナは負けず嫌いな上に責
Her
任感が人
self-confidence took
一
a
倍
big
に
hit
強い
this time around.
今回はお前も
She's always
絡ん
been
でい
very
る部分により答えたの
In
だ
this case, just so happened to involve you too.
私にできることはありますか？
Is there anything I can do?
そうだな。
As though he knew I'd ask that question, Kruger turns away and picks up a folder, which he hands to me.
ジラードグループの資料だ。
This is a
お前の方
file
でも
on the
ジラー
Gerard
ドと
group.
パラデウスが手を組んで
I
いる
believe you've
こと
already found
楽園
clues on
計
how
画
they're
の存
working
在に
with
ついても
Paradise
知ってい
and
るはずだ。
information pertaining to Project Eden.
楽園計画。一体何なんだ？
Project Eden? What the hell is that?
それをこれから調べる。
That's what we want to know too.
表向きは
On the
鉱落
surface,
操船と
it
再
combines
生エネル
collapse
ギーの研
contamination
究プロジェク
removal
トだ。
with power
責任者
generation.
はジラードグルー
And
プ
the leader
総
of this
裁の
project
娘
is the daughter of the
Orpheum.
Gerard Group's chairman. Her name's is Orpheloon. There we go. That's how you pronounce that.
オルフェルーネ。
Yeah.
ああ、今日の記者会見で計画の
She will be
詳細
holding
を
a
発
press
表する予
conference
定
on
だ。
Project Eden, where she will announce technical details.
本来はカリーナ
At
が接
first, I
触し
planned
に
to
行
have
くはずな
Kalina
の
make
だが、
contact with her, but Kruger looks towards the ward.
今は休養が何より大事だ。
Right now, she
お前
needs
に
to
代
rest and
役を頼
recover.
めないか。
Can I entrust this task to you?
何をすれば？
What exactly do you need me to do?
記者に偽装してオルフェ
I'll
ル
arrange
ー
a
ナに
cover
接触
identity
し、
for you as a
知って
member
い
of
る
the
ことを
press.
聞き出
While
せ。
doing so, I want you to build a relationship with her. Figure out just how much she knows about Project Eden.
だが、彼女の身の安全にはくれぐれも
However,
注意を払
the most
ってくれ。
important thing is to ensure
ジ
that
ラ
she
ード
is
グルー
safe.
プとはパラデウ
The
ス
Gerard
関連
Group is
の
getting
証拠
ready
を
to turn
渡しても
over
らう
all
約
their
束を
evidence
した。
regarding their
それ
cooperation
を
with
阻止する
Paradise.
ために、
This means
総
the
裁の
chairman's
娘の
daughter
標
might
的
end
に
up
する
being
役割がい
kidnapped
て
to
もおかしく
forestall
ない。
that process, or simply as a revenge target.
なら保護すればいいのでは？
Wouldn't an overt security detail be better? You could have them protect her directly.
まだやらなければいけないことがある。
There are some uncertainties regarding the Gerard Group's plea deal. I'll do my best to expedite the process.
それが終わるまで管理
Until
局と
then,
ジラードのつな
Nalva
がり
does
が世に
not
出る
want the
リスクは
public to
避
link
けた
them
い。
too closely to the Gerard Group.
メディアがどう
Once this
捉え
information
拡
makes it
散
into
す
the
るか分
public
かったも
domain,
のじゃない
the
から
media
な。
groups controlled by the other corporations might end up twisting the facts into their own interpretation of things.
世論ですか。
So you want to control
わかりました。
public opinion then? I understand.
ああ、リバには情報面で支援させる。
I'll have
どう
Leva
動くか
provide
はお前
information
の勝手
support,
だ。
but you have complete operational freedom.
お前の持ち込んだ武器や人形で
I think you should have
事足りる
enough
と思う
weapons and
が、
dolls to complete
必
this
要なも
mission.
のがあれば知ら
Let
せ
me
る。
know if you need more resources.
了解。
Alright.
反逆とヘレナについて新しい情報があれば
Tell me if you hear
教えてく
anything
ださい。
about Defy or Helena.
無論だ。
I will. Kruger pauses for a moment.
よく戻ってくれた。やはりお前がいると
Welcome
心
back,
強いな。
Commander. Having you around is very reassuring.
戻ってはいません。任務は
I'm not
必ず成功させ
back,
ます。
Mr. Kruger, but don't worry. I'll finish the mission. Okay, that was the intro. Albedo of purification. The second step lies in the cleansing of impurities. Cleanse it with fire. After passing through multiple layers of security checks, I find myself standing at the entrance to the Gerard Group's HQ. I take a deep breath. The building's interior surprises me more than the entire city of Lviv. The floors are so clean that they're practically shining holographic time displays hang in the air, and I'm surrounded by the faint scent of disinfectant. All this fills me with an instinctive sense of discomfort. As my first impression, the internal layout of the building projects a glimpse of the future. Except, this future isn't for everyone. Looking at the milling throng at the building's entrance, I silently give thanks that I'm in the VIP access corridor. There are few people in this express corridor, so I'm able to bring the dolls in without drawing much attention. I try to loosen my tie as I walk. It feels like a noose. While muttering to myself, my hand reflexively reaches to my waist, where my handgun ought to be. However, There was nothing but a well-made fountain pen and a press pass there. I'm currently wearing a suit on loan from the hotel. Macchiato spent 3 full hours trying to reshape my image, from my mannerisms to etiquette and etiquette knowledge. It's like she was completely reinventing my persona. Still, it feels less like putting on a suit of ill-fitting clothes than wearing a skin that isn't mine. The businessmen behind me clear their throats and glare in displeasure. I didn't even realize I'd been standing too long in the front of the security checkpoint entrance. All right, time to get to work. Ace journalist of the Shining Age. Commander, your shoulders are too stiff. Journalists don't stand up that straight. Relax a little. Remember that you're our editor-in-chief right now. I haven't been to places like these for a long time already. There's a strange smell in the air. Do chief editors get nervous over interviews? I guess so. I shrug off the annoyed looks behind me and lead the dolls into the HQ of the Gerard Group. Once I'm in the entrance hall, the lavish facade is gone, replaced by cold inspection devices and stern-looking security personnel. We still have 6 hours until the Gerard Group's technology summit. The main conference hall inside the building has already been set up, guided by the signage and the receptionist. The summit attendees and press personnel file into the venue and make their preparations. Identity verified. Disguised as the media team from the Shining Age news agency, we undergo identity verification procedures at the security checkpoint. Ooh, fancy. As editor-in-chief, I am trailed by Groza and Colvin. This way, please. After verifying our identities, the receptionist leads us inside. There's a pre-summit tea gathering happening on the other side of a glass wall. The receptionist stops near a stairwell, then hands me a card with a smile. This is the key card for your suite, courtesy of the organizers. It will be a while until the summit begins. Until then, you may rest in your room and prepare for the evening's interview. Of course, if you wish, you can also participate in the ongoing gatherings. Perhaps you might be able to find valuable news before the press conference begins. We wish you a pleasant day. Thank you. I smile at the receptionist. The rest of the team and I watch as they leave. Have the other teams made it in? They're still on the other side of the building, waiting as their weapons are brought in through a food service corridor with the catering. Fukai will contact me once they're ready. I hope nothing goes wrong on their end. Oh no. Every time we say something like that, something goes wrong. They're having tea, so Wriggle puts up tea, drinking tea. What will we do next? Let's check out the inside of the building. That way we'll have some means of dealing with any contingency. Also, there's that young miss in the Gerard Group. I take out her ID photo and study it carefully. For some reason, I feel like I've seen her face before. Have you met her before, Commander? For someone in my position, there's no way I could have. But she still seems kind of familiar. Probably deja vu or something. After giving myself a quick once-over, we decide to mingle with the other attendees to try and figure out what's going on. A steady stream of researchers and scientists are entering the venue hall. Some of the more prominent, famous, and senior ones are being mobbed by the pressmen trying to tease scoops out of them. Elsewhere, the researchers who are newer to the industry are gathered in front of the refreshments table, seemingly exchanging gossip. I send Groza and Colvin out to conduct fake interviews while I try to find Orphaloon, there we go, among the attendees. However, nobody who resembles my objective appears, even after I make a circle around the venue. As I'm drifting aimlessly around the hall, I spot a group of young men discussing something. They're simply dressed, but with a distinct academic air. I pretend to consult the Gerard group prospectus while eavesdropping on their conversation. Man, did you see the constipated look on the professor's face when he was being interviewed? Yeah, I did. Must have been a question about that orphan again. I guess everyone's only interested in young geniuses. Upon hearing the keyword, Orphaloo, I surreptitiously, there we go, move closer to them for a clearer picture of what they're discussing. Money really is the most important thing when it comes to research. Despite her young age, she managed to gather the funding needed to build a lab of her own and get people like the professor to work for her. It would be hard for someone like that not to succeed. If only my parents had worked harder when I was a kid, maybe I would have been the one speaking on stage later. The students chat casually, all seeming to be around Orphaloon's age, according to her resume. Though her impressive achievements clearly make them uneasy around this exceptional peer. Orphans? Yes, Orphans Loon. Technically, she will be soon once we deal with the Gerard group. Did you see that interview of hers last month? You mean the one where she was talking about how she grew up? The professor gave me a copy and told me to study it carefully. Yeah, he was muttering crap like, if only I had a student like this, I wouldn't have to worry about my retirement fund and whatnot. Prof, don't give up so soon. Your 50s are your prime. That said, there's no way mere mortals like us can hope to replicate the legendary lifestyle of a genius like her. So, do you think she really lived through the Frankfurt incident, like she said? Or did she just sprinkle it into her personal history to add some color to it? Who knows? I was only in middle school 10 years ago. I guess everything I know about it came from the TV. Well, claiming that she's a survivor of the Frankfurt incident. That's one hell of a lie. You gotta make it more believable, miss. Damn it, Wriggle. But yes, that's right. We're taking the Gerard down. You see what they did to Kalina. They end up talking more about Orphaloon. Orphan Loon. But I've already tuned them out. I became lost in those decade-old memories from the moment they mentioned that word. The flames of the NSU's war burned from Moscow all the way to Frankfurt. The fragile illusion of peace was shattered by the hands of the people themselves. The scorched earth was soaked in the blood of the fallen. Countless lives were reduced to nothing more than sacrificial lambs. Alarms, gunsmoke, ruins. Mothers in despair, weeping children. Dolls fleeing in all directions. And then, there are the memories from Nirvana being opened. Yep, Nirvana. Chief. Chief! When I come to my senses, I see Kulfin looking at me with anxiety in her eyes. The venue hall has gotten noisier before I realized it. A large-scale pre-conference interview begins as the media personnel begin arriving. Flashbulbs and cameras are going off all around me. While I figure nobody remembers my face anymore, I should probably avoid exposing myself excessively to photographic and video recording equipment.
ちょっと風に当たってくる。
I'll go take cover over there.
君たちは引き
Keep watch inside the venue hall. Let me know immediately if Orphalin shows up.
はい。
Will do. I quickly dart around the packed crowd, through the revolving door, and arrive at the rooftop balcony outside the venue. The balcony is much quieter compared to the inside of the venue hall. A gentle breeze caresses my face and briefly frees me from my chaotic thoughts. The news I just heard sparks an explosion of thoughts in my mind. Orphalin. So she was a survivor of Frankfurt after all. If that's true, then what role did she play when she was there? Was she a civilian? A scholar? A soldier? Or was she a member of Paradise? Did this Project Eden she's working on grow from seeds planted back then? Does that dazzling CV of hers hide an involvement with Paradise? Or is she just another Paradise leader thrust onto the stage after William made his exit? William. As I lose myself in my thoughts, a voice suddenly shatters the peace on the balcony.
本日はご来場いただき誠にいや違う
Honored guests and fellow scholars. No, that's not right. Practicing for a speech? Is this her? Is this Orphan Loon?
こうしてお集まりいただいたのは
We are gathered here today to bear witness to a miracle of science.
いや硬すぎる
Trying way too hard.
ジラードグループバイオテクノロジー
As the supervisor of the Gerard Group's biotechnology department, I am honored to...
全然違う
No, it isn't my profound honor to... how's that any different? The voice comes from the other side of the balcony. There's a small gazebo here, half hidden by the shrubbery. I turn to look at it and see someone pacing there, seemingly frustrated about something.
バカバカバカどうして挨拶くらいでこんなに手こずらなきゃいけないの
That was cute. Why can't I even memorize a simple speech? A young woman's voice reaches my ears, followed by the sound of a stack of papers hitting the ground hard.
原稿が悪いわ私のスタイル
It's
と
all the
全
fault
然
of
合
those
ってない
clowns who wrote this awful
ウルフ
script.
ェルーネ様は
It doesn't suit me at
もっ
all.
とエレガントで
The
ブリ
great
リアントな
Orphalin
発
should be
表をするべ
making
きよ
a more brilliant, more exciting speech, one that highlights our scientific achievements. I silently study this sudden speaker. While I'm still some distance away from her, my instincts tell me that she is my target. That said, I didn't expect to encounter my mission objective here at all. It's hard to believe that she, the daughter of the Gerard Group's chairman, would actually go around without a bodyguard by her side. Well, if she doesn't end up getting terminated too, it seems that we might be creating another villain after we get rid of the Gerard Group. That would be funny. We get rid of the Gerard Group, and then she becomes the big bad just for revenge. The girl calling herself the Great Orphalin is nothing like the elegant and confident scientist mentioned in my files. Even her appearance doesn't match up too well with her picture. Oh, let's see. What does she look like? I continue approaching and finally manage to get a good look at her. What shocks me is how young she looks, like a freshly graduated university student. She is currently stomping the ground in frustration, trying to pick up her scattered papers. But then a sudden gust of wind ruins her plans.
原稿が待って
Oh wow. Crap. I clicked too much. I didn't actually expect her to look like that. Well, yeah, they set that up really well. Hold on, oops. Ah, get back here, stop flying off.
原稿が待って。
Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. Spoiled Sundari sweetie. Evil Sundari doctor. Yeah, that's exactly the way to... That's her look. Panicked, she goes after the wind, toss papers like a kitten chasing a butterfly. As one of them drips over the edge of the balcony, she leans out to get it. It would be nice to see... I know I say this all the time. It would be nice to see a short little cutscene, though. Just introducing her like that, trying to catch her papers hilariously. Look out! As I see her about to fall off the side of the balcony, I stop caring about whether she's my mission objective and break into a sprint. This is Commander's chance to seduce her as well, too. That's how we get close to her. I grab her collar with one hand and pull her back from the brink, while snatching the fluttering sheet of paper out of the air with the other. Catches her paper in one hand, while he has her in the other arm. Let's see. It's like, yup, there she is. As an evil... What? As evil as a kitten? That's right. Now she's our evil kitten. She stumbles under the sudden tug, but soon finds her footing before turning to face me. Said face of the youthful and delicately featured. Her turquoise eyes would normally be glittering with wisdom and pride, but they are currently filled with surprise and a hint of embarrassment.
誰？いつからいたの？
Who are you? Why are you listening in on me while I was practicing?
すみません。わ
Sorry,
ざとじゃないんです。
I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
バルコニーから落
It's
ちそう
just
だ
that
った
I
から
saw
つい
you were about to fall off the balcony. I hand her the paper I'm holding, and she snatches it back, her face flushing a bright pink.
この私がそんな間抜けなわけないじゃない。今のは
I wouldn't have made such an elementary mistake.
風向きを
I
確
was just,
認してただけ。
I was just checking the direction of the wind. I'm sorry. Having her and Macchiato in a room together would be a thing.
風向き
Checking the wind, you say?
そうよ。
Of course.
学者たるもの
Understanding the environment is a fundamental part of my training as a meticulous scientist. For instance, the wind speed now is 5.3 meters per second, blowing due southwest. Ambient humidity is 43%. Oh man. Yes, Macchiato's long lost sister indeed. Yup. We got the we got the Soon team. She discreetly smooths out her ruffled clothes and hair as she speaks. The panic she doesn't even try to hide makes it all seem very performative. I can't help but frown. Is she putting on an act?
なるほど。髪
That's
良ければ拾います
definitely doing your due diligence as a scientist. Would you like me to help you collect your papers? She hesitates for a moment. It's funny. All I see is nerd. Damn. It's funny though, because you would think he'd be kind of used to this kind of personality from Macchiato. Oh man. Cute nerd. She hesitates for a moment.
いいわ。手伝わせてあげる。でも機密が書かれてるから
I will allow you
絶
to
対
provide
に
your
読んじゃダメだからね。
assistance, but on one condition. No peeking at what's on them. It's top secret scientific research. Yup, she's got the full I will allow you to provide your assistance. It's like, okay.
かしこまりました。オルフェルーネス様。
Understood. Oh, great, Orphaloon.
知ってるの？
Wait, you know me?
さっきそう
I
自
mean,
称していたと記
I
憶
just
していま
heard you
す
call yourself that.
いやそもそも
Besides,
ジェラードグループの誇る
You're one of
天
the
才で
keynote speakers for the summit and a scientific genius from the drive group. Your pictures are everywhere. I doubt there are many people out there who wouldn't know you. Smooth. That said, the fine details of her current appearance are completely different from her photographs. That's probably why all the pressmen present at the venue didn't realize that she was the real deal.
そうね。この天才科学者の時間をこんなくだらない処方
Of course, that's to be expected. I'm a world famous scientist after all. I'm just bad at dealing with boring and annoying social events like these. It's like, yeah.
だからここに隠れて発表会の練習を
Is that why you decided to hide out here to practice your speech?
あなた誰なの
Who are you
まさか
anyway?
パパラッチスキ
Why
ャ
are
ン
you
ダルで
here?
も掴むつもり
Are you one of those annoying paparazzi? Are you trying to get an embarrassing picture of me?
やばさっき言ったこと
I
表に
forbid you
出し
to
たら
repeat
許
my
さないわ
words
よ
from just now. I won't acknowledge them, even if you do.
確かに記者ですがそんなゲスなことは
It's
し
true
ませ
that
ん
I'm a journalist, but I'm not here to capture scandals.
実を言うと
Truth
私
is,
も堅苦
I'm
しい
here
雰
to
囲気
capture
が
you.
苦手でして
I'm trying to
それで
avoid the
避難
press
しに
of
来た
people
ら
inside.
あなたが
I'm not used to places that are so cramped. Understanding seems to dawn on her face. Sympathy and understanding flash through her eyes. Her mood does seem a little mercutio for someone of her status.
わかるしょうがないわねとりあえず信じてあげる
What will I do with you? I suppose I'll just have to place my faith in you then. After all, it's also dreadfully suffocating in there.
発表
We're
緊張なさってるんです
bonding.
か
Are you nervous about the upcoming presentation?
そんなわけないでしょ
Of course not.
これくらいこのオル
Orphelin Gerard fears no challenge.
日常茶飯事よ
Oh man. Yup, acknowledging herself in the third and everything. It's just a little speech. I could do it with my eyes closed. Despite her words, she ends up crumpling the paper in her hands.
大勢の専門家の前で研究成果を発表するのは確か
Well,
に気が引きます
presentations can be quite challenging, especially in front of so many industry professionals.
今まで取材させていた
I've
だいた
interviewed
方々
many
も
world-class experts in the
大勢を前に
past,
すると
and many of
緊張
them
するとお
felt
っしゃってい
tense
ま
when
した
they had to give an address.
本当に
Really?
え
Of
えむしろ
course.
それは
It's
聴衆の
perfectly
ことを
natural
気に
to
か
get
けている
nervous,
調査とも言えるでしょう
especially when you truly believe in your work and how the audience views it.
連中が聞きたいのは天才科学者の発表よ
All they want is a genius scientist giving an exciting
こんなの私の言葉じゃ
presentation,
ない
but the content of the speech don't sound like anything I would say. You thought it actually said that, Pete? Technically, that's not wrong. We are technically here to make sure that nothing happens to her as well, too, because we need more information. So we are here for her. Listen, if we have to scoop her up and take her with us, we will.
ではなぜご自分で用意をしないのですか
Then why did you prepare a script that you don't like?
私の話を理解してくれる人がいないからよ
That's because nobody understands me when I try to explain in my own words. Her expression grows complicated. It seems she's recalling an unpleasant experience.
前に一度自分で原稿を用意した
The last time I tried giving a presentation in my own
助手があれは
style,
サインだったって
my assistant called it a disaster.
その発表の後あの手この
According
手
to
で映
her,
像記
it took
録
a
を
lot of
抹消
effort
し
to
た
delete
そう
all
よ
video records of it from the internet. What happened? Okay.
災難
A disaster?
光量子もつれの研究で非ユークリッド位相空間
During the course of my research on quantum entanglement and cross-dimensional photosynthesis, I discovered a pigment molecule superconfiguration based on a non-Eludican topological structure that could convert dark energy into bioenergy through negentrophic increase. This mechanism is entirely different from the dehydrogenase meditated proton pump coupled electron transport chain conventionally observed in nature. Instead, it relies on the vibrational mode in the 11-dimensional world of superstring theory. Oh man, that's funny. Yup. It actually wasn't hard to say all that. It's just that it was a lot. But I see.
興味ある？
Would you be interested in a speech like that? Yeah, see? That's the reason why I see. She wasn't doing anything wrong. It's just that most people just... Yeah. Orphaloon seems to sense my awkwardness and smiles nonchalantly.
ほら、ほとんどの人は知識そのものに興味なんかない。
You see? Turns out most people aren't as interested in actual knowledge as they think. Damn. But this is true.
内容というより伝え方の問題で
Perhaps
は
the problem isn't in the content, but how it's presented. Yeah, that's exactly it.
どういう意味？
What do you mean?
抽象的な言葉は
They say
対象には響
complicated
きません。
concepts needs to be expressed
も
through
っとみんなが
metaphors
想像しやすい言葉
and the
で
like
例え
so
ること
people
は
can
できませんか？
understand them more easily. For instance, you could use a simple comparison to express the core of your research.
実は植物は
It,
日光以外
it's
の
like
ものを
teaching a
食べる
plant
と
to
か？
feed off something other than sunlight.
いいですね。それで
I think that works well. Can you elaborate?
例えば日光以外にも放射
Try
線
and
をエネル
imagine
ギー
if a
源にする
plant
こ
could
とが
take
でき
in
て
different forms
有
of
害物
energy
質を養分
like a
に
human
変え
being
られる。
and not rely
なんてどう？
solely on sunlight. For example, imagine if it could absorb energy from radiation, then convert the harmful components into nutrients for its own growth. Yeah. She just pretty much simplified what she said before. That's just how it always is about how it's presented. Her eyes begin to light up, and she grows more and more animated. She begins gesticulating and describing just how her research could change the biosphere in contamination zones. So, all in all, yeah, it sounds like her research is a really good thing. But, and with that said, it doesn't seem like she's actually evil or anything. But it does seem like something someone could take and turn it into a bad thing. Like, what if they reverse collapse the process and make it so that the plants actually amplify the radiation instead to be used as like some kind of weapon, a bioweapon pretty much. So yeah, this research is really dangerous
上々です。これなら
if in the
誰も
wrong
が興味を持
hands.
つでしょう。
That was excellent. I'm sure you would captivate the audience if you talked like that on stage.
本当に？適当なこと言ってない？
Really? You're not just trying to be polite?
本当ですとも。
Of course not.
少なくとも私
Actually,
は非
I'm
常に
quite
興味があ
interested
り
in
ま
your
す。
research direction.
私の研究内容知ってるの？
You know about my research? Look how happy she is.
ええ。何を隠そう、あなたの専
Your
門である
focus
植
on
物
botany
学
is
は
something I've always
私の
been
取材
following
テーマ
and
なんです
reporting
よ。
on. Among them,
植
the
物
use
の
of
二重性
plants
に
for
よる
two-phase
高圧
collapse
素粒子の
particle
吸収は
absorption
特に面白い。
is a particular interest to me.
分かってくれる記者がいるなんてうれ
I can't believe there's a journalist out there who's actually interested in my research. I just, I mean, as a responsible scientist, it pleases me to see that the media is showing interest in proper scientific studies. Damn.
認めていただけたようで何よりです。
I'm honored to
実
meet
は
with your
あな
approval.
たが研究
In
している
fact,
植物を
my
この目で見
interest
た
goes
ことがあり
beyond
ます
mere theory. I've actually seen plants like the kind you've been studying.
本当に？
What? You say you've seen them before?
見た目がエピフィラムに似たものですよね。
Let me guess. They're mutant plants, but you look like epiphyliums, right?
どうしてそれを？
How did you know?
まさか私の実験施設に入ったことあるの？
Did you... Have you snuck into our research base before?
実験施設？
Uh-oh, here we go. Now we're getting some information. What research bases?
あれはあの施設にしかないもの。よその人間が知ってるのはおかしい。
Said plants should only exist in our labs and our test plots. We keep them strictly secluded from the outside world. Orphalune begins muttering to herself, and then it seems like she's realized something.
あなたまさか企業スパイ？
Hang on. You're not some kind of industrial spy sent by a rival to steal my research, are you?
まさか本当に送り込ま
I
れる
remember
な
my
んて。
assistant once said,
いや ID と招待状です。これで疑惑が晴れる
Well,
か
I
は
have
わかり
no
ま
way
せ
to
んが
prove this. My
一応
ID and the invitation from your company can vouch for my identity as part of the media. Will that ease your suspicions?
偽造品じゃなさそうね。
It doesn't seem fake, but it is. Orphalune pouts as she studies my ID. Just as the mood in the air is about to turn strange, I can hear a contralto voice from the balcony entrance.
お嬢様、ここにいらしたのですね。
Hold on. I'm gonna guess. The voice does not... I don't think that's Cocoon. I wonder if this is the that doll. I forgot her name, but the one who we just met, who fought against Voymastina. Let's see. So that's where you are, young mistress. I've been searching for you for a long time. Yeah. Oh man, that's what it was. It was the voice. Mm-hmm. Oh man. No. Yeah, no. I knew it wasn't Blue Sphere. Blue Sphere. I think we'd know if it was Blue Sphere. She wouldn't hold a conversation. But no, her. I forgot her name, but I knew it was her. I turn to look and see a tall, dignified woman who's shown up there at some point. She's impeccably dressed, but her gaze is razor sharp.
見つかった。
Yeah. She found me. Yeah. Orphalune shudders, looking for all the world like a child caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
イグラ違うの。
Igla.
風に当た
There
っ
we
てた
go.
だけで。
Ah, Igla. I just came out to get some air.
サミットまであと3時間。発表の準備は順調ですか？
We still have 3 hours until the summit begins. How goes your preparations?
最後にもう一度確認しただけよ。
They're almost done. I was just confirming some of the details. The doll called Igla sighs in exasperation and gives Orphalune a doting look. Then she bends down and helps pick up her dropped papers. I wonder if Igla actually cares for Orphalune. Let's see.
何かお困りのようですね。
It seems you have encountered some difficulty. Do you need my assistance?
平気よ。私一人で解決でき
Not
る
at
わ。
all. I can handle all this by myself.
無論、あなたの能力を疑うつもりはありません。
Naturally, your capabilities are
これ以上
beyond
スタイリ
question.
ストを待たせない方が
Though I
嬉し
should
い。
mention, your makeup artist and stylist have been waiting in your suite for some time now. Igla reaches out to straighten Orphalune's rumpled collar.
今着ている白衣もこの場にはふさわしくありません。ドレス
And
に
that
お着替え
lab
くだ
coat
さい。
is by no means suitable for tonight's event. I have selected a more suitable evening dress for you.
でもドレスなんか窮屈だし。
Those dresses are so pinchy.
これもジラードのためですよ。 我慢しましょう。
Surely enduring a little discomfort is necessary for the glory of the Gerard family, don't you think? Oh man. As she says this, Igla's gaze briefly sweeps over me. Oh no, there is a hint of warning and displeasure in it. Igla adores Ophrlo. It seems like it. It does seem like it. She knows your face? Yes, she does. This is bad. This is actually really bad.
どなたかは存じませんが、お嬢様のお相手をしていただきありがとうございます。
Yeah. Greetings. Thank you for keeping the young mistress company. If you don't mind, I must take her to begin the final preparations for the summit.
礼には及びません。
Certainly, by all means. It's been an honor to speak with Miss Orphalon. She politely extracts a name card from her breast pocket and hands it to me.
お嬢様の専門分野にご興味がおありでしたらぜひ明日のセミナーにお越しください。
If you have a professional interest in the young mistress's work, you are welcome to join the special conference session tomorrow. Of course, a reservation will be required. Her tone is cool and polite, but the judgment and caution are evident in her gaze.
そうだ、あなたお名前は？
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They want a name. What do we do? What do we do? Wait, what? No doings? I need an adult. I need an adult. Oh, yes. What's your name, anyway?
輝きの時代の編集長でございます。さっき ID をお見せしたはずですが。
I am the editor-in-chief of the Shining Age media agency. You've already seen my ID.
そうだった。偽造かどうかだけ気にしてた。
Oh, yeah. I was just looking at the stamp.
発表聞きに来てくれる？
Will you come listen to my presentation?
お嬢様、時間です。
Young mistress, we don't have much time left.
質問があれば終わった後
If you have any questions, you can bring them up then. I'll try to answer them sincerely. Igla guides Orphalon away, but the latter looks back, clearly excited. Igla follows Orphalon's gaze. Her voice is gentle, but the warning in her tone becomes more and more evident as she speaks.
では編集長、今宵の宴をどうぞお楽しみください。
I hope you will enjoy the summit this evening. And at the same time, I hope you will keep your position and duties in mind.
ただし、くれぐれも両軍を履き違える
Overstepping
こと
your
のないよ
bounds
うお
will
願い
only
しま
lead
す。
to unnecessary trouble.
もうまたそうやって圧かける。
Honestly, you don't have to keep scaring people all the time.
申し訳ありません。
My apologies. Yeah. No. It's like that's a guard dog. That's what that is. Of the highest caliber. The two of them vanished through the balcony entrance. I'm still standing there, feeling the weight of the information in that brief exchange. Orphalon is far more innocent and defenseless than my data suggests. Of course, that could just be an act. Like I said, I don't think that's the case at all. I don't get that impression from her. It just seems like I said, if her research falls into the wrong hands, it would just be catastrophic. Meanwhile, there's Igla, the Gerard Group's strongest doll. She probably doesn't know who I am, but she was clearly repulsed by how I approached Orphalon. From the Gerard Group files I saw and the combat footage Leva showed me, I conclude that this third-gen doll is very likely to be our trickiest foe yet. Seeing as how understaffed we are at the moment, it would be best not to arouse her suspicion for now. I studied the card Igla left me. In addition to the usual contact information, there was a line of small Uh-oh. Science runs on curiosity, but danger often begins there too. Choose wisely. Does she already know? Uh-oh. Oh man. What? Citrontus of refinement. The third step lies in extracting the treasure known as truth. We haven't even gotten to a battle yet. I don't even know if we are, actually, because this is 0.5, but we'll see. But this is really good. Darcher the third. I hope Darcher does come back soon. We need more Darcher departures. Because remember, Darcher hates Gerard as well too, so she could definitely throw a wrench into their plans. But there's still some time until the presentation begins, and there doesn't seem to be any more news worth overhearing. The dolls and I return to our room and plan our next move. My conversation with Orphalune just now has given me a basic impression of her, while the presence of that third-gen doll has given me serious doubts about our upcoming mission. Being guarded by such a powerful doll all but confirms Orphalune's standing as heir, yet her reaction and way of speaking raise some doubts in me. She seems to have total faith in what she's studying. It makes me think that she genuinely believes she's doing a good thing. Because, yeah, she actually is. It's like, if anything, it's like she's gonna just become a victim in all of this, sadly. I don't smell the stench of Paradis's lies and evil coming from her. Instead, she feels too innocent. At the moment, it's difficult for me to tell if she's being genuine or if it's just an elaborate act. It seems I'll need to find a way to make further contact with her. The sound of footsteps comes from outside the suite as I ponder my encounter from just now. There's a series of knocks on the door. Groza gets up to open it.
すみません。少しよろしいでしょうか。
Sorry to bother you.
ええ、
It's alright.
どうしました？
What is it? The staffer holds up a tote bag in his hand. It's a bomb! No. Its velvety silk material is finely made and features the logo of the summit.
遠路はるばるお越しくださったメディアの皆様に
As a token of gratitude for coming all the way here, the organizers would like to present you with a souvenir.
お土産？
A souvenir?
はい。
Yes. It contains the Gerard Group's latest products and local delicacies from Lviv. You can bring them home to share with your family members. Interesting. I don't know. Do you trust that? Would you bring a Gerard Group product into your home?
どうも。
Thank you. I gesture to Groza to take the bag. After seeing us bring it inside, the staffer nods, then smiles while executing a bow before turning to leave. Once the sounds of footsteps outside the door fade away, I shoot Groza a look.
開けよう。
Yeah, open it and see what's inside. Definitely. It could be anything. What? The jar is like umbrella everywhere. Damn. It's a bowling ball. I'm like, what the?
そうね。
Yes. Groza cautiously opens up the bag. Just as the staffer said, the bag contains an exquisite gift box. The first layer contains many pretty-looking desserts, while the second has the latest smart device from Gerard's Group's notable subsidiary brand, released just last month. Groza and Kolfin inspect the gift box and even take apart the smart device, but they don't find anything suspicious.
本当にただのお土産なの？
Is it really just an ordinary welcome gift?
指揮官、この中まだ何かありますよ。
Commander, there seems to be something else inside the bag. The bag was tossed aside after its contents were extracted. Currently, it lies in a limp heap on the corner of the dresser. Or at least, it should be limp without anything inside to support it. Yet, there's a little bulge under its velvety surface.
確認しよ
Check it out. Groza picks up the bag and inverts it, but nothing falls out. She then turns it inside out and feels around the site of the bulge.
二重底になってるわ。
There's a secret lining inside this bag. Yeah, this is why you always check certain types of bags that people give you. You don't know what's inside. Tracking device, a bomb, other things. I take it from her and feel around the place Groza indicated. Sure enough, there seems to be something hidden inside it. Clearly, someone cut it open and then sewed it back together again. I rip the seam open and take out the object inside the bag's lining. There's a little box in my hand with a work ID reading Special Invitation. But who sent this? Was it Igla? Was it Orphalum? Or someone else?
盗聴器とかじゃない
Find
ですよ
out
ね
next time. No. Is this some kind of new listening device?
見せて。
Let's have a look. I hand the device to Groza. She fiddles with it for a moment, but doesn't seem to find any issues with it. She then takes a small slip of paper out from behind the ID. No! It's too small to be a bowling ball.
面倒事があったらこれを使って。
It'd be funny if the device actually was a small bowling ball. I'd be like, damn it, Wriggle. This device can help you solve all the problems before you.
頑張ってね。
So make good use of it, okay? Huh. Yeah, who sent this?
指揮官、ジュラードグループに知り合いでもいるの？
Commander, do you have a contact inside the Gerard group? What if it's Darcher? Oh no! Oh man! She's back!
いや、身に覚えがないな。
Not that I remember.
じゃあ管理局のサポートだったりして。
Or could this be help from Namfoot? No. No.
カリンたちだったらもっと早く。
If it was them, then why wouldn't they give it to us before we came? Yeah.
もうそうですね。
Oh man, this is gonna be great. That makes sense too.
念のために確認してみませんか？
Should we ask them about it? I nod, and Leva picks up my call shortly afterward. I tell her about the work ID.
あら、私がそんなむやみにサプライズを送るように見える？
Oh, Commander, you know we wouldn't go out of our way to deliver unexpected gifts to you. Yeah. The silly... What? See, but Leva uses it too. You know what's funny? All the cheeky dolls, they use that. They all do.
今持ってる情報はすべて渡した。そのカードだけど。
After all, you've already got all the information we possess. As for that card... What do you mean? Darcher's all W. Leva pauses. I received some wordless assistance in a similar manner earlier, but given our position, we're in no place to talk about it right now. Oh, that's right! Remember, Leva did face off against Darcher. Darcher actually is impressed by Leva as well too. They're like frenemies in a way. Perhaps you should make your own decision on how to handle this token of goodwill.
Cool.
A token of goodwill, you say? After hanging up, I inspect the ID again. The card is very well made, but there's nothing special about it. I sense that this card is definitely going to come in handy, so I tuck it away into my pocket and wait for the presentation to begin. "20 minutes before the summit."
お嬢様の出番は最後になります。
Young mistress, you will be the last to go on stage afterwards.
発表の時間は30分
After taking the length of your script into consideration, we've saved 30 minutes for you to give your presentation. If anything else, just signal to me, and I'll take care of it right away.
スライドもサーバーにアップロードしました。あとはリモ
The
コンのボタンを
presentation
押す
script
だけ
has
で大
already
丈夫
been uploaded to our internal server. Once your segment begins, just hit play on the remote control there to bring it up.
他に確認したいことはあ
Everything
りま
else
す
is
か
in order. Do you have any other adjustments you wish to make?
ないわ。この程度天才科学者オルフェルネ・ジラードにとって朝飯前よ。
She's got her formal attire on right now. It's like the blue and yellow looks nice, her color scheme and everything. Not at all. A simple little presentation like this is nothing for the great Orpheloon Gerard. Dasoon. Orpheloon plants her hands on her waist and proudly raises her chin. She has a confident smile on her face, but a keen observer would note that her hands are trembling, and that there is a faint sheen of perspiration on her forehead.
ええ、当然でございます。
Of course, your ability is beyond question, young mistress. However, your handkerchief seems to be a little wrinkled. Igla takes an elaborately stitched handkerchief out of her pocket and lightly dabs away the moisture on Orpheloon's forehead, then takes out a mirror from a pouch and starts smoothing out the straps of Orpheloon's dress.
ねえイグラ、私の髪乱れたりしてない？
Say, Igla, is my hair messy?
登壇するから
I
には
mean, how could someone like myself take the stage in a less than perfect state?
何も問題ありませんが、もう少し微調整させていただきます。
Your hair is flawless, but I will make some minor adjustments as you wish. Evil Mary Poppins. Damn. Igla's hands move with a sculptor's touch, as if she's working with a soap bubble that might vanish at a breath. The look in her eyes isn't a mere professional diligence, but something closer to religious reverence. Yeah.
あと少しで私の研究成果が世に出る。
Yeah, that's... Yeah, no. I definitely get the sense that Igla actually does care for Orpheloon. Like, Orpheloon, that's her human. Plain and simple. Phew. I shall declare my findings to the world today.
ジラード家の意向を
I will
世
have
界に
I
示
will
して
have
やるん
everyone
だから。
bend the knee to the glory of the Gerard family.
ええ、全員がひれ伏すことでしょ
I'm
う。
sure you will, young mistress.
ねえイグラ、時間が来るまでそばにいてくれる？
You'll keep me company until I go on stage, won't you, Igla?
緊張とかそういうのじゃないから。
It's not like I
スケジュー
need
ルを
you with
滞り
me.
なく進めるためよ。
I just want to make sure the plan goes smoothly.
いついかなる時も、あ
I
なた
will
のそば
always
にい
be
るのが
by your
私
side,
の
no matter when or where I am
そ
needed.
して
It
誉れ
is
で
both
す。
my duty and an honor.
じゃあさっきはどこにいたの？すごく
Speaking of
待っ
which,
たんだから。
where'd you go just now? You kept me waiting for so long.
確かにイグラの目を盗んで抜け出したけ
Granted,
ど
I
さ。
did sneak off while you
こんな
weren't
日に遅
around,
刻するなんて
but it's quite unusual
あなた
for you
ら
to
し
be
くない
late for an
わ。
occasion like this.
申し訳ございません。不安要素を取り
My
除きに
sincerest apologies, young mistress. I was handling some issues which might have interrupted your presentation.
招かれざる客が
Certain uninvited guests seemed overly interested in your research. I had to ensure that they would not interrupt your crucial moment.
またそういう連中が。ご苦労様。
More of
イグラ
those people again. Thank you for your hard work.
きっと私の成果を盗もうとしたに違
It
い
must be
な
those
いわ。
lowlives who are trying to steal my work again.
でもそれも今日で終わり。
Still, it doesn't
発
matter,
表さえすれば
I'll be
もう
making the
警戒
results
する
public
必要は
anyway,
ないわ。
so they can turn green with envy for all I care.
その通り。
Indeed, they will, young mistress. Your accomplishments shall shake the world. Thanks to Igla's soothing words, Orpheloon's tension has completely drained away. Just as she's about to continue preening, an unexpected visitor interrupts her.
これはこれはね。今夜は一段と綺麗だ。
Zimmerman shows up. Okay. Ah, if it isn't my dear little orphan, what a bright shining star you've become. A distinguished gentleman in a dapper suit strides into the room, a warm and affable smile on his face. Uncle Zimmerman!
こんばんは、チマーマン様。
Greetings, Mr. Zimmerman. Igla's face is perfectly composed, but her body shifts almost imperceptibly in order to put herself between Orphanone and the newcomer. Yup. Miss Igla, I see you're as vigilant as ever, even when meeting with an old friend. What a responsible guardian you are.
それが私の務めです。
Protecting the young mistress is my duty, sir. All I see, I look over. Christopher. I don't like Zimmerman. Damn. Yes, he got Christopher Zimmerman.
今日は来ないのかと思ってたわ。
I thought you weren't coming today, Uncle. My meeting finished this morning. How could I possibly miss the most important public address in my beloved niece's life?
いつ来たの？
When did you arrive? Oh, I made my rounds inside the venue hall. Ah, yes. Where is Oleg on such an important day?
お父様は大事な接待があるって。
Wait. Oleg. Hold on. Who did... No. Darcher didn't kill Oleg, right? Who was it that Darcher killed? Or Darcher departed? That wasn't him, right? No. I'm trying to just remember who that was, but anyway. Daddy said he was going to meet some important guests today, so he wouldn't be coming for today's summit.
最初から期待してなかったし、どうでもいいわ。
Rurik. Okay, thank you. Rurik. Yes, that asshole. Yeah, okay, Rurik. Yup. No, he was just an asshole. But like I said, he got Darcher departed, so all is well. It doesn't matter. I'll make sure I pull this presentation off flawlessly, even if I have to do it by myself. Orphalon proudly raises her chin, pretending that it doesn't bother her.
リュウリクおじさまが亡くなって、いろいろドタバタして。
Oh wow, yeah, there we go. After Uncle Rurik died, he had lots of corporate business to handle.
お父様も私にできるのは研究に専念すること
Darcher
だ。
departure. Since I couldn't help out, Daddy asked me just to focus on my research. What a shame. To think that Rurik was doing such immoral things behind the group's back. Things must be hard for you too, aren't they? I heard the stock prices of several Gerard group subsidiaries plummeted after his deeds were made public. If there's anything I can help with, Oleg should feel free to ask. After all, the fortunes of Chet Fabin and Gerard have always been linked. This is terrible, though. It's a really terrible situation for Orphalon. See, because she's actually trying to do good, or she's like the good one, but everyone else around her is evil in her group. And they're doing a damn good job of keeping her ignorant of it. As your uncle, I will never turn a blind eye to your plight.
ジラードグループを代表して感謝申し上げます。
Technically, Igla is literally the only one that she has on her side. Because I'm sure if anything were to go wrong for the Gerard group, they wouldn't hesitate themselves to get rid of her if needed. The Gerard group deeply appreciates your concern.
ですがこの程度で基盤が揺らぐほど。
However, The Gerard Group has a long history and ample reserves. These temporary difficulties will not shake our foundations. The results of the young mistress's research will prove the Gerard family's wisdom and foresight. Oh, will they? That only makes me even more interested in tonight's presentation. Zimmerman's gaze shifts between Igla and Orphalone, a subtle smile on his face. I've heard that your Project Eden has been progressing very well. Does this mean you'll be able to release the results of the first stage to the world soon? Of course! We made a huge breakthrough in our research. Tonight's presentation is going to leave everyone in awe. Marvelous. Not only will your announcement stabilize the group's share prices, it'll also bolster faith in Gerard within the conglomerate. Little Orphalone has managed to stand on her own 2 feet in the blink of an eye. Who would have expected that? I'm not really interested in the group's matters, but I can apply my time and energy to my research. I'll be able to help Daddy that way. You're as earnest as ever, little Orphalone. Still, no matter how you spin it, you're going to be the future heirs of the Gerard Group. It's best you understand certain things sooner rather than later. She's just gonna be a puppet, though. That's the sad thing. That's what they're hoping for. And honestly, if the Gerard Group themselves is smart, see, Nova has a degree, an evil mastermind. If they're smart, they would let her research come into fruition and not try to stop her. Because, in all honesty, they'd have control over it then, and then they can do whatever they want. All it would take is a little bit of time. What? That's code for it's gonna get used for bad things? Yes, exactly. This is what I mean, though. They shouldn't try to kill her themselves or get rid of her. They should just let it happen and then take it over. That's the easiest and best thing to do. For example, your research has drawn a great deal of attention within the conglomerate. Some people even believe that it might affect the entire conglomerate's future. The young mistress's research is entirely driven by scientific objectives. It is not subject to interference from any corporate or political factors. Yeah, see? Igla, yeah, she's the only one on her side. Of course. The purity of science must be respected. However, the purest things are often the most fragile. You should know that better than anyone else, Miss Igla. Yeah, that's a threat right there against Orphalone. The purest things are often the most fragile. Yup, this talk is about something else. And that is why they must be protected. A most interesting perspective. However, such protection requires strength and resources. Given the current state of the Gerard Group, it may have a very hard time guaranteeing an ample supply of both. Sir, if you are hinting at something, then I must make my position clear. My duty is to serve the Gerard family, and in particular the young mistress. That will not change regardless of any outside elements. Yeah, exactly. Loyalty is a virtue, but wisdom is rare and more valuable. Miss Igla, I trust that with your skills and your vision, you can see where the wind is blowing. Uncle Zimmerman. Orphalune forcefully interrupts their subtle confrontation.
会社のことがわからないからってバカにしないでくれる？
While I might not know much about the business side of things, please don't treat me like a dummy.
オレク・ジラードの娘として
I
ジラードグル
I
ー
am
プ
still
は支持
Oleg
するわ。
Girard's daughter, and even someone like me will do her best to keep the Girard group going.
だからイグラを引き抜こうとしないで。
So please stop saying weird things that sound like you're trying to poach Igla away.
おじさまのところにも第三世代人形がいるでしょ？
Don't you have third gen dolls too, Uncle? Oh no. See? Oh man. Orphalune is intelligently stupid. There was more to that conversation but this is how she sees it.
イグラは私の助手よ。イグラがいなければ
Igla is my assistant. Without Igla, there would be many things that I... Orphalune suddenly cuts herself off, as though she's realized that she said too much. She raises her chin again and throws up her facade of pride.
とにかくイグラは私の人形だから。いく
In
ら
any
おじ
case,
さまでも渡した
Igla
り
is
しない
my
わ。
doll. I won't let anyone take her away from me. Not even you, Uncle.
これから発表の準備をするか
I
ら
will be
邪魔しない
preparing
で。
for my presentation right now. So please don't disturb me any further. Zimmerman seems to have anticipated Orphalune's reaction, and he laughs nonchalantly.
やはり若くして成功を収めるのはお前のような純粋な人間
Only someone
なの
as
かもしれない
dedicated as yourself could have obtained your achievements at such an age, my dear Orphalune.
邪魔して悪かっ
In any case, I
た
won't disturb you
頑
any
張ってくれ
further.
たまえ
Best of luck with your preparations then.
ちゃんと見届けさせてもらうよ
I'll be applauding you from the audience. As Orphalune turns to head back to her dresser, Zimmerman suddenly addresses Igla, who was not yet departed, in a quiet voice.
じきに嵐が訪れあなただけでは嵐を守り
The storm is upon us, and even the most loyal guardian will find herself unable to render her aid. When the time comes, I hope you will choose wisely.
ご忠告感謝いたします。
Thank you for your concern, sir.
ですが、
But my
私の
choice
選
will
択は
ever
常に
be the same. Igla's voice is warm and deferential, but her gaze is as sharp as a razor of ice.
まだ準備がありますので失礼いたします。
Now then, I
サミッ
must
トを
assist
存
the
分にお
young
楽し
mistress
み
in her
ください。
preparations. I hope you will enjoy the thrilling presentation tonight. Yeah. Oh man. It's like this is gonna be something. Wait, what? Mom? Mom? Oh, Cocoon? I don't know. We haven't seen Cocoon in a while. After I finish assigning surveillance positions to the dolls in the lounge, I check my watch. It seems like it's about time. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. The summit is already halfway through by the time I exit the lounge and reach the conference center. One botanical researcher after another takes the stage to scattered then swelling applause. People are gathering in front of the lectern, occasionally exchanging a few words. I signal to Groza and Colfin, then silently blend into the crowd.
ありがとうございましたタレスさん。
Thank you for that thrilling presentation, Mr. Thez.
お次は植物学の
Now
期
let's
待の
welcome the
新
researcher
そして
who stands at the
楽園
cutting
計
edge
画の
of
指導
botanical
者
research.
オルフェ
The
ル
leader
ネ・ジラード
of
さんです。
Project Eden, Miss Orphalune Girard. Yeah, but that still seems like a little wild, though, to me. That's all I'm saying.
皆様が最も気になるであろう楽園計画の詳細を公
She will
表
be
していた
sharing
だ
the
くと同時
details
に
of the much anticipated
ご質問にもお
Project
答えい
Eden
ただけま
with
す
everyone and taking questions on any potential issues that might arise. After a round of applause, Orphelin gracefully takes the stage. Perhaps it's because I only just saw another side of her this afternoon, but the Orphelin who has just revealed herself takes me by surprise. She's wearing an exquisitely made haute couture evening gown. Her golden blonde hair, neatly styled, exuding elegance and class with every move she makes. She's nothing like the cultish girl I saw on the balcony this afternoon. With a slight raise of her chin, she regards the entire audience with a look that could almost be considered arrogance, then bends into a graceful bow before beginning to speak.
こんばんは、オルフェルーネ・ジラードです。
Konbanwa. Ladies and gentlemen, guests and scholars,
今夜我々がここに集まったのは
I stand before you
科
today
学者である
not
以
just
前
as a
によ
biologist,
り良い未来
but
を
also
求める
as
探
an
求者でも
explorer
あるか
of
ら
a
です。
future filled with hope.
そしてまさ
Right
に今
now,
こ
we
の
stand
瞬
at the
間
cusp
から
of an
新
unprecedented
しい
era,
時代が
a
始まろう
nexus
と
where
しています
technology crosses paths with nature.
緑の浄化者である植物
And
には
at this nexus
まだ
point,
まだ驚くべき
plants,
秘密が隠されてい
these
たの
silent
です。
green sanctifiers of the natural world are prepared to reveal a shocking secret to us.
最初に皆様にお伺いします
First, let us consider a problem.
植物に放射線を吸収する能力がある
Whether
と
specifically
思い
filtered plants can effectively absorb and process ambient radiation.
ますやっぱり原稿をそのまま読んでいる
It's just like the script from earlier. Orphelin is the undisputed center of the venue's attention. The researchers, the businessmen, the journalists, everyone is listening intently, looking forward to how her words will change the world. Radioactive particle absorption through large-scale planting, improving purification zone efficiency at a lower cost. Those grand declarations do sound very promising. But all these are definitely not the true aim of Project Eden. That said, what is its true aim? All the research she's mentioned so far sounds a lot like the operating principles of collapsive affiliums. Could it have something to do with Paradis's upcoming moves? Are the Gerard Group's attempts to kidnap Helena part of Project Eden too? Well, we do know that for a fact that she's needed for that, so yeah. I suddenly realized that I simply have too few clues about what's going on. Even if Namfa and I managed to find a few traces of it, I'm still clueless about the Gerard Group's upcoming plans. Orphelin continues her presentation beneath the spotlights. The audience's interest is steadily rising as she continues, and everyone is eagerly looking at the young scholar before them.
私たちは無意識に汚染エリアの浄化は果てしなく困
We
難
have
なもの
always
だと
feared
思い込
making
んできま
changes
し
to the
た。
contamination zones. Owing to prohibitive costs, we have been unable to bring hope to the people there.
しかし技術の
However,
進歩とともに
improvements in technology have greatly
より確実で
bolstered our
安定
confidence
した
in resisting
そして
collapse
低コスト
radiation.
の方法で
This gives
人
us
類
a
が領土を
controllable,
取り戻す可能
inexpensive,
性が
and
芽生え
ordered
まし
way
た。
of gradually reclaiming living space for mankind.
植物という古来より存在する生命の
We shall
力を
learn
借
from
り
the
て
old and
未
wise
来を
life
切り
forms
開くの
known
で
as
す。
plants and make a safer, cleaner future.
皆様のご期待に応えるべく
And in order to
2日後
satisfy
に
everyone's
楽園計
expectations,
画の
I
第
wish
一
to
段階
announce
を
that the
実行い
first
たし
phase
ます
of Project Eden, helmed by myself, will begin in 2 days.
そしてこの計画の
When
も
the
たら
time
す変
comes,
化を
all of
全
Lviv
リビ
will
ウが
bear
見届け
witness
る
to
こ
the
とでしょう。
startling changes this project will bring.
ありがとうございました。
That's all I have for you today. Thank you, everyone.
オルフェルーネさんオルフェルーネさん
Miss Orphelin, Miss Orphelin,
質問よろしいでしょうか
may I ask a question?
計画は2日後に実行するとのことですが、
You just said that the project would begin in 2 days. Can we interpret that as...
ジラードグループの株価に楽園計画がどのように影響すると
What
思います
impact do you
か
think Project Eden will have on the Gerard Group's share price trends? As the journalists begin surging forward, the previously serene venue boils over in an instant. I approach the lectern in the company of my peers and notice that Orphalum, who is about to leave, has an annoyed look on her face. She gestures to Iglo, who's standing beside her. Fortunately, the host manages to hold off the throng of journalists.
記者会見は30分後 B ブロック内で行われます。
The interview with Miss Orphalum will take place inside Block B in half an hour. We would like to remind everyone with a special invitation to proceed there on time. Thank you for your cooperation. After Orphalum leaves, I hear a ripple of dissent from around me. I knew it. It's the same as before. Only people with connections can enter the interview area. Ugh, it's always like this. There's a huge scoop just out of reach. This truly is the darkest hour of my journalist career. I'm going back. I still have to write my article. If I finish up before midnight, I might be able to make the front page on the morning edition. The journalists around me begin to disperse as their interest ebbs. Once things around me settle down, I head to a corner and take out the work ID labeled Special Invitation. Is that what it's meant for? Well, that scary third-gen doll's already warned me about this. It seems I'll have to disregard her advice. If Project Eden is really going to begin in 2 days, like Orphalum said, then I'll need to figure out exactly what this project is about within those 2 days. Currently, my situation is like being adrift in a boundless ocean, so I need to seize on anything I can find, even if it's just a little plank of driftwood. After briefly considering my next moves, I share my thoughts with the dolls so they're ready to act at any time. Then, I grip the work ID in my hand and walk towards the building at the end of the corridor.
こちらが記者会見の待機所となります。ここでお待ちください。
Look, it's a giant bowling ball. Wriggle was right. Greetings. This is the reception area for members of the press. Please wait here.
Hi.
All right. To my surprise, I actually managed to use this dubious work ID to get into the specially designed interview area. Although the press conference hasn't begun yet, I can tell that I'm the only one who doesn't belong here. All the journalists here seem to know each other. They're sitting at prearranged seats, and whispering to each other. That's 3 gotcha skins now. Damn. Reporter with a question mark. I just picture him leaning over to us. First time. I turn and realize that the other guy is speaking to me. Yeah. Relax. We're all just the supporting cast for Orphalum's performance. Yeah. So, bought your shares yet? Shares? Wait, what? Finally awake? Wait, what? Yes, shares. Don't tell me you didn't invest at all. Insider trading? Going on in my corrupted company? Oh, Skyrim. Okay, Skyrim. Chances to make big bucks like this don't come by every day. Once this press conference ends, the stock price of the Draw Group and related sectors are going to the moon. Yeah, this is exactly what happens though. By wheeling their young mistress out at a time like this, Gerard clearly aims to win back their industrial rep and sway public opinion back onto their side. My guess is that everyone's questions today are going to be related to the vaccine incident from earlier and about their doll technology. That way, the group will get the maximum benefit from the Orphalune brand. So you do get it. What do you do for a living? I'm a journalist. No shit. You're an actual journalist? This is absolutely hilarious. Oh man. Well, that's rare. Looks like the Gerard Group's public image really does need a little tidying up. Better keep your occupational habits in check. What? Yeah, better keep your occupational habits in check later on, and don't say anything you shouldn't. After all, I'm betting everything I own on today's outcome. He pats me on the shoulder and returns to his seat. As the press conference draws closer, my surroundings gradually quiet down. Orphalune shows up on time. However, there was a hint of distaste on her face compared to how she looked at her presentation just now. While she retains the same haughty attitude, her gaze keeps sweeping the audience as though she's looking for something. Igla stands faithfully by her side, with prim and alert expression on her own face. After the host announces the beginning of the conference, the journalists around me all raise their hands. Their questions are all meticulously crafted, just like what that man from before said. Yeah. She wants someone to actually be interested in what she's doing, not just all the company business crap. What? What do you mean? What timelines? Because they don't exist anymore. No. Each syllable from Orphalune's lips will move the market needles, influencing the position of the Gerard Group in the industry and the market. But what of Orphalune herself? Did she memorize an utterly boring script before the press conference started, just like what she was doing on the rooftop balcony this afternoon, rehearsing the answers to potential questions? And what about me? Someone gave me this ID. What do they want me to find? Or rather, what do they want me to change? Sorry, I was just thinking about what he just said. What do they want me to find, or rather, what do they want me to change? Because what this is doing is we are learning about Project Eden and everything. But at the same time, we're also learning about Orphalune herself and what kind of person she is. And once again, she really is a good person. So if anything does happen, it's going to be like, what are we going to have to do regarding her as well too? Yes, she has Igla, and Igla is going to protect her to the very end if anything does happen. But what's our role going to be when it comes to Orphalune as well too? I mean, I'm sure we'll find out. I'm just speaking aloud. It's like seeing Orphalune a lot. I do too. Banking, Jang Kong, whatever phone. Wait, what? They want you to save her and expose the evil. Honestly, I think it might be going down that road where we might have to do that. Oh man, working alongside Igla is going to be interesting as well too if we have to, especially after what she did to Kalina. But see, it's funny, we already know that from the beginning because of the video that Leva showed us. We know who Igla is. She doesn't exactly know who we are, but we know who she is. And the thing is, once again, Igla is also a doll. So it's not like Igla did what she did on her own. She was ordered to do so by someone. So we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting. But yeah. Like I said, I'm just throwing thoughts and ideas out there. Does anyone else have any other questions? Orphalune stands to one side. She seems relieved. Meanwhile, her eyes are still sweeping the venue, searching for something. Nobody else is raising their hand. Yeah, this is, we gotta raise our hand. We gotta ask an actual question about her research. Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's like, I know. It's like, Igla she's strong. She's definitely freaking strong. It's like she held her own and then some against Voymastina as well too. Actually, it was kind of the other way around. If there's nothing else... Ah, a moment please. Everyone turns to look at me in surprise. Right as she's about to leave, Orphalune stops and turns to look at me. A hint of surprise crosses her eyes. Are you the journalist from earlier at the balcony? Miss Orphalune, may I ask a question? Orphalune ignores the host's attempts to stop her and takes a few steps forward. Igla immediately tenses up, but Orphalune gestures to her to relax. Of course! I'll be glad to answer your question. Earlier today, I conducted a simple interview with you. During that interview, I mentioned seeing a plant very similar to the kind being studied in your research. The truth is, the plant I was talking about did not come from your Lviv test plots. These plants were discovered in large quantities in the contamination zone and then artificially cultured. The name of this plant is Collapse Epiphylium. These plants have the ability to absorb and release collapsed particles and have been sighted in the red zones. However, the existence of collapsed epiphyliums seems to have been deliberately concealed by someone. I haven't been able to learn about them from the Urnk authorities or the Gerard Group's publicly available literature. You're trying to get stabbed? That's right. We invite the edge. But after hearing your presentation, I noticed a lot of similarities between the two. How do you know so much about them? What I'd like to know is, are these collapsed epiphyliums linked to the plants you're studying? Was Project Eden founded on this technology? Sorry, I just hear the footsteps. And like I said, I read pretty quickly, so my eyes noticed the words before I can say it to you, but... Yup. As I ask my question, the host is already speaking into the walkie-talkie in his hand. Shortly afterwards, several Gerard Group security personnel enter the room and swiftly approach my position. Oh no!
すみません。事前にお知らせした範囲以外の質問はご遠慮願います。
Dear guest, please refrain from asking questions beyond the predefined boundary of interview topics. What do you mean? This is literally her research. You see how all the bullshit just comes into play? Doing so is a violation of the media regulation. How? She knows what I'm talking about. You idiots might not. What happened was, Orphalun's hands tighten around the microphone she's holding. She seems to be hesitating. Her gaze is wavering, and she occasionally glances at Igla, who's standing behind her. Meanwhile, I ignore the host's attempts to stop me and continue addressing Orphalun. Miss Orphalun, yeah. You see? This is good though, because we need to get on Orphalun's good side as well too. Not necessarily because we're not doing it to manipulate her, but we do need information. And now she'll be genuinely curious about how much knowledge we know as well too. So hopefully she'll be able to do certain things, pull some strings or whatever, you know, keep people off of our backs a bit. Hopefully, if things go that way. But Miss Orphalun, I am genuinely interested in your research. I know you have a unique understanding of the ways in which plants can change the environment. Do you not wish to allow the people of the world to know the true nature of your research? Do you not wish to conduct a true interview? Do you want someone to truly understand you, to admire your scientific accomplishments, instead of merely treating you as a mascot for the Gerard group? Oof. Yeah. But this is all true. And it helps that we saw her before and we know how she truly is. The summoned security guards have already reached me. I know that if Orphalun does not wish to proceed further, then the mission will be a complete failure. Yeah, this all rests on her. She needs to do something. There's probably no better opportunity to approach a scientist as heavily protected as her than today. A hulking guard gestures for me to leave. I'm not exactly thrilled to be going, but this isn't a good place to get violent. All I can do is follow the guards and prepare to depart. Okay, good. She did something. Wait, what? Pink instead of blue? Wait. Several long seconds later, Orphalun holds out a hand to stop the guards. Her eyes are shining, and she has a stubborn look on her face. She descends from the stage and runs over to me. You, are you really interested in my research? Do you truly wish to understand the science, not just the effect on the group's stock prices and market reaction? Yes. I'm quite curious about your studies. I would like to know the real Orphalun Gerard, and not just the label of a genius scientist. I knew you were different from those other rabble. Ha! Everyone else got called rabble. Damn. I'm sorry. I love how Igla didn't. You didn't hear footsteps. She didn't like slide into view. No. Igla just materialized behind her. Hilarious. Young mistress. Igla follows closely behind Orphalun and whispers into her ear. After realizing her fox pass, Orphalum quickly resumes her previous attitude.
本日はご来場いただきありがとうございました。
Thank you for coming,
それ
everyone.
では
Let's
失礼いたし
call
ます
the night. Before the host can continue, Orphalum grabs me by the sleeve and drags me backstage. You know what? Too bad if she doesn't approve. This is happening. After going behind the curtains, Orphalum warily glances outside. After ensuring that we will not be interrupted, she continues speaking to me in an excited voice.
エピフィラムの生態まで知ってるの？
You actually know about the operating principles of the collapse of Exilium?
同僚でも知ってる人は
Hardly
そんなにい
anyone
な
in
い
my
のに
lab understands it. What? Hold on. How are they working there? That sounds dangerous. Oh man. Okay. See, this is what really happens behind the scenes and at companies. No one knows what they're doing.
じゃあ私のやりたいことも分かってるわよね。
All those fancy degrees and knowledge. Useless. We are scientists. Yes, exactly. I went to college. Surely you can guess what I'm trying to do, right?
いや
やっぱり待って。心の準備ができて
Hang
な
on.
かった
Let's not talk about it here. I'm not ready for it yet.
そうね。
Let me think. How about this?
あなたの質問何でも答えるわ。
I shall graciously answer
で
your
もそれは
question,
今じゃ
but
ない
not
し
here.
俗物たちの前で話すこと
Not
で
in
も
front
ない
of the what? The hoi pollai? High pol. Hold on. How do you pronounce that?
あなたの質問何でも答えるわ。でもそれは今じゃないし、俗物たちの前で話すことでもない。
I don't know, but how it's spelled. Hoi pollai? Polloi? Hoi polloi? Okay, there you go. Hoi polloi, I guess, yeah.
明日、独占インタビューを手配してあげる。場所は
Instead, I shall grant you a special interview tomorrow. As for the location, how about my lab?
それまでに聞きたいことまとめてきな
At
さい
that
よ
time,
ね。
you'll be able to ask all the questions that you wish to be answered.
期待してるから。
However, you must not disappoint me. Uh-oh. We have to come up with some questions now.
私の研究は株価を上げるだけの道具じゃないってこと
You
は
must convey my
世間に
greatness to the
理解さ
world
せ
and
て
let everyone know that my research doesn't exist to inflate stock prices.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, Miss Orphalum.
ご期待に添えるよう尽力します。
I won't waste the chance that you've given me. Orphalum raises her chin proudly, but she can't keep the corner of her mouth from turning up. She turns to whisper something into Igla's ear. Igla's expression immediately turns complex, but in the end, she nods respectively. Then Igla turns and addresses me in an extremely polite tone.
弊社広報担当の連絡先です。明日のスケジュールに
This
つ
is
い
the
ては
contact information of our PR director. Please speak with him, and he will inform you of the specific arrangements for tomorrow. Igla decorously hands me a card. I nod to her in gratitude as I receive it. Orphalum waves to me with a satisfied look on her face, then turns to leave. Igla follows behind her, but before she goes, she shoots me one final warning look. That's Igla's way of telling us not to show up. Yeah, get out. Exactly. That's exactly. She's telling us, she's like, don't you dare show up to that interview tomorrow. A battle. Rubedo of Awakening. Wait, what's this? Wasn't there another? Albedo of Purification. Okay, yeah. Rubedo of Awakening. Also, It's like you really do have to feel bad for Orphalune on all fronts, because we are technically lying to her as well too. We're not really a journalist, so yeah, it's like it's gonna suck for her on all counts, unless we have connections where we can actually publish this information. I'm trying to think, do we know anyone? We do. We are friends with Namfa though, so yeah, we actually could make it happen if they go into little details like that about the situation. That would be something nice for her. The next day.
編集長、着いたわ。
Chief, we're here. After stepping out of the limo that the Gerard group arranged for us, we find ourselves in front of a white office building. Its inside is a science park on the outskirts of Lviv, and it stands out by being the sole towering structure in the vast park area.
ここか。
So this is the place.
思ったより質素だな。
Looks plainer than I imagined it to be.
ええ、とてもああいう実験をしている場所には見えないわ。
There's no way anyone could tell they're conducting those experiments here.
楽園計画の研究所はまさに楽園だった。
Compared to its surroundings, the Research Institute for Project Eden truly feels like paradise.
見出しはこれでどうですか？
How's that for an opener? Isn't it romantic?
本当に記事を書くわけじゃないんだ。
It's not like we're actually here to write an article, but we should. We just
役
should.
作りは大事ですよ。
Orphalune needs this. You need to really immerse yourself in your character so you don't give yourself away. I look at the time. We set out early to avoid any complications. And so the time right now is 9:40 a.m. 20 minutes from the appointed interview time.
まだ時間があるけど、このまま入る。
We still have some time before the interview. Shall we just head in?
ああ、早いに越したことはない。
Coming early to a meeting is a way of showing respect.
待たせるのは失礼だからな。
It'll be best to leave her with a good impression of us.
行こう。
Let's go. I have the dolls grab the equipment. Then we enter the office building.
こんにちは。お約束でいらっしゃいますか？
Greetings. Please present your proof of appointment.
オルフェルーネさんの独占インタビューです。時間は
We're
10
scheduled
時
for an interview with Miss Orphalune at 10 a.m. The staffer looks at the paper and curls his hand and carefully checks it in the system.
輝きの時代。
So you're from the Shining Age Media Agency with an appointment for an interview. Expected number of visitors is 1 human accompanied by 2 dolls.
問題ありません。どうぞお入りください。
Everything checks out. Please come in. Okay. It's like, what's gonna happen here? Wait. Who? Like, I'm like, wait, artwork? The staffer opens the barrier gate at the
こちら
entrance.
でしばらくお待ちください。すぐにご案内いたします。
Please wait in the reception area with your companions. Someone will come to receive you shortly.
はい。
Alright. Thank you. I lead the dolls to the designated reception area, where we take a seat. The inside of the lab is a lot livelier than its exterior would imply. In addition to busy researchers, each floor has its own assistants which keep the lab running in an orderly manner.
思ったより大きいな。この
Looks like this place is bigger than I imagined.
わお、リビューに来てから驚きの毎日です。
Oh man. Every time she does that. Wow. After coming to Lviv, my neural cloud's being blown on a daily basis. The spy.
こんな豪華な建物が実験室なんですね。
Colfin looks a little sharper. If that's what you mean, maybe. I can't believe they have such big and fancy labs here.
ああ、 それにしても
For some reason, it seems so proper that it feels weird to me instead.
入り口に検査
There
も
wasn't
ない
even a
し
security check at the entrance, and the people inside are coming and going without any restrictions. I mean, when Gerard basically owns everything, it's just like... But yeah, that is a bit too lax. I look at the floor plan in the reception area. It says that this building has 3 floors, with 4 rooms on each. According to the floor plan, the first floor contains the main lounge and various public facilities. The second floor has the lab area and sample storage, while the third floor is an office space for Orphalone. She has a whole floor to herself. I mean, of course she does, because, yeah. Group 2 is monitoring the lab from the outside. They're reporting that there are 2 large structures on the roof that don't show up on the floor plan, and their exact purpose is unknown so far.
大きな施設か
Large structures?
もしかして前に見たパラデウスの施
Don't
設
tell me
と似
there's
たような
the same kind of equipment we saw in that Paradise lab.
まだわからないわ。
We can't be certain yet.
なら調べる
We'll
しかない
find
な
out if we get to check them out later. Halfway through halfway through our observations of the building, a certain someone descends from the floor above.
輝きの時代の皆様、
Yup.
お待ちしておりました。
Welcome, guests from the Shining Age Agency.
こんにちは、イグラさん
A pleasure to meet you, Miss Igla. Igla dips her head in a polite nod, but the wariness in her eyes does not diminish in the least. Clearly, my stunt with Orphalon at the press conference last night has put her on guard again.
お嬢様はあなたのお越しを大層楽しみにされています。
The anticipation which the young mistress holds for your arrival is quite an unusual thing. Igla's tone is polite and restrained, but the hint of warning in her voice is plainly evident. She is carrying a large box, and I wonder if it contains some sort of powerful weapon. The dolls notice it as well and carefully study every move Igla makes, ready for battle at any moment. However, Igla seems completely uninterested in the actions of my assistants. She glances at them briefly, then walks right up to me.
20分早めに来られたのですね。
You are 20 minutes early.
はい兵士にとって
Yes,
とて
this
も大
interview
事
is
な取
very
材ですの
important
で
for my firm, so I did not want to be late.
早すぎると迷惑になる可能性は考慮しなかったのですね。
Only someone with a lack of precise planning in their life would allocate excessive time in their scheduling to avoid lateness.
あなたの部下にはコンプライアンス研修が必要なようです。
And she has that kind of face now, too. I mean, Igla is very, very wary right now. It would seem your assistants need more professional training.
過度な時間前行動は人生の無駄とは思いません。
Don't you think a lot of time in your life is wasted on being early?
いいえ
I don't. Igla's gaze sweeps casually over Groza and settles on my
申
face.
し訳ありません。私の基準を
My
そちらに当てはめて
apologies.
しまったようで
Miss Orphalon's time is strictly planned and managed under my care. Even a minute's deviation will cause a major disruption to her schedule.
お嬢様のスケジュールは
As a result,
私が分刻み
I
で
find
管理して
myself
いる
unconsciously judging others by my standards.
少しの乱れも許され
That
ませ
said,
ん。
Miss Orphalon's
現在
time
は
is
朝食の
rigorously
時間
managed. She is currently having breakfast and does not wish to be disturbed.
インタビューは予定通り10時開始で
Therefore,
よろし
the
いですか
interview will take place at 10 o'clock sharp. Is that acceptable?
ええもちろん
Of course. Igla seems very pleased by my response. She gestures for me to follow her.
その前に私の方から研究
Please
所をご
allow me
案
to
内させ
take
てい
you
た
on
だ
the
き
tour of this facility before the interview.
記事の内容に必要でした。
It will provide you background material for your article. I don't know.
1階は受付とロビーになっております。通常
But it would
お嬢
also
様
be a
や
little
他の
weird to
研究員の
refuse it
取材は
too.
ここで行われます。
It's like, that's the thing. It's that and then some, Tran. Oh, the Nikkei event's gonna be that time consuming? Gotcha. As you can see, the first floor is the public reception area and is typically used for external matters. Normally, interviews with Miss Orphalune and the other research staff would be conducted here.
ですがあなたは重要な客人なので
However,
今回は
you are a special guest
お
of the
嬢
young
様のオフィス
mistress,
へご案
and
内しま
so
す
she specifically insisted that I bring you to her office for the interview.
ご好意に感謝いたします。
I am most grateful for Miss Orphalune's hospitality.
正直これほどインタビュ
Frankly
ーを楽しみにしているお
I
嬢
have
様
never
は
seen Miss Orphalune as excited about an interview as this time. Uh-oh.
どうしてあなたにこれほどの興味が湧いたのか
Could you tell me just how you managed to pique her interest? Yo, Igla does not like this. It's actually pretty hilarious. We ran into Dutcher. Oh man. Do not pass good, do not collect 200 collapse pieces. Yeah. Yeah, no. Igla absolutely hates this.
私にもわかりません。
I'm not sure how I did it.
ただ確かなの
However,
は
I believe that it's been a long time since she was treated as a proper scientist. I sense a hint of caution in her eyes. While her demeanor is flawless, her wariness of me has not faded in the least. Yeah, no. Igla brings us to the second floor in silence. Along the way, she tells us that this floor is the core research area of this facility and features independent identity verification systems. Only visitors who have received Orphalune's approval are allowed to enter. The biosafety labs within are performing the core research task for Project Eden, and they have been the subject of much interest from competitors ever since the project began.
ええそしてそういった不埒な輩を遠ざけるのが私の役目です
However, between the lab's security and security systems and my own protection, none of these spies and thieves have managed to get their way. Igla gives me a meaningful look. I turn to look in the direction Igla is pointing and feign innocence. Yeah, this is hilarious. She's throwing little quips and hints out there on purpose.
この先がお嬢様のオフィスになります
And now, we will proceed to Miss Orphalune's work area. We climb the broad staircase and arrive at the third floor. I check the time. It is 10 o'clock exactly. Igla verifies our identities in front of a big glass door, which then slides open. Huh. The sound of something shattering comes from inside, followed by a panicked yelp.
イグラ助けてこの機械全然言うこと聞かない
Okay, she's not in danger. It was just her. Igla, help me. This stupid thing isn't cooperating. We rush in and find Orphalune standing in front of a complex-looking device. The interior of the room is a mess, and the floor is covered in glass shards and a toppled test tube rack.
お嬢様
Young mistress. Igla rushes forward and swiftly clears up the mess on the ground. Her movements are fast and precise, as though she's long used to such scenarios.
10分目を離しただけでまたご自分で操作されたのです
I
か
was only gone for 10 minutes. Were you trying to operate the equipment by yourself?
最新の実験データをまとめようとしたのに
I was simply trying to display the latest research data, but then this wretched machine refused to obey me. Those clowns from R&D must have messed up the calibration parameters again. Orphalune turns to look at us, and her expression immediately turns to stone. Her long blonde hair is a mess, and her lab coat buttons are fastened incorrectly. She looks nothing like the noble, poised scientific genius described in her file. Evil experiments, yes. As if she okay. But she's not. She's one of the good ones. In this case, well, within Gerard, the only good one. But too funny. Orphalune quickly stumbles a few steps back and almost trips on the shards on the ground. Fortunately, Igla reacts swiftly and catches her. You weren't supposed to come. Wait, you weren't supposed to come at 10. Oh, weren't you? My mistake. I read that wrong. Weren't you supposed to come at 10? Igla, why didn't you inform me beforehand? Young mistress, it is 10 o'clock right now. What? Orphalune's eyes snap to the clock on the wall, and her expression goes from surprise to frustration before quickly shifting to deliberate haughtiness. No matter what, I shall magnanimously forgive your reckless intrusion. Circumstances like this are nothing to me. She quickly sorts out her clothing, straightens up, and tries to regain a sense of dignity, but her lab coat is still rumpled and misbuttoned. Young mistress, please allow me to assist you. Igla produces a new lab coat and a kit bag from the big box she was carrying around, and begins giving Orphalune a high-speed makeover. Yup, super nanny. Orphalune obediently stands still and lets Igla fuss over her like a mother hen with her chick. Hurry, Igla. Don't keep our guests waiting. Yes, young mistress. Igla's movements are swift and practiced. In less than a minute, Orphalune looks good as new. Yep, that's more like it. Yeah, see, Igla loves Orphalune, she does. Once again, Igla begins picking up the scattered lab equipment and documents. Every move she makes looks like it's been precisely calculated to not waste the slightest bit of time or energy. Orphalune clears her throat, then turns to me, her face a mask of deliberate pride and confidence. Welcome to my lab. I am Orphalune Gerard, one of the greatest botanists in the world. What an honor it must be for you to be personally received by yours truly. Pardon the intrusion, Miss Orphalune. We are indeed honored by your presence. Very good. It seems you have some manners. Nothing like those journalists and their boring questions. Orphalune looks me up and down. Her gaze is both curious and judgmental. Yesterday, our conversation on the rooftop balcony was interrupted by Igla. I was wondering, why do you understand my research so well? Most journalists can't even pronounce basic botanical terms. Young mistress, this gentleman is the editor-in-chief of the Shining Age news agency. Surely he must have a wealth of interview experience and a broad knowledge base. I knew that. You didn't have to remind me. What? Oh no. Wriggle started a hashtag. But I agree. Igla seems used to Orphalun's little flare-ups. She simply nods and continues restoring order to the chaos on the floor.
で、何から始めようかしら。
Now that you're
今まで
here,
だと写真
where shall we
撮影
begin
とか
today?
もあったけど、
Igla usually arranges a really boring itinerary for events like these, like having to take pictures, answer questions, those sort of things.
そうですね。撮らせていただきます。
We could start by taking pictures. I give Coffin a look. She quickly moves in front of Orphalun and raises her camera.
少々お待ちを。
You know, I kind of expected this. But yeah, Igla's gonna check everything. A moment, please. Upon seeing Coffin point her camera shutter at Orphalun, yup, Igla hurries over to touch up Orphalun's looks once again. Oh, okay. Helps properly fasten her lab coat, and then discreetly steps out of the frame. I think she was also checking just to see if security, you know.
撮影した写真は
I mean, for
全
security
てチェック
reasons.
させていただきます。
Please allow me to examine the photographs after you're done taking them.
一番写りの良い写真のみ。
I must ensure that all images published by the media depict the best side of young Mistress Orphalun.
もう大げさなんだから、どの角度から見て
Honestly,
も完璧
you
でしょ。
don't have to be so wound up about it. I look perfect from every angle.
ここで提案なのですが、いつもと違う一面を
Actually,
見せ
showing
て
a
いただ
side
け
of
ない
Miss
でしょうか。
Orphalun that contrasts her usual dignified persona could win more public goodwill.
オルフェルーヌさんは
Since Miss
エリート
Orphalun
と
is
しての
typically
印象に
presented
定
as
着してい
part
ま
of the
す。
corporate
ギャ
elite,
ップを見せた方
why
が
not try to show off
親近
her
感を持た
more
れやすいでしょう。
down to earth side?
いいわね。イグラ、いいかしら。
That sounds great. Igla, did you hear that?
ジラードグループのイメージにふさわしくありません。
Such an attempt might incur risk to the Droid Group's public image. After seeing the dejected look on Orphalun's face, Igla quickly adds on to her previous statement.
ですが、お嬢様がそこまでおっしゃるなら
But since it is your wish,
試してみてもいいじゃん。
young mistress, perhaps we could give it a try and see how it goes. Yeah, Orphalun is Igla's kryptonite. With her permission, Coffin does as I said and takes several pictures of Orphalun. After the shoot, Igla examines the contents of Coffin's camera as agreed. Orphalun takes advantage of her distractions to suddenly approach me.
ねえねえ、今日ずいぶん早く着いたらしいじゃない？
Oh, right. I heard that you came to my lab early for today's interview.
はい。こちらも誠意を見せねば
Yes,
と思いま
I
す。
hope that shows my sincerity regarding this interview.
いい心がけね。
Yep, your performance
こ
at
んなにイン
yesterday's
タビュ
press
ーが楽し
conference
みな
was
のは
very
久
good.
しぶりよ。
It isn't often that I'm looking forward to an interview like I am now.
コーヒー飲む？
Would you like
私
some
が入れ
coffee?
てあげてもいいわよ。
I'll make it for you myself.
お嬢様、
Young mistress, that might not be...
大丈夫、一人でできるわ。子供
Igla,
扱いし
I
ないで。
can do it myself. You're always treating me like a kid.
では、いただきます。
Then I shall graciously accept your offer.
いいの？
Huh? You really okay with that?
断る理由がありません。
Why wouldn't I be?
今までの人はなんやかんや断ってたのに。
My colleagues usually come up with some excuse and try to refuse. Uh-oh. Is it going to taste like dirt? Orphalun seems surprised that I said yes. For some reason, it makes me panic a little. Yeah, it's like, uh-oh.
失礼ですが、コーヒーメーカーを使用
I
された
hope you
こ
don't
とは
mind me asking, but do you really know how to use a coffee machine?
ええ、イグラからいろい
Of
ろ教わ
course.
ったわ。
Igla has taught me how to make coffee many times. Granted, I might have forgotten a step or 10. What? But it's no big deal. I don't think there are 10 whole steps to making coffee. Uh-oh. See? Told you. Intelligently stupid. Orphalun confidently heads over to the drinks counter, and Igla's expression grows tense. However, she merely keeps her distance. It seems she wants to see if Orphalune can actually pull this task off on her own.
何がいい？ちなみにラテが一番得意よ。
What would you like? Lattes are my specialty.
ではラテで。
I'll have a macchiato. No. I'll have a latte then. Thank you. Orphalune nods, then heads over to the fridge before taking out a carton of milk and dumping it into the coffee machine.
あ、
Ah,
オルフェルーネさん、そこはミルです。
Miss Orphalune, that's the bean grinder. What? No, seriously, what? Uh-oh.
ああ、また忘れた。
Ah, I forgot again.
これ豆入れるとこだったわよね。
So the
開発部の
coffee
連中
beans go
もっ
in
と分かり
there,
やすく
right?
設計できないの？
Can't those dorks in R&D make it more obvious? I doubt their R&D division built this coffee machine. Did they?
今度こそ覚えたわ。
Alright, I've got it this time. After carefully pondering the situation, Orphalune finally manages to add the milk to the right compartment. Right after that, she engages the grinder. After some humming, coffee powder sprays out of the nozzle.
これでどう？
I got that step right? Oh, I got that step right, right?
ええ、大丈夫です。
Yeah, you did well.
次は。
Alright, next I'll... Just as Orphalune is about to put the ground coffee under the tamper, the coffee machine suddenly starts up without any warning, spraying the ground coffee powder everywhere. Most of it ends up on Orphalune's brand new lab coat. After seeing Orphalune's predicament, Igla sighs, but her eyes are filled with doting kindness. She quickly steps up to take the various implements from Orphalune's hands.
お嬢様、やはり私が
Young
汚れて
mistress,
しまわれました。
perhaps you should allow me to help.
後で着替えましょう。
Your lab coat is dirty again and needs to be changed. A look of defeat and shame crosses Orphalune's face for a moment, but it soon transforms into one of stubborn pride.
手が滑っただけよ。ちょっとミスっただけじゃない。
My hand just slipped. Small things like that are hardly worth mentioning.
そうですね。すぐに新しい白衣を
Of
お持ちし
course,
ます。
young mistress. One moment, please. I will get a new lab coat for you. Orphalune seems used to Igla's pampering and silently accepts this arrangement. Igla takes yet another lab coat out of her huge box. Does she just carry around this box full of lab coats? Like, seriously. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the box, which seems to have originally been intended to transport weapons, is instead filled with... Yeah, that answers my question. Instead filled with various articles of folded clothing. It's immediately obvious that they were all prepared for Orphalune. This is what Igla deals with every day. Once again, Igla changes out Orphalune's lab coat with practiced ease before quickly brewing a latte and handing it to me.
どうぞ。お嬢様がわざわざご用意されたコーヒーです。
Please enjoy it. After all, young Mistress Orphalune made it just for you. Basically, Igla's like, drink it.
入れたのイグラでしょ。
Hey, you were the one who made it.
お嬢様の指示で入れたのですから。実質お
But it
嬢
was
様が入れ
accomplished
た
by
の
your
同然。
instruction. So the credit naturally belongs to you, young mistress.
とにかく飲んでみて。
I love how Orphalune is just immediately satisfied with that reasoning. In any case, give it a try.
いただきます。
Thank you. I take the coffee and sip from the cup. It's really good.
おいしい。
It's delicious. Thank you for your hospitality.
当たり前でしょ。私は一
Sure
番
thing.
いいものしか出さない
Only
んだ
the
から。
best from yours truly. Orphalune smiles smugly, as though she was the one who had made the coffee herself. Igla shakes her head gently, but her eyes are filled with tenderness. Yeah.
さあ、本題に入りましょう。今日はどんな感じ？
Alright, that's enough idle chatter. So, what's the schedule for today's interview?
お嬢様の作業環境の撮影後、
We'll start by taking pictures of your research
お答え
environment,
いただく予定です。
and then we'll have you answer specific questions regarding Project Eden's research direction.
それって今までと同じじゃない。そういうの飽
Isn't
き
that
た。
the same as all those other interviews? That's lame. I'm sick of it.
研究のことを知るなら
Surely the best way to understand my research direction is to directly view our research base, right? That's the only place fit to display my scientific accomplishments.
実験施設。
You want to present your research base?
しかし、この方々に権限は。
But the security level there. Orphalune ignores Igla's hesitation and instead turns to look at me.
今まで外部の人間を通して
How
こと
about
なか
it?
ったけ
Interested?
ど
I bet you've never seen anything like it before as a journalist.
もちろんです。
Of course I'm interested.
今まで公開されなかった施設を切り口に研究所の特
Using a
集を組め
tour
ば
of a research
記事の
base
信
that's
頼性
never
も
been
高まり
made
ますし
public before as a
注
lead-in,
目も集まる
combined
こと
with
でし
an
ょう。
exclusive report on the project's research direction and content, will definitely boost the credibility of the article.
見学させていただけるのなら、すべてのプラットフォームで
If
大
all
々的に
goes
取り
well,
扱う予定です。
I can make sure it makes the headlines on all the major publishing platforms. No, don't promise her things like this. Thank you, P. Thank you. I never would have expected Orphalune to actively suggest that we visit one of their research bases. I decided to accept the offer quickly before anyone can retract it. Looks like today's interview is going far more smoothly than expected.
お嬢様、施設の見学は予定にありません。
Miss Orphalone, you should know that viewing the experimental area is not part of today's itinerary.
勝手なことをすれば、理事会やオレク様への弁明が。
If you head over now, it might create difficulties with the board, and Master Oleg might also...
お父様には私から言っておくわ。
I'll take care, Daddy.
この研究所の責
I'm
任
the
者は
supervisor of
私よ
this。research facility, so don't worry. Yeah, Igla does not like this. Igla's face is as professional and calm as ever, but I can see the uneasiness in her eyes. However, in the face of Orphalune's determined attitude, all she can do is nod.
かしこまりました。
As you wish, young mistress.
ほら、ついてきなさい。
Now then,
科学
follow
の
me, you
奇
lot.
跡を見せてあ
I
げ
shall
るわ。
show you a true miracle of science. Too late, P. Already seen. Grow plant cause global doom? Yes. Wait. Isn't that just isn't that just The Happening? That was the premise of The Happening, basically. Yup. But no. It was the plants themselves. That is, yeah, I can see that trend. Orphalune's macchiato. If she were a rich little girl, yeah. Technically, macchiato is rich. She freeloads there. She doesn't really do anything, remember? She helps out from time to time. One biometric security door after another opens before Orphalune and allows us to enter the research base unimpeded. Igla follows closely behind Orphalune. Her movements are as elegant and flowing as ever. But her eyes sweep the surroundings, paying particular attention to us visitors. After several rounds of tiresome identity verification procedures, we arrive at the roof mentioned by Group 2 before. Ah, so this is the lab. Skylab? However, I don't see anything sinister up here. In fact, a verdant expanse of greenery spreads before me. The flourishing vegetation looks especially vigorous under the sunlight, and a little rainbow arcs through the spray of the irrigation sprinklers. That's actually pretty hilarious. Expectations shattered. When you think, when you were thinking about this lab, it's just like you're thinking all kinds of terrible experiments and stuff. It's just like beautiful Garden of Eden. Orphalune stands to the side, looking upon the plants before her with a gaze akin to that of a proud parent. Mite, behold, this is the cradle of Project Eden, my finest work. All the seeds growing across the leaves test plots were born from this little greenhouse. That's a really romantic origin for them. Botany has always been a romantic field of research. Unfortunately, there just aren't enough people in this world who get it. Those academic fossils just don't get my vision. Orphalune cocks her head smugly and gestures to one particular plant. See that? See what? It's the romance you were talking about. Clueless, I inspect the plant she's pointing at. Orphalune smiles at me, an excited gleam in her eye. When you see the plant hormone signal transduction pathways from a nonlinear dynamic system with chaotic characteristics, when the epigenome expresses itself as a higher dimensional space, its codes forming quasi-steady state attractors, when the quantum coherent state of photosynthesis propagates as a non-Markovian process on the that word got me. Femtosecond? Wow. Femtosecond. Okay, there we go. Femtosecond scale. When an organism forms a complex fractal structure in hyperspace, its Hausdorff dimension exhibiting nonlinear changes over time, the melody they create from the weaving of sine and cosine is the most romantic thing I've ever seen in my life. Yup. Science. Igla is watching from the side, a proud smile on her face, like a parent watching her child showing off her talents. All these science were exactly science. Can you understand the scenes I'm describing?
Yeah.
I shake my head. I'm not equipped with the vision to perceive what an outstanding scientist like you can see. Your insight and knowledge are far beyond the scope of what I can understand. However, I have a few friends involved in science. I can see the light of reason shining through you, and the fruits of your illumination benefit us all. You don't think what I say is obscure or hard to understand or even worthless? As a journalist, my job is to convey technical and scientific content in a way that is easily digestible by the masses. Make big words sound small.
本当に見るべきはその科学者の夢なのです。
When dealing with scientists, we should not try to interpret what they say through a lens of reference, but to view them as equals and try to understand the vision within their hearts. That's actually spot on, yeah.
科学は夢を叶える手段でしかない。そしてその夢こそが
The fruit
評
of
価の
evil.
基準と
Oh
なるべき
no.
です。
Technology is a means of realizing a vision, and the greatness of a vision is the only standard by which its value should be judged.
あなたは
Miss
植物そのものだけ
Orphan, my
でな
guess is
く
that what excites you
植
isn't
物が
just the
この
plants
世界を
themselves,
変える可能性に
but what they can
ロマ
do,
ンを感じている
the sheer
のでしょう。
change they can bring to the world. Am I wrong? Yeah, that's exactly what technology is all about. And technological advancements of all kinds. It's supposed to be about the good of what they can do. But some people like to twist that.
そのありがとう。
I, thank you.
やっと私を分かってくれる
After all
人
these
が
years,
現れた。
this is the first time I've heard an opinion that gets me so well.
正直な感想を述べたまでです。
I was simply saying what I felt.
この研究を始めてから便乗しようとする人間が後を絶たなかった。
Did you know? Ever since I started studying this topic, there have been people trying to profit off my research. Others who wanted to use them to develop new kinds of weaponry. And people, even my own family, who wanted to use this research to build their own reputations. Or Balloon. I don't know what to tell her. She was born into the Gerard group. That's, She just summed up the Gerard group. Damn. Yeah, and they're still trying to do that. Remember, even that press conference, they were just profiting off the stocks. That's all they cared about.
グループやお父様の力にはなりたい。でも
But none of them really wanted to know what I was studying. I'm not saying I don't want to contribute to the group or Daddy, but
あの人たちの目には
they just
利益しか映
can't
って
see
い
this
ない。
this beauty. Wait, what? Commercialized, commodified, yes. It's true. It's all big business. That's the only thing that matters. Trust no one except your dolls. And like 2 actual humans. Damn. It's like, yup. Yup. And I mean, it's like there's a few more than 2, but for the most part, it's like, yes, Kalina and Orphalune. Those are really the only 2. Everyone just, oh, that's not true. I can't say that. The whatchamacallit, the underground merchants and everything like that, them too. What's her name? Polonitsa? So yeah, there's more people, but yeah, they're far and few in between, sadly. Everyone just wants to enrich themselves. There is an undercurrent of fragility in Orphalune's voice, but she instantly recovers from her former pride. Still, none of that matters. It's not like I need other people to understand me anyway. Orphalune leads me into an isolation chamber. Then she presses a button inside it, which seems to activate some kind of device. However, there is no visible change outside the chamber after the activation. This is... I'm currently releasing radioactive particles inside the greenhouse to adjust the ambient radiation intensity.
思ったより薄い反応ね。
You don't seem very surprised.
今までの人間
In
だ
the
ったら
past, all the
さっきの
higher-ups
話
who
を聞
heard
いた
that
瞬間
ran
に
off
逃げ出すのに
ran off the first chance. I was just about to say, most people would just run. They're like, what do you mean you're releasing radiation? Wait, what? Nikki Team also wants to enrich us? I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
鈍感な人間ですね。
Like, I'm not sure what situation you're talking about at the moment because I haven't done the new event or the main story, but gotcha. Maybe it's because I'm not that sensitive to radiation.
そう？変な人。
Is that so? You're weird.
でも安心しなさい。
He's
ここは安
weird.
全よ。この私がそんな自殺行為するわけないでしょ。
The great enrichment of 2025. Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I'm not picking up what you're putting down, Riggle. Still, you don't have to worry. We've taken rigorous measures to protect our current position. Yours truly is the most important person in Gerard Group. Who would be dumb enough to throw themselves into a radiation bath? Yeah? The instrument displays inside the isolation chamber indicate that the equipment is indeed functioning normally under Orphalon's operation.
お嬢様、実験を長引かせるとこの後の予定に響きます。
Young mistress, please don't spend too long in the lab. It will affect the rest of your schedule. Huh. Actually, seeing all this actually being in the lab, talking about her research, they've already done it, actually. Igla knows this. Yeah, I just thought about that. It's what they use against Kalina and them. It's already been done. I don't know. My mind just realized that.
もう心配しなくてもちゃんと時間を見てるわ。
Oh, the difference in the versions. Gotcha. Okay. But yeah. You worry too much, Igla. I know my limits. Igla does not press the issue. Instead, she stands silently on the sidelines, remaining vigilant and ready to respond to any potentially dangerous situations. Look, over there. I look at the plants on the test plot. After being exposed to radioactive particles, their leaves slowly open, and soft buds emerge at the end of their stems. This is followed by the buds blooming one after another, revealing flowers that look like they come out of some fever dream. The colors of the petals are like the sprinkler rainbows. There we go. Changing with the angle of observation. The instrument displays indicate that the particle density is falling as the flowers bloom. Just as the flowers fully bloom, Orphalon presses another button. It looks like it's connected to some kind of energy collection device. The moment Orphalon presses the button, a flare of light fills the greenhouse, following which a holographic display comes to life. Its contents constantly shift, like it's showing off the development process of a large future city. The scene goes from a set of radiated ruins to a series of high-rise buildings skyrocketing from the ground, dense green forests spreading between the buildings until they cover the entire globe.
見た？これが楽園計画の導く未来よ。
You see? That's the future of Project Eden. Okay. That makes sense why it's called Project Eden. This is her vision. This is what she wants to do. Yeah, all in all, this project isn't a bad thing. It's just that people are gonna use it to do bad things, that's all.
今見たホログラムデモンストレーションで消費した電力は1メガワット時。すべて植物が放射線を吸収したことによって生まれ
The
たエネルギ
holographic
ーよ。
projection we just saw consumed 1 megawatt, I think. Yeah, that is megawatt. Megawatt of electrical power, all provided by the energy converted from the radiation absorbed by those plants.
私が作った品種は
The specifically selected plants I've cultivated can be connected to soil-based energy collection devices, which can transmit the power gathered by the plants to upstream power storage facilities. By connecting them in a series, we can scale the applications of the collapsed particle power generation effect as needed.
運用規模に
No
よって
matter how big or
畑の
small the
面積を
target
調
area
整
is,
すれば
we can use
その地域
different
の
sized
コーラ
plots
ス
of
粒粒子
energy
を
collecting
電気に
gardens
変
to
えられる
absorb
ってわけ。
ambient collapse particles to generate power. Yeah, so I see exactly how that works. Basically, plants absorb radiation. Plants bloom, these good particles come out. Bad stuff goes in, good stuff comes out. Continuous, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Continuous indefinite energy? As well, like perpetual, I guess? It's like, so there you have it. Yeah, that'll kind of solve the radiation problem and energy issues all at once.
楽園計画が順調に進めばリビウ周辺の実験畑だけでも
If we can
毎日
successfully
5000
initiate Project
の
Eden
電力を
tomorrow,
賄え
the
るわ。
test plots in the yellow zone around Lviv will generate 5,000 megawatts of power per day.
それがどういうこと
You know what
か
that means,
わか
right?
るわよね。
リビウ全体の消費電力に等しい。
It means those plots can supply the entire power demand for all of Lviv.
そう。
Precisely.
私の研究は
My research will completely revolutionize the field of energy. Yeah. Perpetual. Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to. Oh, man. Wait. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Her research is tied to the giant plant monsters and stuff. Wait. But how long has this been going on? Because if that's the case, I'm trying to put things together in my mind as well too. Because Paradise, that's why. How much of her research have they been using to do the experiments that they've been doing?
成功した暁には私を嘲笑った年寄りたちがこぞってひれ伏すに違いないわ。
Those geriatric goons who laughed at me will all be begging for my forgiveness in no time. Yeah, no, I know it's definitely been going on. Like, for a while, for years. It definitely has. I'm just, like, wondering how many different experiments and, you know, how many different instances of things that, you know, that we don't even know about that they've been doing. Like, it's crazy. As I listen to Orphalon's explanation, I am reminded of Persica's remolding pattern technology. But if this is just a recreation of the technology Persica was using, then this so-called Project Eden doesn't seem particularly harmful. Again, it's only harmful in the wrong hands. But is that really all? Is everything she told me today really the truth? Orphalune doesn't seem to have realized my suspicions and continues speaking.
今公表されているのは第一段階、すなわち植物による放射線除去。
The portions of Project Eden that have been announced are only the first phase of the plan, namely plant-based radiation cleansing. You can use it for health too. That's the thing. You should be able to use it for people.
でもいずれは新しい生態系を築いて、リビウの
As the
再
plan
生どころか
progresses,
世界
these
中の
culture
環境
plants will
改
become
善も
part of a
夢じゃない
unique ecological framework, one that will not only restore life to Lviv, but change the living conditions of people around the world.
汚染エリアのコーラプス粒子
And when
濃
the
度は大
time
幅に
comes, the
低下し
particle density in the
グリーンエリア
contamination
とホワ
zones
イ
will
トエリア
plummet,
の
while
エネ
the
ルギー
energy
コストも
costs in the
削
green
減
and
さ
white
れるわ
zones will be greatly decreased. It's truly a win-win situation.
私がロレンを本当の楽
I'll
園
turn
に
the
導
earth
くの
into
よ
a true Garden of Eden.
見くびった人も全員見返して
All those people who doubted me will have to apologize to me then.
そして
I could even
フランクフルトに戻っ
go back to Frankfurt. Orphalune seems to realize that she's made a slip of the tongue and falls silent.
そういえばあなたはフランクフルト事件の生き残りらしいですね。
I remember that you mentioned in a certain interview that you were present during the Frankfurt incident.
留学先だっ
Yes,
た
I
わ
was studying abroad in Frankfurt and got caught up in the attack.
死ぬかと思った
I thought I would die there.
でも幸運にも生き延びた
Fortunately, I survived.
そんな辛い経験をされている
May I ask a potentially
な
offensive
ぜ戻
question?
ろうと思うのですか？
Since you almost died in Frankfurt, why do you still want to go back?
あの時見たのよ
That's because when I was there, I saw...
お嬢様
Young mistress. Just as Eagle is about to stop Orphalune from speaking, her communicator suddenly rings. She frowns and glances down at it, but in the end she turns away to take the call.
かしこまりました
Understood.
どうしたの
What happened?
申し訳ございません緊急な用事です
My apologies, young mistress. A sudden emergency has come up which requires my immediate attention.
またグループで何かあったのいつも肝心な時に
Is it more
イグ
group
ラは
business?
私の助手なのに
Why do you keep doing this at key moments? You're my assistant, Igla.
シルロビグ様直々のご連絡です急を要すると
It was a call from Lady Chiloveg herself. Uh-oh. Chiloveg. You can add her to that list of your sayings with a certain tone. Christopher. Zimmerman. Chiloveg. She said the situation was urgent and needed me to proceed immediately.
シルロビグ
Orphalune's expression softens a little when she hears that name.
じゃあ仕方ないわねよろしく伝えといて
It can't be helped then. Go, Igla, and say hi to her for me.
はい他の助手に本日の予定を
I
伝
shall.
えましたので
I've already notified the other assistants. They will help with their schedule for the rest of the day.
私がいないからといって許可なく実験を行ったり
Please do not conduct any unsanctioned experiments while I'm away. And please do not take our guests deeper into the research area.
分かったわよ子供じゃないんだから
I'm not a kid.
何かあればすぐ私にお知らせください何があって
Also,
も
please contact me immediately if you need anything. I will rush to your side no matter where I am. There's clear worry in Igla's voice, and the concern in her eyes is apparent as she looks at Orphalune.
分かった分かった早く
Yes, yes, I know. Now go. Igla turns to look at me, and that feeling, and that fleeting gentleness is gone.
編集長本日はありがとうございました引き
Sir
続き
Editor,
部をわきまえ
I
た行
thank you
動を
for
お
your
心がけくだ
interest
さ
in the
い
young mistress's research. But I hope you will remember that there are some lines which should not be crossed.
お嬢様の身に何か起きれば すぐ私
If
の
the
方
young
に連絡
mistress
が
is inconvenienced in any way, I will know immediately.
くれぐれも
So I
お
urge
忘
you
れ
to
なく
tread carefully. Saying so, Igla bows, then turns and strides away.
やっと行った。イグラにはお世話になりっぱな
Phew.
しだけど、
She's
時々
gone at
本
last.
当にうるさいのよね。
Igla's really capable, and she does care for me. But she can be a real pain at times. She always treats me like a kid. That actually sounds interesting, P. It does, actually. I'd try it.
ところでチルロビグさんは何者ですか？
This Lady Chiloveg, who is she?
ああ、グループの科学者兼私の友達よ。
She's a friend and a fellow researcher from the group. Orphalune shrugs and doesn't linger on the topic.
さて、イグラもい
Now
ない
that
し、
Igla's gone, we can have a
好きなだけ
proper
喋りましょう。
discussion. I can say whatever I want without her breathing down my neck. Orphalune visibly relaxes. She even pumps her fist in excitement, like a child who's finally escaped her guardian. Damn. After turning off the equipment, Orphalune and I exit the lab.
楽しす
私も同じで。
Click too fast.
楽しすぎて一瞬だったわ。
Talking to you was so much fun that I lost track of time. Me too. I hope that doesn't affect your upcoming itinerary.
いいのいいの。
Oh,
どう
don't
せ
worry
いつも
about it.
つまらない
It's
業
just
種
some
なんだから
unimportant advertising stuff. Hardly worth my attention.
あ、そうだ。記事が公開された
Ah,
ら
yes.
SNS の
When
反
you
応を
publish
集
your
めて
article,
送ってくれる
could you help me gather the opinions of the public?
イグラに SNS を
Igla
使うな
usually
って
keeps
言
me
わ
off
れてるから
social media,
アカウント
so I'd
持
love
っ
to
て
know
ない
how
の
I
よ
appear
ね
in others' eyes.
もちろん。
Ah, of course. I suddenly feel a little guilty as I meet Orphalune's sincere gaze. Yeah, like I said, I'm like, oh. It's like, don't promise her things. While this interview is an important part of the fact-finding process, the fact remains that I'm still lying to her. All I can do now is try to learn the truth ASAP, find Helena, and completely dismantle Paradeuce's scheme. Speaking of Paradeuce, based on my conversation with Orphalune today, she doesn't seem to know anything about Paradeuce, and her understanding of collapse of Exiliums remains at an application level. Her answers to my questions today also seem sincere enough. Based on her performance today, she doesn't strike me as someone who's given to putting on false pretenses. If she's really telling the truth, then is Paradeuce using her research and controlling events in Lviv from the shadows? Absolutely. I find myself at a loss over whether I should believe what she just said.
オルフェルーネさん、最後に一つお伺いしても。
Miss Orphalune, may I ask you one last question?
ええ、いいわ。
Go ahead. If it is within my ability, I'll answer it.
この研究で壁に当たったことはありますか？
During the course of your research, did you ever run into any bottlenecks?
壁？
Bottlenecks? You mean...
前提としてあなたの能力を疑っているわけで
Let
はあ
me
り
get
ません。
this out of the way beforehand. I am not doubting your abilities.
ただあなたのような若い
It's just that a
科学者が
scientist as young as yourself being able to complete such a large project is quite a breathtaking feat. Orphalune's expression suddenly turns complex. She bites her lip and looks like she's considering how to answer. It's like, that's the thing. Again, she's not evil or anything. But we know that Paradeuce has their grubby little hands in everything. Strawberry preserves? No. That's where I draw the line, sir. What do you mean? It doesn't even tutorial how to collect rewards. Stop.
答えたら記事に書くの？
Will you publish my answer as part of your article? Will you tell everyone?
そうしてほしいですか？
Do you want me to? Orphalune hesitates. That fleeting weakness from before appears again, but vanishes instantly.
確かに他の人間から技術援助を受けたことは
It's
ある
true
わ。
that I received some technical support from other scientists during the course of my research. For instance, that Chiloveg I mentioned just now is also my best friend. Some other corporation-affiliated researchers gave me some help. Well, so did those clowns in R&D. Okay. I think we got our answer, though. I think we were trying to fish for whether or not she got, like, funding or this or that, but if she's answering like this...
けれど全体の構想、仮説、理論モデルの提唱から研究所の
But I can
設立
assure
まで
you that the
全部
conception of the
私一人の
project,
力よ。
the theoretical models and framework, the establishment of the research facilities, all of those were the result of my work alone.
信じてくれないかもしれない
You
け
might
ど
not believe it, but
私
Orphalune pauses again, then takes a deep breath before continuing.
真理を見たわ。
Oh? This is interesting. I've seen the truth.
真理？
The truth?
ええ。あの時目の前に真理が広がって
Back then, the truth was revealed to me.
今私が理解しているすべて
Everything I understand now comes from what I realized at that moment. Wait. Is she talking about Frankfurt and Nirvana?
やっぱり変よね。
That sounds so abstract now that I think about it. Just pretend I was talking nonsense. I think that's what she was about to say back then, before she was interrupted. About what she's... Huh.
今のオフレコでお願いね。
And don't you dare publish it.
わかりました。
I understand. While I don't quite understand what she's trying to say, I nod obediently, then begin packing up and prepare to leave. However, Orphalune picks this moment to speak again.
あのさ、
Did you know?
昨日の記者会見の後、お父様が
Daddy
電話を
called
く
me
れたわ
after that press conference last night.
普段はイグラに伝言を預けてばっかなの
He
に。
doesn't call me often. Igla usually relays all his messages.
すみません。もしかして私の件で？
I'm sorry, was it because I...
違う。
No, not at all. He's actually busy dealing with investigations from the URM, so he doesn't have the time to worry about me.
じゃなきゃとっくに何か理由をでっち上げて
Otherwise,
あなたを逮捕してた
Given
わ
his way of doing things, he'd probably have had you arrested on charges of disturbing public order.
脅かすつもりはないの。
Ah,
それ
I'm
だけ
sorry.
リスク
I
があったの
didn't
に
say that
あ
to
の場
scare
に
you.
来てくれたことを
I
感謝
just wanted to
し
say
てい
that
る
I'm very glad that you were willing to interview me, even if doing so was risky for you.
の。あなたと話して初めて誰かに理解さ
After
れる気
talking
持
to
ちを
you,
知ったわ。
I feel like someone finally gets me for the first time.
今までずっと
I've been living under the spotlight that the Drawer Group turned on me for all
若
these
き
years,
天才科学者を
playing
演
the
じて
role
き
of
た
a capable young scientist.
ジラードグループの信用が失
My
われた
purpose was
時
to
の
show
看
up
板
and
になる
gather
のが
support when faith
私
in
に
the Drawer
与え
Group
られた
declined.
役目。
After all, they needed a pure, presentable symbol. Yeah, they're just using her for their image.
もちろん一族の人間
Of
とし
course,
て当然
that
の
was my
責任
duty
よ
as part of the family.
お父
After
様
all,
は全て
the
を
lab
与
you
え
just
て
saw
くれ
was
た。
funded and built by the Drawer Group.
研究所だって
Father
グルー
gave
プが
me
出資
just
したん
about
だか
everything
ら。
I needed.
でもたまに思うの
But I've
よ。
always thought that my life shouldn't be limited to performing on a stage. At times, I wonder, would I be happier if I wasn't the heiress to the Gerard Group? Would I be happier if I were just an ordinary researcher? It's strange, really. When I saw you that day, you looked totally suspicious, like an industrial spy trying to dig secrets out of me. But my instincts told me that you were trustworthy and that you would understand me. Yup. Oh no, Frankfurt in the sky. But I do think that's what she meant, though. All the knowledge just came pouring into her because she saw the truth that day. Like a near-death type experience thing. So, have we met before? I don't think so. I see. Well, then I guess it must have been fate that we met. In any case, make sure you share what I told you today with the world. I will do my best when writing this article. That way, everyone will be able to understand the real you. Thank you. Also, please remember that I'm not trying to solicit pity here. I just want everyone to know the true value of my research. Before leaving, I bid Orphalum farewell. She waves and watches me leave. While I still find it hard to trust anyone at the moment, I'm starting to believe that Orphalum is truly unaware of Paradis's plans. My next task is to contact Leva and the others, share what I know with Nampa, and let them conduct a more in-depth investigation. As for that little lady, I can only hope her wish comes true. The stand-in assistant escorts us outside the lab and then leaves. The Gerard Group vehicle that's here to pick us up is waiting outside the park area. What's next, Commander? Something about that Lady Chiloveg, whom Orphalun, there we go, and Iga mentioned bothers me. From what Orphalun said about her, she sounds like a pretty important figure, and she's involved with Project Eden to some extent. Most importantly, I don't think just anyone would get Igla away from Orphalun's side, especially since I, whom Igla clearly didn't trust, would be with Orphalun. This is true. Assuming Orphalun really is innocent, could this Chiloveg be the one pulling the strings? What if she's been the one manipulating Orphalun from behind the scenes all this time? In that case, Orphalun's complete innocence would make sense, right? If so, then the place that Igla is going to now is very suspicious. I can't just let a good chance like this slip away from me. Groza, can you have Group 2 trace the location where Igla went to? I think so. They actually just dispatched a squad to follow her. Alright, then we'll... Hang on. Group 2 is reporting armed forces approaching the lab. No. What? The heck? Like, where we are now? Uh-oh. Before I can take another step, a massive explosion comes from the lab behind us. A grenade caves in part of the research building, and thick black smoke billows up from behind the structure. I can see the silhouettes of many people through the building's windows. The sound of an intense gunfight can be heard from within. Looks like Kruger was right. Someone's gunning for the young miss. Groza, have Group 2 break stealth. Engage the attackers and get the situation here under control. Understood. Moving now. Aw, man. Yeah, they're going for her. Yes, they busted the wall. Eat! Look out! They've got some nasty firepower. The enemy squad is well prepared. Engage with caution. Oh no, it's a Danda gate. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Oh, where is she? There she is. It just looks so funny. Oh no. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. Well then, here's what we do. Let me switch them around. It's like, yeah, we'll let Voymastina go second, since it's since this is her event, or she's she's one of the main ones in this event. I'm just looking around real quick. All right. Oh. Well. I guess it doesn't matter if she goes first or not then. That's right, it's automatic. That is extremely satisfying. Okay. Since this has only been like one of 2 battles, we'll just watch. Uh-oh. That poor diner gate. I'm sorry. There's just something so glorious about just nuking something so small. Oh man. It's great. Go team destruction. And now everything is fire. She's just not even fair. No, it's this poor diner gate. He's like, guys. He's the very last one. Oh no. Wait, what's happening? Oh, okay. I guess she was the only one really in range. Ugh. Oh, that's great. Dimitri? Listen. Dimitri also went out with a bang. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry, P. The heavy metal door seals shut, hedging out the clamor of the outside world. Inside the lab, the only sounds are the low humming made by various precision instruments echoing in the spacious interior. There is a faint scent of disinfectant in the air, blended with a unique static odor produced by electronic equipment. The atmosphere here is oppressive and choking. In the center of the room is a specially made chair. It has a high back, and its metal armors have manacles built into them. The chair is covered in various complicated buttons and indicator lights. Its surface is made of some kind of black material that looks cold and hard. Alva has been stripped of all her equipment and bound to the chair. Ah. So she got captured. They didn't just kill her. Yeah, her head is lowered and her eyes are dark. She is currently shut down. Cables of various thicknesses are plugged into her bodies. They are connected to devices surrounding her. A huge monitor displays constantly shifting complex data and waveforms. Several lab-coated marionette doll researchers are working around Alva. They have received extensive and sophisticated biosynthetic external customization, so their facial expressions look exceedingly lifelike. However, the way their fingers fly across the keyboards exudes an inhumanity that is difficult to hide. From time to time, they will glance up at the data on the big screen and frown, as though they've encountered some problem. One researcher carefully adjusts the cables coming from Alva, ensuring there's a good connection to the equipment. Another researcher carefully studies the data on the screen, constantly taking notes. Yet another researcher is holding a tablet PC, but a closer inspection reveals that they are actually playing a game. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy metal door opening shatters the lab's silence. Igla's stride is even, like a society gentleman entering a grand theater. Her gaze coldly sweeps the room and instantly locks onto the researcher who's playing solitaire in the corner. Her lips curl with an almost undetectable disgust, but she maintains her composure.
ダミー人形たちの服装と装飾、本当に必要ですか?
Is there really a need to dress up these marionette dolls and have them act out on this charade? That does sound like them from Ghost in the Shell, yeah.
この方が綺麗じゃん?
It's called aesthetics, Miss Igla. Aesthetics. In response to Igla's question, a figure slowly rolls out of the shadows on a swivel chair. I wonder who this is. She has a cup of hot coffee in one hand, which she is stirring with a spoon in the other. The murky coffee has so much sugar in it that it's practically solid. Her smile is bright and sinister. Her eyes are wide, but there is a mania in them.
チルロビブ様。
Lady Chilove. Igla's slightly wrinkled brow and the revulsion in her eyes indicates her true feelings about the researcher.
私をお嬢様から引き剥がしただけの理由、終わりなのでしょうね。
I hope there was good reason for you to summon me while young Mistress Orphalum was receiving guests.
まあまあ、そんな怖い顔し
Ah,
ないよ。
relax. Chiloveg tilts her head back and finishes the coffee in one gulp, then spits it all back out.
むずっ
I love the way she said that. Bleh. That was awful.
何の茶番ですか?
What is the meaning of this?
私の尊敬してる人の生活スタイルを真似てるんだけど。
I wanted to try and live like my idol in order to spark some inspiration. However, I'm bad with sweet stuff.
そこのここ掃除して。
Oh yeah. Clean it up, Janny. A marionette doll steps in from the sidelines and cleans up the floor. Chiloveg chuckles and puts the sediment-filled mug back on her table, then kicks off the ground to set her spinning chair revolving until she gets dizzy.
ごっこ遊びも結構ですが。
See? These are the real scientists. They're all mad. You are free to enjoy your personal amusements.
用事がないようでしたが。
But the reason why I rushed here upon receiving the news was to obtain results, not appreciate your aesthetics.
お嬢様は大事な
The
客
young
人の
mistress is
対応中です
entertaining important guests,
一人にさせ
and I
たくあ
cannot
り
be
ません。
away for long. Despite Igla's polite tone, the annoyance in her eyes is growing. She walks slowly to the center of the lab. Her gaze locks on the bound Alva. Her gaze locks on the bound Alva, like she's inspecting an exquisite but flawed work of art.
相変わらず堅物なんだから。
Aw, lighten up, Miss Igla. Did you know? The way you frown reminds me of my kitty at home. Or reminds me when my kitty at home gets mad. Chilveg laughs in a melodramatic way and even jumps out of her chair, hopping and skipping over to Igla and making a kitty's got claws gesture at Igla. Your sense of humor is as striking as ever. Get to the point. I need to return to the young mistress's side. Young mistress this, young mistress that. Every other word out of your mouth is about Orphalum. Ah, I'm so jelly. Fine then. What I want to say is, we've gained absolutely nothing from hacking into her. Nada, zip, zilch. It was a catastrophic failure. Jilovek's tone suddenly switches to a theatrical depression. She collapses into her chair, face falling into a mask of exaggerated despair as she tilts her head back to gaze at the ceiling. The only one's doing the good experiments. Yes, clearly. Her neural cloud's been completely locked down. Nobody's been able to get into it. I've tried 107 different methods to try and crack it, but none of them worked. My guess is that this is the legendary Pandora code I've heard so much about. Fucking geniuses, I swear to God. Seriously, it's been 10 years and nobody's been able to crack it yet. Pretty scary, don't you think? Yeah, actually, that is pretty damn impressive. A whole decade. In any case, my plans to get into her base layer through direct access methods look like a bust. Oh, there you go, P. Someone finally said it. Lame. How disappointing. Did you pull me away from the young mistress's side just to tell me that? Humor isn't humor's ass. Yes, Igla hates her so much. Shitty person? That's an understatement. But I needed to throw the incredible and amazing processing power of a third-gen doll like yourself this particular problem. I mean, there's no doll in the jar group who's better at electronic warfare than you are, right? That's not true. Well, technically, Darcher isn't part of them anymore, so... So, it is technically true. And why should I help you? It's so that... Igla glares coldly at Chiloveg, who responds with an ingratiating and annoying smile as she rubs her hands together. It's so that we can better implement the young mistress's Project Eden, of course. The considerable effort Defy expended to seize that box suggests they likely had a lot of data on the specimen inside. We might find top secret information in there to help the young mistress overcome her technical barriers. Did it sound like I was trying to trick you? Igla lightly adjusts her cuffs with her slender fingers. Her movements are simple, but there is a chilling pressure in them. Reactivate her. Oh? Are you sure you're doing this? Really, really sure? That cat face, too. Chiloveg's eyes light up, and she suddenly cozies up to Igla. a look of something resembling surprise on her face. Chilopeg, though, she's such a great character, but she's just very, very evil.
何をお考えになられているかは知りませんが、私には関係のないことです。
It's not like whether hidden agendas you may have can do me any harm.
ひどいな。私の行動は全部
what's
オルベル
that
ーネ
supposed
の
to
ため
mean?
を思ってのことなのに。
Of course, the young mistress's well-being is my top priority. I just happen to be able to get a little something out of it too. Igla does not answer her. She only unreels a cable from her own access port.
気をつけてね。防壁の突破に失敗したら。
Be careful when hacking her. If you fail to break through her barriers, she'll probably self-destruct on the spot.
そうなったらお手上げだよ。
And that would be game over.
操作を始めてください。
Focus on your work, Lady Chilove. Igla's tone does not change, but there is an undeniable authority in her words.
時間は等しく平等です。
I am sure you are aware that time is not
無駄
on
にする
either
余裕
of
は
our
ありません。
sides.
オレクのじじい、
What's
あんたの
this?
動きに気づいちゃったん
Has
だ。
old man Oleg already found out you've been messing around behind his back? Uh-oh. Oh. I wonder, did Igla actually do that on her own? The whole thing with Kalina? Let's see.
思ったより頭いいじゃん。
Looks like that old dude isn't as dumb as he looks.
もしあんた
If
の
he
やり
finds
と
out
して
you
る
were
ことに気
interfering
づ
with
い
his business. Damn.
発言にはお気をつけください。
Mind your words, Lady Chilove.
はいはい。イグラ
Yes, yes, you're the best, Boss Igla. Boss Igla's the fairest. Boss Igla's wish is my command. Why do you need a hug, P? What have you done? Nah. Chilovek bows in an over-the-top fashion to show that she's ready to cooperate, and her eyes shine ever brighter. In response to Chilovek's acquiescence, the marionette dolls dressed up as humans begin moving without a command, as though they had been suddenly infused with life force. Their movements are mechanical and precise, with no hesitation or delays. They follow procedures meticulously. The click of switches and the humming of machinery is like a prayer for resurrection. Electrical current flows through the cables plugged into Alva and into her entire body. She reflexively struggles and groans in pain. However, the bindings which secure her in place leave her unable to move. The awakening process takes some time. After a while, Alva slowly opens her eyes, her blurry vision slowly focusing into clarity. After surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, she turns to the marionette dolls, now frozen in place, their earlier flurry of movement replaced by vacant stares fixed on her. She does not catch the silhouette of Chilovek. Instead, her gaze goes straight to Igla. Upon seeing her, Alva suddenly relaxes and smiles. Igla raises an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. That is her sole expression of surprise. Just raises an eyebrow. She gracefully adjusts her jacket and slowly walks up to Alva, a look of calm judgment in her eyes.
その反応は予想外です。何を笑っているのですか？
I have to admit, your response was rather unexpected. May I ask what amuses you so?
お前の無力さ。
I'm smiling because you're completely out of options. Yeah, basically. If they're trying to hack into her and everything, then that means that they've hit a dead end. Alva's tone is calm, but with an undercurrent of mockery in it.
私のメンタルへのハッキングに失敗したんだろう。
You've already tried to hack my base layer, haven't you?
成功していたら私を起動
And
さ
if you
せたり
succeed,
なんかしない
and if you succeeded, you wouldn't have powered me back on. Wait, what? Oh, beep boop? Yeah, it's true. That's all you hear in the background. That would be funny if Alva said that. After smiling and looking at her, she's just like, beep boop. Can't understand you. Igla's eyes flash coldly.
そしてお前がここにいるということは
Also, the fact that you're here can only mean one thing. Voymastina is harder to capture now that
居
she's
場所す
moving
ら見
alone,
当がつい
isn't
てい
she?
ない
Your target is smaller now. You might not even be able to locate her at all.
じゃなければ唯一彼女に対抗でき
Otherwise,
る
there
戦
is
力
no way that you,
前
as the
線か
one
ら離
person
れ
who
る
can
わ
fight
け
her on even terms, would possibly leave the battlefield.
私なんかよりボイマスティナと
After
話
all,
がしたかったんじゃない
I'm
のか
just an unimportant side character, aren't I? Ooh. Alva got her back from last time, from part 1. Yeah, when she called her that. She pauses, then continues.
ボイマスティナの捕獲も私に対するハッキングのいずれも
The
失
reason
敗
you're
した
here, and not at the front, is plain and simple. You failed to capture Voymastina, and to crack my neural cloud.
内心
In
相
other
当
words,
苛立っているはずだ
You are completely out of options, and it's eating you up inside. Igla chuckles. Her laughter is elegant and melodious, but cold as ice. She approaches Alva and reaches out to lightly lift her chin, feigning gentleness.
興味深い考察ですがいい加減と言わざるを得ません
Your powers of observation deserve praise, but you are jumping to conclusions.
あなたは今敵を挑発していい立場
Trying
に
to
ないこ
anger
と
your
を自覚
opposition
して
is
いま
not
す
wise, especially given your current situation.
これからあなたに起こることを
What I can do to you
ぜひ楽しみにしてください。
far exceeds what you can imagine.
ははーんもうやっちゃうの
Oh, is this where the fun part begins? Chiloveg has moved behind Alva at some point. She claps excitedly, a twisted glee twinkling in her eyes.
アルバちゃんあんたが後でどうなるか楽しみだな
Oh,
泣き
Alvacha.
叫びながら許しを請う中
Alvachka.
メンタルが
Did you know?
崩壊
Miss
する
Igla might look as meek as milk, but there's no limit to how far she'll go to get the job done. I'm actually kind of curious as just what she'll do to you. Will you cry and leak snot everywhere? Will you scream and beg for mercy? Or will you just go mad and have a psychotic breakdown on the spot?
お前は
You. Alva's composure shows its first crack upon noticing Chiloveg's presence.
確かあの時
Aren't you
死んだはずなんなん
supposed to be dead?
でもそれより自分のこと心配した
That's
方
the
がいい
least of
よ
your worries right now, my dear. Chiloveg's voice is filled with a childlike curiosity and excitement. She bends down and speaks into Alva's ear, but she does not whisper, ensuring that Igla can hear her too.
イグラって普段は超真面目だけど結構えぐいからね
Miss Igla might appear dignified, elegant, and proper as hell, but in private, oh boy.
きっと
I bet she's going to play all kinds of games with you.
シルロビグ様その辺でご容赦を
Lady Chiloveg, while your eagerness is most touching, would you mind reining yourself in a little? Igla's tone bears a hint of warning.
もう私を苦しめることはない
Believe me, you could not even begin to inflict the kind of suffering I've already been through. After her brief surprise, Alva quickly gets her emotions under control and faces Igla again. There's a look of what could almost be admiration in Igla's eyes as she gazes at Alva. She takes a step back, her hand gently caressing Alva's cheek. It is a gesture so tender that it could have come from a lover, but it sends a chill down Alva's spine.
強情な方ですね。ですがあなたの憶測に興味はありません。
Your resilience is most admirable. However, I have no intention of trying to outdo your past.
それよりも
Instead,
あなた
I'm
のパートナ
curious.
ーがあなたを
When your
離れ
partner was
自
freed
由
by
を
your
得た事
departure,
実に対して
did you feel
ほ
something
っと
like
しているのではありませんか。
relief?
ずっと自分を足かせだと思っていたのでしょう。
After all, you were always the... What? The millstone. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why I thought it said milestone. Millstone around her neck. Were you not? Neural cloud in the sky. Damn. It's already... Well, I guess where you are. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's later than that here. Alva's only response is a scornful smile. For some reason, the smile ignites a nameless flame in Igla's neural cloud. She turns away and addresses Chiloveg in a voice that allows no refusal.
最終段階から始めてもいいでしょ
I think we can go straight to the final phase for her.
へえ、そうしちゃう？
Missouri in the sky. Wait, I forget where that is now. Anyway, it's after 3 over here. EST. Wow, right to the main course then? Chiloveg rubs her hands together in
こ
excitement.
の子のメンタルどんな
I
形して
can't
る
wait
のかな？
to see what her neural cloud is like.
それとも
Is it an
星空？
intricate little box? A patch of starry sky? Maybe a labyrinth? Ah, it's all so exciting. Igla pays no attention to Chiloveg's antics. She simply nods to indicate that the marionette dolls should continue their work.
始めてください。
Do it. Several marionette dolls surround Igla, their hands connecting various cables to the access ports Igla has opened up. A massive amount of signals floods through them into Alva's mind, blacking out her vision. Alva struggles in the darkness with all her might, but she can't break free of the bonds that hold her. For an instant, Alva's body twitches and shudders before she goes limp and
構
unconscious.
成防壁がダウンしました。あとは好きにしてください。
Her offensive barriers are down. You can do whatever you want to her now.
え、もう？
What? Already?
長くは持ちません。やるなら早く。
That said, I don't know how long that's going to last, so you'd better work fast.
オッケー。
No worries, just leave it to me. Chiloveg gleefully waves her hands. Her eyes are practically shining as she approaches Alva, admiring her like an exotic treasure.
植物もいいけど、私は人形のメンタルをい
Did
じ
you
るの
know,
が大好
Miss
きなん
Igla?
だ。
While my specialty is plants, I like to study doll neural clouds in my free time.
まるで埋められた歌
They
の
hold so
掘り
many
起こすような
secrets
こ
and
のワクワク
surprises.
がたまらない。
Opening them up is like unwrapping a present. If you ever decide to donate your body to science, please let me know.
その情熱、もっと有効活用できる対象が見つかることを願います。
Your enthusiasm is most striking. I hope you will apply it in the right direction. Well, that already failed. Her cloud is just a giant middle finger. That would be hilarious. They go in there, Alva's just, yup. Just a middle finger. Igla's words are calm and even, but the warning in her voice is becoming increasingly evident.
本来なら一刻でも早くお嬢様の元へ戻るべき
Normally, I would return to the young mistress's side
ことの重
immediately,
要性を
but
踏まえ
after taking the importance
こ
of
れ
this
から起
matter
こ
into
ることを見
consideration,
届けさせていただき
I
ま
have
す。
decided to stay behind to personally supervise the procedure. This is funny too, because Igla doesn't know that Orphalune is being attacked right now too, or else, yeah, she would rush back. I'm surprised Igla hasn't gotten the call yet from her. But this could all just be happening at the same time right now. That's why. Igla walks over to the control panel at the side of the lab and sits down in a high-backed chair. Her poise and posture are perfect, and her gaze is locked on Alva. Oh, I'm honored that you hold us in such high regard, Miss Igla. Chilovig fakes a look of depression, but there is a sly glint in her eyes. Do not misunderstand me, Lady Chilovig. I am simply ensuring that everything is going according to plan. After all, I have some concerns about your work. Oh, ye of little faith, Miss Igla. Chilovig makes a show of pouting before a fanatical smile spreads across her face. Naturally, she's going to take good care of this new toy of hers. In fact, she has a special dream ready for Alva. I look forward to seeing your results. Chilovig turns towards Alva, her hands gently caressing her still features, her eyes gleaming with an obsessive light. All right. Now then, how shall I play with my new toy? Her heart lurches, as though it's going to burst right out of her chest. Alva wakes up, and then she remembers that she doesn't even have a heart in the first place. Her breathing goes ragged, her body glistens with cold sweat, and she feels a chill run down her spine. With nothing but utter darkness before her, she unconsciously reaches up to touch her eyes. She can't see anything. It is just dark, or is she blind? She reflexively attempts to move forward, but she feels as though she is suspended in the void, with no way to exert her strength. Alva realizes that she is being hacked at this point. And the moment she realizes that, the surroundings suddenly fill with a burst of noise that approaches her rapidly, as though it's locked into Alva's presence and is closing in on her. As the terrifying sound draws closer, a blinding light suddenly appears before Alva. She reflexively reaches a hand out to block it, but in the next moment, the true extent of the bone-chilling sight around her becomes apparent. Ah, this is what she's showing her. Yeah. What? YouTube. Thousands of Elids are rushing her like a flood, the horde extending as far as her eyes can see and exuding a nauseating stench. All of this almost convinces her that she isn't just seeing things. Oh. Alva frantically tries to bring her gun to shoot back, but she finds that her hands are empty. And in this moment of confusion, she is swamped by a tide of monsters, carried away like a reed in a flood. Get the hell away from me! She struggles with all her might, her steely fingers ripping limb after limb away from the Elid bodies. However, the endless tide of Elids feel no pain, and they eventually gain the upper hand. Her frame is gouged open by sharp claws and teeth. Her circuits are slashed apart. The sparks from her power systems char blackening, smoking chunks into the horde, but it doesn't stop them in the least. Alva can feel her vision going dark once again. This time, it seems to foretell her imminent demise. Her limbs are slowly running out of strength. She doesn't know it. She doesn't know if it's because her power circuits were cut, or if because her CPU is on the verge of crashing. She opens her mouth, but she can't make a sound. The creatures bury her in the abyss. She doesn't feel pain, only a growing fatigue. She's getting a little tired. There you go. And 94. Get a hold of yourself. Just as Alva's about to doze off, a mighty force suddenly grabs her arm and pulls her out of the Elid horde. Voymastina. Before she can react, she hears the sound of a gun cocking above her head. Right after that, she feels her AN-94 thrust into her hands like a fire poker. She stares in disbelief at the person who handed it to her. Oh no. Angelina. Shut up. You don't have the time to spout rubbish. There you go. Nice. Get ready to fight. Battle? We got battle. Okay. So yeah, it's just at the beginning, so it doesn't even matter actually. Like, it's pretty funny. I'm gonna leave the lineup like this though. Oh yeah, wait, it doesn't matter. Activates at the start of battle. But we want to see her do stuff, so let's do this instead. Okay. Looks like someone literally tried to take her heart. Damn. Battle begin and battle end. Well then, let's see, how far on? So she can't really go that far. You know what? Let's do this. Oh no. That's right, she can go again. Nothing's close enough. Oh well. Me sad now. No. Do nothing. I just want Voymastina to do stuff. Oh no. Oh man. It came in range. It just got nuked. Hilarious. That's great. Okay. A sticky, choking darkness plugs her nose and throat. It's disgusting, but she can't even throw up. It's the only thing Alva can feel right now. This is the only thing Alva can feel right now. It's as though she's drowning in a huge swamp, unable to breathe or move. Roars slam into her ears, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of chewing. They're Elids. These aren't the usual Elid creatures, but human-based infected, surging towards her like a flood. Zombie-lids. Alva has never seen such a variety of Elids before. Yet the monsters before her eyes take all kinds of forms. Some look like beasts, others resemble insects, still more appear human, but all of them radiate the same terrifying presence. Their claws can easily rend a doll's armor, and so Alva fights back with all her might, her gun spewing fire and bringing down one Elid after another. However, more Elids rush up to meet her, as though they were endless. Alva can feel her bullets hitting them, even smell the charred odor in the air. However, these monsters appear to know no fatigue or pain. There are far too many of them. A powerful sense of helplessness fills Alva's neural cloud, a profound realization that nothing she does matters, driving her to lower her gun. What are you doing, 94? Keep shooting. At the sound of a sharp rebuke behind her friend shudders as she frantically reloads and starts shooting once again. Take out this wave and we'll withdraw together. I already have charges set, so make sure you move fast. Anj emerges from behind her cover, and it is then that Alva sees her fully. Her hair is tied up and she is barking orders while firing her gun. In other words, she is just the same as she used to be. After emptying her last magazine, she throws her weapon at the oncoming tide before punching Alva on the shoulder and yelling at her. 94, with me. Ange retreats and Alva immediately follows her. The Booleans, yes. Ange pulls out a detonator and tosses it to Alva. The Elid horde has already swung to their previous position. Blow them all to hell, 94. Alva presses the detonator without hesitation, and an explosion erupts. A wave of searing heat washes over her from behind and sends the surrounding sand and dust flying. At this point, Alva finally sees that this is an old train station, and Ange is leading her deeper inside. Well done, 94. You think we're safe? Ange and Alva run over to the platform. Rail lines extend as far as her eyes can see in either direction, but there is no train. There are no train carriages within the station. The place where the train should be is instead full of monsters, their eyes filled with savagery. They emit low growls as they slowly begin to close in. Looks like I spoke too soon. 94, what's your ammo situation like? Alva looks down at her weapon. All she has left is a final magazine that's already loaded into her rifle. Meanwhile, Ange pulls out the MP-443 at her waist and her combat knife before smiling bitterly at Alva. Looks like we'll need to hang in there until the train arrives. It's going to be a hard fight. So let's get ready for it, 94. We need to survive this. What? It's okay, P. That's all I have, sorry. There, P. The Elids in the sky. Countless Elids flood the station, but the train Ange is talking about does not arrive. Alva mounts her bayonet and lays into the Elid horde with all her might. Disgusting fluids and limbs fly through the air as she stabs and slashes them while her bayonet gleams coldly. Where is the rest of the Task Force to 5? Why aren't they here to protect Ange? That's right. How's Ange doing? Alva suddenly thinks back to the one person who requires the most protection in this desperate situation. She tries to call Ange's name, but she is unable to project a sound. It's certainly not for any lack of trying, but any vocalization she can manage is drowned out by the thunderous roars of the Elid horde. Her throat feels dry and painful, as though someone is strangling her. The only thing that leaves her mouth is a weak expulsion of air. She desperately opens her mouth, but all she manages to do is inhale more of the choking air. She sees Ange. Ange is standing close by, facing away from her as she struggles valiantly against the Elids. It's as though she can't see Alva. Her gun spews flame as she pulls the trigger without stopping, bringing down one Elid after another. However, there are simply too many Elids. They're like an endless tide, wave after wave, washing in with no end in sight. Several Elids have already fallen around Angelica. But even more Elids are already lunging at her. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. She said she had a dream prepared for her, and this is it. One of them pounces from behind, its sharp claws seeking her exposed back. Angelia? It's not. Okay, yeah, Angelia. There we go. That's what that says. Nimbly evades it, but other Elid charges her from the side. But another Elid charges her from the side. She opens fire and kills that Elid, but even more rush up and surround her. Angelia's movements begin to slow down, and the gun in her hand locks open on an empty chamber. For all her strength of will and extensive training, she is ultimately only a human being. Her body bears several wounds, and fresh blood oozes from them. Alva wants to rush over, but the Elids have already surrounded her as well, to the point where she can't even take a step forward. All she can do is watch the horde swallow up Ange, powerless to help. This powerlessness is very familiar. A huge Elid throws itself at Ange and knocks her to the ground. Alva reflexively reaches for the gun at her waist, but her hand finds nothing. At almost the same time, she sees Ange's pistol on the ground. It is the MP-443 that has accompanied her for 10 years. Ange tries to struggle to her feet, but the Elid's sharp claws have already pierced deep into her body. Crimson blood stains her clothes instantly. It is a more visceral and shocking sight compared to how electronic components are exposed when the doll's synthetic skin is torn open. Ange collapses to the ground, still struggling weakly. Alva can also see that she is looking at her. While her eyes are filled with pain and a refusal to accept her fate, there is no fear or despair there. Her lips are moving slightly, as though she's trying to tell Alva something. However, Alva cannot make out what she's trying to say. All she can hear are the howls and roars of the monsters. Suddenly, Angelia pounds the ground, and all the surrounding sounds vanish, as though Alva had gone deaf all of a sudden. The fallen Angelia suddenly kicks away the Elid attacking her and shouts at Alva. In a world of silence, her voice is clear and almost deafening. Alva, board the train. What? Sound suddenly returns to the world. The Elid's howls pierce the silence first, then the urgent blare of a train horn as it thunders into the station. She can also hear a machine gun firing from behind her. The Elids around her collapse to the ground. You're a mess, senior of mine. Nadia? The doll with the machine gun winks, but her weapon never stops firing, cutting down one mob of Elids after another. Her smile is as mysterious as Alva remembers, but after learning the full truth, she realizes that there's something else behind the mystery. The train noise was an Elid. That's funny. This isn't right. You're... Yes, I'm dead. All men must die, after all. After laying down a torrent of ferocious firepower, RPK-16's LMG finally falls silent. She is out of ammunition. But dolls do not die, and neither will you, Alva. It's time you boarded the train. Boarded? See, I'm also wondering how much of this dream is actually the hacking, as well, like the process of hacking. For example, if she gets on that train, that could also be a bad thing. That might be what they want her to do as part of the hacking. You know what I mean? That would actually open up for them to hack her even more. All Alva feels is a stabbing pain in her neurocloud. It's as though she's forgotten something very important. The train's brakes shriek as they engage, and it slowly grinds to a halt amidst the spray of sparks. Then the door to its cabin suddenly flies open, as though it were waiting for someone. Alva opens her mouth to ask what's going on, but she doesn't get the chance to say anything, because RPK-16, still smiling, suddenly raises her hand and shoves her onto the train. Take care of yourself, dear daughter. The force of the shove sends Alva rolling over the floor of the cabin. The door immediately closes and the train begins to move. Alva rushes over to the door and pounds on it. Through the glass, she sees the doll who calls herself Embla walking slowly towards Exilium. Meanwhile, more and more Elids rush towards them. And soon, they are buried beneath a tide of corpses. No matter how Alva shifts herself, she can't see them. Yerp. So let's see. You know what? We're gonna make this even funnier. Yes. Okay, there we go. She marked it. So once that particular one comes into range. Yup. Collateral damage. Oh, that one too. I didn't even see that one up there. That's technically the only safe one. Oh no. Well, seriously, who designed Voymastina? Because yeah, it's just hilarious. Somebody on the team was like, hey guys, I have an idea. And then after he presented the idea, they were just like, it seems kind of broken. When they kind of break things, you're just like, eh. And they're like, whatever, put it through. Having watched her combat, I mean, that is her combat. Just death rains from the sky. Death from above. Alva suddenly snaps awake. Her originally blurred vision begins to focus. Her frame's functions quickly recover, and the scenery before her gradually focuses into a cold white expanse. She is lying in a half-sealed capsule, and the cables used to assault her neural cloud are still connected to her access ports. This place is cramped. She is surrounded by icy cold metal on all sides, covered in a complex array of wiring and indicator lights. Her body is bound to a chair. She is unable to move except for some small head movements. Wait, what? From trash? What? Oh, physical team. Oh, like I said, well, I guess, yeah, if you play with the teams and everything, I don't, so it's just like kind of whatever for me, but I get what you mean. Thought this was armored core. It is now. The capsule is filled with a quiet hum. Upon closer listening, it turns out to be the running noise of various pieces of equipment, which make her feel anxious and uneasy. A wave of dizziness washes over Alva, and she even feels the phantom pain of several limbs as simulated nociception? I think so. Nociception signals assault her neural cloud. The signals feel incredibly real, so real that she's actually experiencing a sense of weightlessness, as though her body no longer belongs to her. They've force-activated all her biosynthetic sensory feedback links, so her experience during this enhanced interrogation session is as close to a human's as possible. She even experienced that ordeal on level 2 as a human being world. All this manages to disorient even the present Alva. Her neural cloud is slow and chaotic, like it's been forcibly subjected to excessive input. It takes her nearly 20 seconds before she can come to her senses and start thinking again. The outer offensive barriers of her neural cloud have been broken. The opposition is now flooding her level 2 layer with huge amounts of sensory data, simulating human-level torture-induced suffering in a final attempt to overwhelm her operating logic. They're also attempting to overwrite Alva's original cognitive process with large quantities of phantom signals, aiming to force her defensive systems to self-destruct. However, these attacks have not been effective, and Alva thus woke from her nightmare. Okay, so it didn't work. Alva falls silent. Had she awoken from that nightmare because of Angelia, or was it because of her? As she peers through the observation port of the neural capsule, Alva can see the spacious lab where she had been just a while ago. The researchers in white are working on the lab instruments and recording data. They don't seem to have noticed that she's woken up. Alva frowns because she sees Igla standing in the middle of the lab. She doesn't know how long she's been unconscious. After all, there's no way to judge the passing of time in level 2, and her internal chronometer doesn't work anymore. Perhaps Igla is still here because she was only shut down for 2 minutes, or maybe it's been a full day, and Igla had already left and returned. This is by no means an unimportant matter. Well, we know that's not true, because if Igla knew what was happening over at Orphalun's lab, she would rush over there. While Alva is pondering this, she suddenly notices a human soldier rushing in from outside the lab. His outfit looks very similar to the armed troops she fought earlier. I think she's about to get the news. There's an anxious, frightened look on his face, and his forehead is covered in sweat. Yeah. I have news, ma'am. Despite his evident panic, he walks and carries himself like a proper soldier. However, it's still obvious that he's forcing it. Alva can tell that he's wounded. even from a distance. Igla maintains her calm, bearing even after seeing her subordinate's condition. She turns slowly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she studies the guard.
報告の内容を聞かせてください。
Please explain the reason why you have come here. The guard gulps. His throat shifts visibly as he swallows, but he does not answer Igla's question right away. Igla's frown deepens. A flicker of unease passes through her eyes, as though she already knows his news is not good.
まさか AK-15 が封鎖区域を突破したのですか？
Is it about AK-15? Did she manage to break through the lockdown?
それとも何者かが下
Or
水
did
道
someone
に侵入
force
し
their
ました。
way into the sewer search area?
いえ、あの人形は
No, this has nothing to do with her.
捜索中
Our squads are still carrying out their search. More sweat beads on the guard's forehead. He doesn't want to be the one to bring her this news. He knows that no matter how hard he tries, there's no avoiding what's coming next. Igla's gaze is gentle, but still
お
terrifying.
嬢様が
It's about the young mistress. Yeah. He takes a deep breath, then finally manages to work up the courage to speak. But before he can even finish explaining why he is here, hearing that key phrase causes Igla to instantly lose her composure. Fueled by a rare savagery, she seizes the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground. Yeah.
お嬢様に何か
What happened to the young mistress?
救助が
The lab
襲われ
was attacked,
ですがお嬢様は
but the young mistress she's all right. Okay. Because we don't even know what happened about the results over there yet. The man frantically tries to explain himself, like he's pleading for his life. Igla's face goes pale. She lets go of the man. He drops to the ground amidst a fit of coughing. She forces herself to stay calm, but the anger and worry in her eyes is obvious to anyone. The guard doesn't dare to raise his head or look at Igla's face. He opens his mouth as though he's about to speak, but he doesn't manage to utter anything beyond nonsensical syllables. He's heard rumors about Igla. Just as the guard is teetering on the verge of panic, Igla suddenly reaches for the pistol at her waist. It looks like it's been custom made, and its gold-plated body shimmers with a faint blue light. She raises it with a blank expression on her face, so fast that the guard can't even react to it. By the time the guard realizes what's going on, all he can do is close his eyes in resignation and despair. However, Igla defies everyone's expectations by turning and taking aim at Chiloveg, who's spinning lazily in her chair. She pulls the trigger. A fireball erupts from the gun's muzzle. Its primitive black powder propellant belches a thick gunsmoke cloud. Chiloveg's face disintegrates into crimson mist, the massive impact sending her entire body crashing to the ground. She doesn't even manage to cry out. Her fingers twitch slightly, then she goes limp. Foul-smelling blood oozes from the hole in her head and makes a huge stain on the ground. The guard's eyes go wide as he covers his mouth, desperately fighting the urge to scream. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before. In fact, he's personally created many corpses in the line of duty. But right now, he is terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought. Alva observes all this with a blank look on her face. Igla's actions are ruthless and decisive, but not surprising. Alva has already seen through Igla's true nature from the start. After Chiloveg collapses, the marionette dolls milling around the lab, indistinguishable from human beings, all start to collapse lifelessly one after the other. Meanwhile, a device on the other side of the lab suddenly comes to life. It looks like the sleep capsule Alva is currently occupying. Its silver-colored exterior and hatch gleam with a dazzling light. Let me guess. Another Chilov egg. There is a burst of noise as the machinery runs and gears engage, and then the capsule's hatch slowly opens, emitting a cloud of white vapor. A naked woman steps out of it, wreathed in wisps of what look like some sort of refrigerant gas as it evaporates. She casually reaches for a lab coat from a nearby peg and throws it on. With her entrance, the collapsed researchers who look like puppets with their strings cut all begin to slowly get back up. They appear as though they had been recalled to life and carrying on with their tasks like nothing had happened. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is how she's managed to just stay alive. That lab coat looks hilariously big on her. Ah, how barbaric. The woman from the capsule sighs heavily, but her tone is theatrical and mocking. Her hair is damp and her face is oily, like someone spread a layer of butter on it. But it's plain to see that she looks identical to the Chilov egg who's lying dead on the ground. Why the temper tantrum? Is this how you treat an old friend, Miss Igla? How rude. As she says this, she snaps her fingers like she's performing a magic trick. In response to her signal, several researchers like the one who cleaned up the coffee spill before promptly appear from a corner of the lab. They begin clearing away the corpse and bloodstains. Don't you wish you had an automatic corpse cleaner? Their movements are swift in practice, as though they've rehearsed this countless times before. Or maybe they've had to perform this procedure innumerable times before. After carrying the corpse away, mopping up the blood, and re-waxing the floor, everything is back to how it originally was. It is as though nothing had ever happened. Please return to your post. Yes, ma'am. The guard scrambles out of the lab as if granted a stay of execution. After watching the guard scramble away, Igla turns to regard the brand new Chilov egg. I thought I would not need to explain myself, but clearly I have overestimated your intelligence. Don't forget, the only reason I am going along with your despicable schemes is for the sake of the Gerard group and the young mistress. Aren't we a paragon of virtue? So how was that my fault? You think I sent people to attack the lab? I'm a scientist, and I swear on the name of science that my brain is perfectly normal. Meanwhile, what good does putting a bullet through my head do for you anyway? You're always so violent, Miss Igla. No wonder Orphe thinks you're so strict. A wisp of smoke coils up from the barrel of Igla's gun as she takes aim at Chiloveg again. Its muzzle is trained squarely on Chiloveg's head, and she looks like she might fire again at any time. However, Chiloveg doesn't seem the least bit afraid of her. All she does is shrug in mock innocence as madness twinkles in her eyes. So this is why she could appear again like nothing had happened even after committing suicide. Chiloveg follows the gaze back towards its source and realizes that Alva is awake. She bats her eyelashes and opens her mouth in a parody of surprise, then tosses off a wink while smiling with a twisted playfulness. Alva coolly meets her gaze. Resurrection, is it? What a disgusting technology. Igla narrows her eyes and studies Chiloveg. She takes note of the latter's antics, but she doesn't seem to care about them.
私が研究所を後にして30分弱で襲われた。偶然
I
に
was
しては
away
で
from
き
the
すぎ
lab
てい
for
ると
less
思い
than
ます。
half an hour, and it just so happened to be attacked during that time, right when I wasn't around. Do you really think I would write it off as a coincidence? This is true. This is definitely true.
そういう予想できないことが偶然でしょ。
Of course it was. Isn't everything in the world a coincidence? Even us meeting each other is a coincidence. Chiloveg turns in place like a kid, her lab coat flaring out in the air around her.
反逆への尋問のためにと、私をここへ呼び出したのはあなたです。
You asked me to hurry here because a critical issue arose during the Defy members' interrogation.
そうだっけ。最近物忘れがひどくてね。
Did I actually say that? Oh, I'm a total scatterbrain, you see. Chiloveg affects a look of vexation. And then she throws herself back into her chair and kicks her legs like a child.
でも私なら八つ当たりするより
Still, if I were you, I'd hurry back to the young mistress's side right now instead of blowing off steam by blowing up my head.
無事だとしてもきっと心細いと思うよ。
Even if she's fine, she might be super scared.
襲撃も一度で終
And
わるとは
besides,
限らないし
if the
ね。
attackers come back for another go, do you really think she might be as lucky the next time around? Igla's face turns pale and a momentary panic flashes through her eyes. Then she adjusts her jacket, holsters her gun, and her movements regain their usual smoothness.
お嬢様にもしものことがあれば、あなたはもう二度と復活する
If
ことは
anything
ないでしょう。
happens to the young mistress, I will personally ensure that there is no coming back for you, Lady Chiloveg. Her voice is calm again, but the chilling threat she utters is more terrifying than any shout could ever be. She shoots one last icy look at Chiloveg before turning to leave. She doesn't bother with affecting elegance. Her priority is returning to Orphalum and the lab post-haste. Her footsteps fade into the distance and vanish. All that remains in her wake is gun smoke and the stench of blood.
ほっと余裕ないんだ。
And there she goes. Someone clearly doesn't know how to enjoy life, don't you think? After Igla leaves, Chiloveg jumps out of her chair. She spins around happily like she's putting on a show in this lab which only has marionette dolls in it. Alva knows Chiloveg is talking to her. However, she has no intention of replying. Chiloveg skips over to Alva's hibernation capsule. The hem of her lab coat drags on the ground, and her bare feet make a padding sound as she moves. Like a curious child, she taps the observation window and cranes her head to peer at Alva inside the capsule.
まさか途中で意識が戻るなんて。
I didn't expect you to awaken halfway through. Looks like your neural cloud is stronger than I expected. She looks at Alva in amusement, her eyes twinkling like she's appreciating a precious work of art. Or a beloved toy.
普通の人形だったら3秒もすれば
A normal doll's neural cloud would have burned out in less than 3 seconds after being hooked up to her.
それをあんたは
And you actually managed to break free of that peak grade torture program all by yourself.
実はさ、イグラよりあんたの方が第三世代人形っぽいと思うんだよね。
Want to know something? If you ask me, I think you're more of a third-gen doll than Igla is. Alva looks at the Naito, researcher before her. Her heart is filled with revulsion and wariness. She has no idea what this woman is up to.
ポルログ財団の連中は揃いも揃ってボンクラだらけ。
The folks from Orlog are all dim-witted plebs. Their approach to doll development has gone astray.
性能だけ
Each one they develop is stronger than the last, but the neural clouds get more childish with each generation. All I can hear is Darcher's laughter right now.
強さが第三世代人形を正し
I
める
mean,
要素なら
if the mark of excellence was fighting power, then the third-gen doll wouldn't be... RO635, but there we go, AK-15 of Defy, right?
イグラはあの戦車ばかり気にかけてるけど
Igla's got her little girl crush on that war machine. But she never noticed that you are the real treasure of Task Force Defy. There's no doubt that Samantha Shaw is a genius. She spent most of her life devoted to developing military hardware, yet despite only being a newcomer to the doll field, she managed to create that Pandora. And you. I'm so jelly. Chilovig heaved a theatrical sigh, her face falling into gloom before brightening suddenly with a huge smile. Still, however talented or outstanding she is, she's dead, returned to the Earth, and that means it's all over for her. The true winner is the one who survives to the end. She indicates herself with her right thumb. Despite her beaming smile, there is a frigid edge to it. I may not be as smart as those geniuses, but I will survive to the end, stand on everyone's shoulders, and be the first to reach the truth. And you are my next stepping stone, my cutie. Chilovig bares her teeth in a grin as she knocks on the observation window, like she was rapping on the pet's fishbowl. Now then, let's continue our little game. Don't worry, I'll make sure you won't wake up this time. Let's see just how much I can extract from your neural cloud. I wonder what surprises I'll find. Saying so, she saunters over to the control panel in front of the hibernation capsule, shoves away the marionette doll working there, and begins operating the instrumentation herself. The capsule emits a low hum in response to Chilovig's manipulations, and Alva feels her mind go blurry again. Darkness envelops her once more. The last thing she sees before she passes out is Chilovig's playful, excited expression. And then she plunges into darkness. But this time, she does not know if she will awaken again. Okay. So now we're back here. Back to this situation. It's like we got to see what happened with Alva. We haven't actually seen Voymastina yet. Commander, the enemy has been driven out of the research facility. 404 is engaging the remaining hostile forces near the site. Monsoon Squad is on the way to provide support. Connect me to 404. Understood. Kukai, what's the situation? We're still exchanging fire with them. They're armed to the teeth, but we can't identify their affiliation. They're deliberately concealing their identities. Do we need to change the rules of engagement? No. Eliminate them as the top priority, and gather as much information as possible. Understood, but we're outnumbered. If their target is that young lady and they split their forces, we may not be able to intercept them. We'll take the young lady to a safe location first. Once we have her under control, you move towards my position. Roger that. We'll wait for your signal, Commander. I cut the connection and turn to Groza and Colfin. Let 404 buy us some time first. Colfin, what's the situation around us? It looks like everyone inside the facility has fled outside. This place really doesn't have a single armed guard. Yeah, that's terrible. Maintain control of the area. People from the Gerard Group or PSA should arrive soon. Until then, we need to keep Orphalun safe.
彼女の位置はわかるか？
Can you locate that young lady?
さっき最上階まで逃げたのを見ました。
I saw her run up to the experimental area on the top floor just now.
あそこか。わかった。
She's there,
すぐに向か
huh?
う。
I see. Let's move. Avoiding stray rounds from the firefight between the unknown forces and Squad 404, we rush up to the rooftop. We smash through the glass doors of the experimental complex and force our way inside. In the isolation chamber where Orphalon has demonstrated an experiment for me not long ago, a figure sits there blankly, knees hugged to her chest. Groza and Kolpin check the surroundings. No armed personnel are in sight. I stow my weapon inside my clothes and stride quickly towards that
オ
figure.
ルフェルーネさん。
Miss Orphalon.
あなたどうして？
Okay, yeah, she's okay. For now. Why are you here?
帰りの車に乗る。
Ah, damn it. There we go.
帰りの車に乗る
I
前
was
に
about to get
煙
in
が
the
立ち
car
上がっ
and
たの
leave
が
when I
見え
saw
た。
black smoke rising from this direction, so I rushed over with everyone. You're just a journalist. Don't play the hero. Her tone is harsh, but the panic and tears in Orphalon's eyes betray her true emotions. I hurry over to assess her condition. Though she's trembling all over, she doesn't appear to have any external injuries. Judging by her breathing, her internal organs likely weren't damaged by the explosion either. I extend my hand to Orphalon. After hesitating for a moment, she finally takes it and stands up.
研究所を襲った連中は
Where are the people who attacked the facility?
撃退されました。
They've been repelled for now.
撃退？でも
Repelled?
ここの警備は
But there aren't even any armed guards here.
私たちが撃退しました。
We found a way to drive them back.
あなたたちが？
You did?
とにかくここは危険で
In
す。
any case,
早く逃げ
this
ましょう。
place is extremely dangerous. We don't know when the attackers will strike again. You need to leave immediately.
冗談じゃないわ。ジラードグループの次期当主があんな奴ら相手に逃げる
Don't be
なんて
ridiculous. As the heiress of the Jiraiya group, how could I be frightened off by a bunch of small-time thugs?
それに
Besides,
そんな実験データを
these
されるわ
research
けにはいかないわ。
these research data are absolutely priceless, as if I could let them be destroyed. Despite her tough words, Orphalon almost drops the haphazard pile of data pads and test tubes in her arms. She bites her lip, trying to shoulder everything on her own.
そんなこと言ってる場合ですか？植物ならまた育てればいいです
Now
が。
isn't the time
あ
to
な
worry
たに
about
何か
that.
あれば全部終わるん
Plants
です
can be
よ。
cultivated again if they're destroyed, but if something happens to you, then everything really is over.
私に何が起きるっていうのよ。私が
As if something could happen to me. I'm... Her voice suddenly trails off, as if she's talking to herself.
この研究がなければ私はきっと自分を
But
見失う
without this research, I don't even know what else I can do.
あなたはまだ20代です。これからいくらでも巻き返せます。
It's too early to say that. You're only in your 20s. You still have a long life ahead of you.
フランクフルトで生き
Don't you
残ったでしょ
remember? You survived what happened in Frankfurt. Compared to that, this is nothing. Orphalon's eyes flicker slightly, as though a memory has been stirred.
そうよ。
You're right.
ついでに
But don't get the wrong idea.
研究所を一時的に移すのもい
I'm
いかも
only
しれない
agreeing
わ
to
ね
temper.
明日のデモンストレーション
Soon
は
till the end.
絶対に予定
I'm
通り
only
行う
agreeing
わ
to
よ。
temporarily relocating the research. Tomorrow's demonstration will absolutely not be cancelled.
さあ、行きましょう。
Then come with me. I signal for Kolfin to take hold of Orphalon. This time, Orphalon obediently follows as Kolfin starts moving. But just as we reach the doorway, intense gunfire erupts from below. Shots and explosions coming one after another. Commander, the enemy has begun a full assault on the research facility. Be careful not to get caught in it.
わかった。
Thanks for the warning.
できるだけ食い
Hold them off. We're escorting the young lady out of the lab. Roger, stay safe. The firefight downstairs intensifies further and several rifle grenades come flying towards the roof.
ゼロ。
Get down! I shield Orphalon as we dive towards the doorway. One of the grenades hits the isolation chamber directly. The glass shatters, fragments hurling towards us under the force of the blast. Ow! It hurts! Orphalon cries out, her face strained as she tries not to show too much pain. I look down and realize that the shard of glass has lodged itself squarely in her leg. Ah, damn. Coffin picks up a pair of lab forceps and carefully pulls out the glass shard. Then she rinses the wound with distilled water and applies an adhesive bandage meant for emergency treatment. Bear with it for now. Once we reach a safe place, you'll be fine. Just but a scratch. Doesn't bother me at all. Even as she says this, a small sob escapes Orphan. She bites her lip hard, as if ashamed of her own weakness. Is there anywhere easily defendable in this building? The main entrance is swarming with attackers. It's too dangerous to go out that way. Below this building, there's an air raid shelter for emergencies. Take us there. We proceed with extreme caution towards the air raid shelter while being targeted by successive explosions and attacks. Are you alright? Can you walk on your leg? I'm fine. Orphalun endures the pain along the way, still trying to maintain her pride. I've been through worse in Frankfurt. Back then, Igla hadn't been created yet, so no one could help me. It was my father. Orphalun's voice suddenly wavers with both nostalgia and unease. Igla still hasn't come back? How could she not be at my side at a time like this? Orphalun rarely shows such helplessness, but she quickly straightens her back again. No, not that I need her to protect me all the time. I'm the heiress of the Gerard Group. I can protect myself. I look at her face, not quite sure how to feel. Yes, I'm sure you can, Miss Orphalun. After passing through long corridors and descending flight after flight of stairs, we finally reach the air raid shelter entrance that Orphalun mentioned. During the journey, whenever her injured leg is jolted, Orphalun would grimace from the pain, only to quickly force herself to straighten up each time. She then fumbles awkwardly for quite a while before finding and pressing a button opening the door at the entrance. The blast door, made of half-meter thick homogeneous steel, slowly swings open. Supporting Orphalun, we help her inside. As the heavy door closes, I issue orders to Group 2. We've entered an underground shelter in the rear courtyard. Secure the surrounding area and don't let the enemy get close. Roger. On it right away. What the? Oh, okay. I see how this map is. Interesting. I mean, it's not like it's gonna matter. Yerp. Damn. And gone. Oh no. Goodbye, Super Diner Gate. Goodbye, other Diner Gates. Oh. He was too close. Oh, damn. Commander, the enemy is beginning to withdraw. So they've finally given up? It doesn't quite look like it. Wait. Monsoon reports that the third Jindal who left earlier has returned. Igla. She sure reacts quickly.
到着まであと3分
Her vehicle is 3 minutes out. She'll intersect with our team's position, Commander. How should we proceed?
撤退だ。彼女との衝突を
Withdraw
避
from the
けたい
research facility. Do not engage.
狙いはオルフェルーネに違いありません
But her target is the young lady. She'll run into you, Commander.
私たちなら大丈夫だ。そっちは離れた位置
We'll
から
be
防
fine.
空壕を見張っててくれ。
Maintain a safe distance and observe the air raid shelter where we are.
今のままではイグラに勝てない。むやみに
Igla
攻
isn't
撃し
someone
ない
we
よう
can
に。
handle right now. Don't engage her unless there's absolutely no other option.
了解いつでも動けるように待機
Understood. We'll remain on the perimeter and be ready to provide support at any time. I mean, it'll be fine though. It's like because of Orphalune, she's not gonna just outright attack us. That's the thing.
ありがとう。
Also, whatchamacallit, we did rescue her or come to her rescue when needed. And we already know how Igla feels about Orphalune. So, it's like she has to be somewhat grateful for that as well, too. I don't know where you are. Where are you? Where are any of us? The attackers seem to be withdrawing because they've also received news of Igla's return. Something is fishy about the Gerard group having such up-to-date information about the situation within the research facility. There are emergency medical kits inside the shelter. Coffin takes one and redresses Orphalune's wound. Orphalune nods and thanks to Coffin, but she is still trembling. She's still clearly worried that the enemy will make their way here. I step forward to reassure her.
もう大丈夫ですよ。襲撃は終わりました。
Don't worry, the attack is over.
あなたたちどうして武器なんか持ってるの
Why are you carrying weapons? Aren't you journalists?
近頃物騒ですから。
Journalism is a high-risk profession in this day and age. Knowing how to shoot for your self-defense isn't that strange, is it?
そういうものなの
Is that so?
ええ。
Mm-hmm. Everyone's just lying. Orphalune.
オルフェルーネさん、この研究所は過去に襲撃されたことはありますか？
By the way, Miss Orphalune, has this research facility ever been attacked before?
いえ一度もないわ
No, never. Not even once.
ここはずっと安全だったし
This place has always been very safe.
グループの警備も置かなかったわ
Its secrecy level is extremely high. Not even the group's own security forces are allowed to approach this facility.
それはおかしいとは思いませんか？
Interesting. So who's responsible for this? This attack, I mean. No armed security at all. Don't you find that strange?
どうしてリビウはずっと平和だったの
Not really. Lviv is so safe. What would we need armed guards for? So this attack was likely triggered by recent events. Is the goal to destroy the research? Or are they coming after the young lady? This is true. I don't see why they would want to come after either one of them, though. It's kind of strange. If the young lady is a key figure in Project Eden, there's certainly no shortage of forces who'd want her gone. I guess those that... There we go. I can't see this being the work of anyone in the Gerard group because it doesn't make sense. Like I said before, it's like they should just let it happen and then essentially they'll have control over it. It would only make sense if it's a totally external force doing this.
指揮官離脱しました
Commander, we've completed our withdrawal.
イグラが研究所に入りました
Igla has entered the research facility. You must be careful.
Oh.
Got it.
あなたたち本当 当に記者なの？
Are you really journalists?
さっきからのやりとり。
From how you acted just now, you... A sudden, deafening crash interrupts Orphalone mid-sentence. Wait. Is this Igla, or is this something else? The shelter's security door is blasted open with a massive hole. The tremendous impact twists and wraps the heavy steel door. As the dust settles, Igla's figure appears in the doorway. The scabbard of the slender rapier at her waist gleams with subdued silver light. Mirrored by the silver and gold pistol in her hand, her posture is immaculate. Not that of a doll who blasted through a steel door, but of an aristocrat stepping into an opera house. Igla raises her gun, aiming it directly at my head. Step by step, she walks slowly towards me.
ご歓談の最中に申し訳ありませんが。
Pardon me for rudely interrupting your conversation. If there is any discourtesy, I will ask for your understanding.
今すぐお嬢様から離れてください。
I humbly request that you all immediately step away from the young mistress.
これ以上お嬢様に不快な思いをさせるものなら。
If your hesitation causes Miss Orphalone even one additional second of discomfort, I fear I will have to resort to methods that are less polite. Igla's voice is glacially cold. At my signal, Groza and Kolfin do not draw their weapons. I lock eyes with Igla, refusing to bend to her will. Igla, you finally made it! Orphaloon's eyes glisten with joy, the composure she'd forced upon herself completely crumbling. Igla steps forward. The sound of her heels is clear and crystalline. She bows slightly, left hand to her chest in a flawless gesture of courtesy.
遅れてしまい申し訳ございません。
My apologies for being tardy, young mistress.
お怪我は？
You're injured? For the first time, Igla's voice wavers ever so slightly, though her near-perfect posture doesn't change. Guilt flashes across her face for an instant, swiftly replaced by resolute restraint. She drops to one knee, right hand to her chest, performing an impeccable oath of loyalty.
これはお嬢様の助手として耐え難い屈辱です。
Wait. What aquatic creature? Seeing you injured is the greatest disgrace of my service as your assistant.
一番必要とされている時の
It
お
is
そば
an
にいられなかった。
unforgivable failure on my part
私
that
は
I
自
was
分が
not
許
by
せま
your
せん。
side when you needed
ど
me.
うか罰を。
Please, punish me.
大げさよ。ただのかすり傷じゃない。どうってことないわ。
It's nothing. I was just cut by some glass. As a member of the Gerard family, this kind of injury is nothing at all.
お強いのですね。この無礼者どもを追い払った後、
Your strength
傷跡
moves
が
me,
残らぬ
young
よう
mistress.
最良の処置を
Once I
いたし
deal
ま
with
す。
these uninvited guests, I will take you to the finest hospital to ensure no scarring occurs. Igla rises from the floor in one fluid movement. Her gaze settles on us again. With such icy, murderous intent, it sends a chill down my spine.
ファルベングループの回し者ですか。でしたら平和的な商談といきましょう。
If you were sent here by Chet Fabin, perhaps we can conduct a more civilized negotiation.
いくら受け取ったのかは存じませんが、ジラードグループはその10
Gerard
倍を出
is
す
willing
用
to
意が
offer
あり
10
ます。
times your current
代わりに
compensation
二度と
in
リビウ
exchange
に
for your
足を踏み
promise
入れない
never
で
to
くださ
set
い。
foot in Lviv again.
ホワイトエリアで一生遊んで暮らせるだけの金額なはずです。
That sum should be
不満はない
enough
で
for
しょう。
all of you to live as upper-class citizens in any white zone. What do you say?
イグラ、誤解よ。
You misunderstand, Igla.
この人たちに助けられたの。
Actually, they came back to save me.
お嬢様、どうか私にお任せください。
Young mistress, please allow me to handle these trivial matters.
これは私の責任。
This is my duty. Igla's tone remains gentle and courteous, yet carries an unmistakable finality.
あなたはいつまでも高貴で純真であるべきなのです。
You should always remain pure and noble of heart, just as you were on the day you found me before the furnace. So that explains why Igla is also so loyal to her as well too. The Diner Gate shark? Wait, what? But yeah, so I guess she saved her pretty much from being scrapped.
そしてこういう不埒な輩の還元の真偽は私が見定めます。
Let me discern and eradicate the lies of these filthy individuals.
さて、お嬢様を解放する条件は
What? Jurassic Frontline 2? Yes. I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. Well, on what conditions would you release the young mistress? Name your terms.
それともお嬢様の目の前であ
Or
なた
must you
方を
force
八
me
つ
to
にする
tear
べ
you
きです。
apart in front of Miss Orphalum?
オルフェルーネさんの話を聞いてみてはいかがですか？
You should really listen carefully to what Orphalum is trying to tell you. Yeah, she literally said, no, they came to save me.
私が信じられなくてもこの状況を見てください。
Even if you don't trust me, at least calm down and analyze the situation in front of you.
もし襲撃者の味
If
方
I were in cahoots with the
あなたが
attacker's
来る
side,
前に
I could have just
オルフェルーネ
taken
さんを連れて
Orphalum
逃げて
and
いま
left.
す。
No?
こんなところに残る必要
Why
があ
would
るの
we
です
stay in the shelter?
お嬢様を助けるふりをして信頼を勝ち取るためとも考えられます。
Perhaps your purpose was to play the savior and deceive the young mistress into trusting you. Do you deny it?
そんなことして何になる？
What would even be the point?
この人たちは命を懸けて守ってくれた。
They protected me the entire time during the attack.
それに私の人を見るのは
Besides,
確かよ。
I'm a good judge of character.
私が気に入ったのだから
Someone
間
I
違い
personally
ないわ
chose to interview me couldn't possibly be a bad person. Orphalum lifts her chin proudly, though the tension in the air makes her unconsciously clutch the hem of her clothes. What? They were escaping Igla and the water dinosaur. Oh. Okay, I see.
わかりました。
The water sword? Very well.
お嬢様に免じて釈明の機会を与えて差し上げ
Since
ま
Miss
す。
Orphalum trusts you, I will grant you an opportunity to explain yourselves.
なぜ武器を持った戦術人形を
May I
作
ask
っているので
this
すか？
editor-in-chief to explain why your entourage consists of armed tactical dolls?
研究所の外でこそこそ隠れているネズミもそちらの手のものなの
And
で
there
す
are also some sneaky rats lurking around the perimeter, spying on this place. I assume those are your subordinates as well? Well, damn. Like, yeah, she noticed everything. She actually know this group too, monitoring the perimeter. As expected, she's not an easy opponent. Yeah.
ファルベングループではないのなら非軍事勢力管理局かその他ロレンの下部組織
If you're not lackeys sent by Chet Fabin, then you must be dogs in the Non-Military Forces Administration or some other ERNC organization.
残念ながらそのどれでもありません。
Unfortunately, you're wrong on all counts.
では誰なのですか？
Then may I ask your affiliation?
私は自分の目的で動いています。どこの勢力にも所属していません。
I'm not affiliated with any faction, but I do have my own
お
agenda.
嬢様お聞きになりましたか？
Young
やは
mistress,
り
you
信
heard
用
it
できない
yourself.
相手です
This man has ulterior motives.
決してもよろしいですね
May I deal with them now?
でも
But
近頃の情勢からオルフェルーネさんに危険が及ぶかもしれないと思ったので
one reason I came here was because I heard that Miss Orphalum might be at risk of an attack. That's why I brought T-Dolls with me.
そして事実
And thanks to them,
彼女たち
we
の
were
おか
able
げ
to
で
repel
襲
the
撃者
first
を
wave
撃
of
退し
attackers and
オ
ensure
ルフェ
Miss
ルーネさんは
Orphalum's
助かりま
safety.
した。まさか私たちと襲撃者の違いがわからない
Surely
な
you
ん
can
て
tell
こと
the
はありま
difference
せんよ
between
ね。
the attacking forces and us, can't you?
もしかして 最初から私を守るためにここへ。
You came here specifically to protect me? Let's see how this is all gonna roll over. The diner gate shark. Igla frowns, though she wants nothing more than to kill us immediately. There is no changing Orphalun's mind about this. Orphalun raises a hand, signaling Igla to stay her hand. There we go. As her attendant, Igla cannot disobey her order.
はい。それも目的の一つです。もう一つは
And the other reason I came here was to ask Miss Orphalun a burning question.
本当に聞きたい質問？
A burning question? I ignore the rapier pointed at me and ask Orphalun in an unmistakably firm
オル
voice.
フェルーネさん、楽園計画の本質はおそらく発表されたものとは違うのでは。
Miss Orphalun, I'm afraid there's more to your Project Eden than meets the eye.
何を言ってるの？
I don't know what you mean.
楽園計画についてなら
I've already shown you everything about Project Eden during the demonstration earlier.
あなたは確か研究にあたって技術援助を受けたとおっしゃりましたね。
You said your research had received technical assistance from other scientists, didn't you?
それは誰から受けたのか教えていただけますか？
Could you tell me honestly, who exactly was this other scientist? Igla's posture shifts subtly, a sharp edge flashing in her eyes. She steps forward half a pace, the sound of her heels echoing clearly in the shelter. Yeah, see, that's also the problem with this situation. Igla knows what's going on. Everyone's lying to her, to Orphalun.
お嬢様にそのような質問にお答えする義務はありません。
Igla doesn't want her to know the truth either. Allow me to issue a final warning, Mr. Editor-in-Chief. Miss Orphalun has no obligation to answer such questions.
重ねて警告します。
The only reason I haven't acted yet is because I don't wish for the young mistress to witness something
お
cruel.
嬢様に血生臭い光
Do
景
not
を見せた
mistake
くな
my
いからです。
tolerance for leverage. Completely unlike her earlier unflappable demeanor, I see unmistakable anger in Igla for the first time. I must have hit a nerve.
指揮官、イグラの頭部に狙いを定めました。いつでも撃てます。
Commander, we have a bead on the third gen doll's head. One slight tilt of your head, and we'll fire immediately. Kukai's voice comes through my earpiece. I remain outwardly calm and decide to press on. But before I can speak, Orphalun begins on her own.
大丈夫よ、イグラ。
It's fine, Igla.
隠すほどのことでもないわ。さっき少し
There's nothing to hide. I've already told them some of it earlier.
彼女は同じ植物学者よ。前は遺伝
The
工学を
person who
専
assisted
攻
my
してたけど
research is also an
10
expert
年前から
in
植
plant
物学に転
sciences.
校した。
Her earlier work focused on genetic engineering. She only shifted into botany about 10 years ago.
名前はチルロビグ。
Yes,
親友よ。
I'm talking about
ネ
Chilove,
ットで調べれ
the
ば出
good
てくる
friend
と
that I
思う。
mentioned before. You should be able to find her profile on various academic sites.
正直、初めてあなたと会った時、
To be honest,
なんか
I
チ
met
ルロビ
you
グに似てるなと
under
思った
very
の。
similar circumstances as when I first met her.
当時研究で壁に当たってどうしても乗り越えられなか
At
っ
the
たのは
time, I had hit a bottleneck in my research. I tried countless methods but couldn't break through. Though I hate to admit it, I was stuck.
その時、あ
And
の
then
子
she
が現
appeared
れた。
at just the right moment.
ボトルネック解消
Not
の
only
他
did she
に
help me overcome the
新たな方
technical
法も提
obstacles,
示してく
she
れ
even
た。
proposed more innovative solutions.
私の植物が人類の未来へ
She
導
fully
くとい
agreed
う
with my
理念
philosophy
に
that plants
完
could
全
lead
に
humanity
賛同
towards
し
a
てく
better
れたの
future.
よ。粒子変化の媒体問題もあの子が解決した。
She's the one who helped me resolve the
それがあの
practical
花たちなの。
application of the particle transformation carrier. Those flowers.
あの子には本当に感謝している。
I'm very grateful
数
to
少
her.
ない
She's one of the few people who didn't treat me as... Orphalune suddenly stops, unwilling to continue.
とにかくシルロビグにはいろいろ助けられたの。
In short, Chiloveg helped me a great deal back then.
はい、私の答えは以上よ。
I've told you everything. Orphalune turns away from me. Her shoulders are trembling slightly, and her voice has lost its earlier edge.
次はそっちの番。
Now it's your turn to answer my questions. Oh boy. Once we find Alva, there shall be war. Well, this is gonna... I mean, we gotta tell her the truth and everything. She's gonna be heartbroken though.
あなたが取材しに来たのは本当に私の研究に興味あるから。
When you came to interview me, were you really only interested in my research?
はい。
Yes.
でも編集長なんかじゃない。
But
でしょ？
you're not really an editor-in-chief, are you?
はい。違います。
That's right. I'm not an editor-in-chief.
ですが、研究には本当に興味があります。ただその理由は、
But
あなたの研究が
I
とあ
am
る邪教
interested
と
in
関
your
係があるから
research.
です。
Though only because the subject of your research is connected to a cult.
チルロビグもその一員かもしれません。
This Chiloveg you mentioned is very likely a member of said cult.
邪教？
A cult?
パラデウス。この名前を
Paradise.
聞き覚えは。
Have you heard of that name? Orphalune looks bemused. She glances at Igla, then slowly shakes her head.
私の知る限りだと、あなたが受けた援助は
Based
パラ
on
デ
what
ウ
I
ス由
know,
来の可能
the
性が高い。
assistance you received came most likely from Paradise.
パラデウス。あのドイツで有名な？
Paradise? That famous organization in Germany from years ago? Okay, so she knows of them.
あれは汚染エリアで何千何万という人間を使って
It's a
人体実験を
long-standing
繰り返してき
cult
た
that
邪
has
教
used
です。
tens of thousands of people as test subjects in contamination zones, all to satisfy its ambitions.
昔滅んだはずなのですが、
They were supposed to
ま
have
た
been
復活
eradicated,
しました。
but now they've resurfaced,
そして人体実験の成果
which
が
means the so-called
その技術
scientific
援助に
assistance you
つながる。
accepted was very likely the result of a human experimentation.
嘘よ。いい加減なこと言わないで。
Impossible. That's
エ
nonsense.
ピフィラムのことを思い出してください。
Those epitheliums,
粒子の媒体とな
your
る植物
so-called
など、
particle carriers, were never naturally
ありませ
occur
ん。
in plants.
あれは何者かが
They
明
were
確な意思
deliberately
を持って
cultivated
作
and
ったもの
designed
で
to
す。
spread collapsed particles in contamination zones,
コーラプス粒子を
destroying
拡
and
散し、
mutating the
人
living
々を
environments
傷
of
つ
the
ける
people
た
there.
めに。そんなことができる人間、あの植物の由来、
Who could do
本
such
当
a
に
thing?
何も知らないの
Where
で
did
す
those
か？
plants come from? Do you truly not know anything at all?
そんなこと。
I didn't. Orphalune stares at me with wide eyes, then looks away. As the heiress of the drug group, it's impossible for her to be completely uninformed. She tries to deny it, but her nature won't allow her to lie.
そこまで。
Uh-oh. Yeah, Igla's very angry. And also, she's angry and panicking all at the same time. Have you... What? I glanced over for a second and saw that. Just as I was about to continue. Nova used Nova Special. The family is ruined. It's super effective. Listen, this is a family that she needed to get away from. Because they will stab her in the back. It's like, that's the thing. Igla's not completely innocent either, because she knows about Paradise and what Chiloveg is doing. She doesn't like it, but she knows. But at least she's the only one truly protecting Orphalin. Have you said enough? Before Miss Orphalin's lunchtime begins, I must remove anything that could affect her appetite. Igla points her gun at me. Igla needs to stop too, though. The problem with this situation as well is once the situation spirals further out of hand, Orphalin's going to be in danger as well. Igla's going to need help. As strong as she is, she's still going to need help protecting Orphalin. Mr. Editor-in-Chief, let's start with you. Wait. Orphalin struggles to her feet, raises her arms, and steps between me and Igla. Young mistress, please step back. Panic seeps through Igla's voice for the first time, yeah. Though her grip on the gun remains steady. Listen to me, Igla. You've always protected me, made decisions for me, solved all my problems. But this time, I have to face it myself. If I don't even have the courage to face this, what right do I have to claim that I want to change the world? There is no trace of forced arrogance in Orphalin's voice now, only a mix of determination and vulnerability. Igla's hand trembles slightly as she slowly lowers the gun. Orphalin turns back to look at me. You said Chiloveg might belong to a cult. Human experimentation is definitely wrong. But what I felt from her was genuine passion and sincerity towards botany. Even if she really is a bad person, the knowledge she brought has undeniably advanced my research in a substantial way. But that knowledge is built on the suffering of countless innocent people. No, you don't understand what I mean. Even if what you say is true, as long as Project Eden is successfully launched, if everything I envision comes to pass, it will bring immeasurable benefits to the entire world. Those plagued by radiation sickness, those struggling to survive in the yellow zones, all of them will be redeemed. Knowledge itself isn't evil, even if it originates from mistakes. I can guide it onto the right path. Or is that wrong? You saw my demonstration earlier, didn't you? Energy converted from radiation can massively boost productivity, improve quality of life, and free countless people from meaningless, repetitive labor. Then everyone can devote themselves to creative and productive work. If we're on the brink of such a world, can you really dismiss my research as evil so lightly? Science itself has no stance. Whether a result is good or bad depends solely on how people use it. It's like, she's right, but in this case, it's already been compromised, sadly. Can you be certain your research will be used that way? Science may have no stance, but those who wield it do. It's like, that's the problem. When you can't control the power science brings, its stance will no longer bend to your will. And a path built on a wrong foundation can never lead to a right destination. That's something I've experienced personally. You lived through Frankfurt as well. You should understand better than anyone what really happened. Once collapsed particles are gathered by those collapsed epitheliums, Can you truly control how they'll be used?
楽園計画
Your
自体
Project
が
Eden will be
すでに
harvesting an
悪用されて
immense
いるとした
quantity
ら
of particles. Will you have full control over what they will be used for?
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
とある事件現場でバイオポッドに詰められた人間が
At the
大量
site
に
of
発
an
見されました
incident I encountered, we found large numbers of victims sealed in culture tubes.
現場は非合法の
It
地
was
下
an
実験
illegal
室で
underground laboratory.
ポッドの
The
中には
victims were packed into
被害者の
containers
他に
like livestock,
あなたが研
and
究して
inside
いる
these
ものと
containers
酷似
were
した植
plants
物があり
very
ました
similar to those in your research.
彼らは
They were
生き袋
cultivated
や
into
ブージャムの
elids,
製造
even
に使われ
bujams,
ていたのです
without high-density particle
そしてそれは
irradiation.
大量の粒子による被曝でなければ不
Yeah,
可能です
irradiation. There we go. That simply couldn't be achieved in such a short time.
そこにさらに粒子を集める技術が加われば
With technology that
ブージャ
gathers
ムの
collapsed
量産すら
particles in
実
high
現してしまうかもしれ
concentration,
ない
not only elids, perhaps even bujams, could be mass-produced.
あなたの研究がどれほど
Given how
の被
well
害
you
をもたらす可
understand
能
your
性
own
があるか
research,
理
you
解して
must
いま
know
す
how
か
catastrophic it would be if the massive stockpile of collapsed particles from your project were misused.
それでも正しい
Do
と
you
言い
really
切れます
think
か
that would still be alright?
それは
Or still be right? I
そんなこと全
I
然
had
知ら
no
ない。
idea.
イグラは知ってるの？
Igla, have you heard of this? Orphalun's voice trembles. Her arms hang limply at her sides. She no longer tries to hide her confusion and fear behind a proud facade.
お嬢様
Yeah, Igla is gonna have to... Young mistress.
イグラ、本当のことを教えて。
Be honest. I want the truth.
先日ジラードグループ管轄の衛星都市で似たような
A
事件
similar incident did occur
私
recently
も
on
そ
the
の捜査
outskirts
に
of a
参加したこ
satellite
と
city.
があります
Since it fell under the jurisdiction of the Gerard Group, I conducted a brief investigation.
ですがこの件はすでに非軍事勢力管理局に引き継がれた
The
の
matter was passed over to the non-military forces administration, so I don't know the details beyond that.
つまり編集長の言ったことは事実なのね。
In other words, this editor-in-chief was telling the truth.
けれどそれがお嬢様の研究やチルドビル様との関連性を示す証拠はありません
All I can say is that a similar event has occurred, but there's no proven connection to your research, nor is there any evidence linking it to Lady Chilove.
そう。
I see. Orphalun clenches her fists, not daring to look at me. She turns and issues an order to Igla.
イグラ、命令よ。今すぐその事件のことを調べて、徹底的に。
Igla,
私の
I'm
研究を
ordering you
悪
to
用する
investigate
や
this
つがいた
matter
ら、
immediately and thoroughly.
絶対に
I
許
will
さない。
never forgive anyone who dares to abuse my research in such a way.
今ですか
Immediately?
ええ、そうよ。この研究はより良い未来へ導くた
Yes,
めのも
this
のなの
knowledge is
よ。
meant for a better future. Past mistakes can be corrected.
ですが
But
この者たちは
what about them?
返してあげて。
Let them go.
それはできません
Miss Orphalun, we absolutely cannot let them go.
どうして？さっきはお金を払って返そうとしたじゃない。
Why not? You were just offering them money to keep them from ever setting foot in Lviv again.
状況が変わりました
The situation is different now.
この者たちが技術援助の件を暴露すれば
If we let them go and they expose the fact that you accepted external scientific assistance, your research will be ruined.
それがあなたの望む結果ですか
Are you truly willing to accept that outcome? Orphalun turns back, gathering her courage to face me again.
もしあなたたちの目的が悪事を暴露することなら、好きにして。
If your goal is to make this public, then be my guest.
私は自分の
I
研
believe in
究
my
が
research, regardless of its
たとえどんな
origins,
後ろめたい事
as
情があ
something
った
meant
と
for
し
the
ても、
future of this world.
私の立場は変わらない
I stand by my view.
科学はあくまで道
Science
具であっ
itself has no
て善悪
stance.
はない
Whether a result is good or bad depends on how people use it.
私の研究は
I believe I have the power to ensure my research is used on the right path.
楽園計画は明日から正式に始ま
Project
る
Eden will officially
そ
begin
れを見た
tomorrow.
あなたが
When you
意
witness the
見を変
beginning
える
of
こ
the
とを期
experiment
待している
tomorrow,
わ
I hope you'll change your mind. She reaches out and forces Igla, who had pointed the gun at me again while speaking, to lower her weapon. Orphalun, now fragile yet resolute, is no longer the haughty young mistress.
返してあげて命を救われた恩をあだで返したくないわ
Let them go. After all, they just saved me, and I don't want to owe them a debt. Truly a super scientist. Yeah, no, she's actually definitely one of the good ones. Igla looks at Orphalun. Complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Finally, she
仰
nods.
せのままに
As you wish, Miss Orphalun. Orphalun leaves the shelter with Igla. The research facility is now teeming with members of the Gerard Group and the PSA. The duo board a luxurious sedan and gradually disappear into the distance, while far behind them, a team of dolls silently follow in pursuit.
次の目標を教えてください
Oh, okay. Damn. The date changed. Yeah. Go back. Story. Okay. There's still quite a bit of ways to go. Slumbering lion. When she awakes, all vileness and wickedness shall be destroyed. I guess this is back, to Alva. After the aftermath of the research facility is dealt with, Igla calmly steps into the laboratory where Alva is confined. Her footsteps strike the marble floor with precise, rhythmic clicks, each step carrying an undeniable authority, yet landing with the lightness of a ballet dancer's, point? I'm not sure how to pronounce that, actually. Point. Yeah. Novels per... I mean... I mean, it's essentially a light novel. It's like, that's the thing. I'm no stranger to light novels, so yeah, it doesn't bother me. But this event, I think it is even longer than the other one before it. Remember, even like the first 3 nodes were just, there were no battles. It was just all story as well too. But there's a lot happening here. It's like, that's why. I see why they separated it into 3 parts. I love how Chilaveg is just basically, she's still naked. She's like, yep, this is what I'm wearing now. Now here's the thing. She gave her that order. So, what is Igla going to do now? Because Igla knows what Chiloveg is up to and what's going on. Let's see. Aloha. Welcome back, Miss Igla. Chiloveg is still wearing nothing but a loose white lab coat. That's what I just said. She's like, that's my clothes now. She sits barefoot on a swivel chair and spinning happily. a cup of coffee in her hands nearly drowned in syrup. Her smile is dazzling to the point of being unnatural, while cunning and madness glint in her eyes. She lazily swings her legs, the faint curves of her body beneath the lab coat forming a stark contrast with the laboratory's solemn atmosphere.
ご無礼をお許しください、チルロビグ様。
Please forgive my discourtesy, Lady Chiloveg. I wonder how many clones she has, though, Chiloveg. Igla inclines her head slightly, then suddenly lashes out with a kick, sending a marionette doll nearby flying straight into the wall with a brutal speed. The metal wall cracks open on impact, leaving a human-shaped dent. The marionette doll dressed as a researcher sticks to the wall as if glued there, limbs hanging limp like a mosquito slapped flat. The laboratory walls let out a groan under the strain. Good heavens, you brute! Chiloveg jumps to her feet, dramatically cupping her cheeks. Her eyes widen with excitement as she hops over to the deformed marionette doll, tilting her head to admire the artwork. Freaking Chiloveg.
いいね。こういう八つ当たりの仕方好きだよ。私の能力
I
の
much
持ち
prefer
の
this
よ
way
りよ
of
っぽど
expressing your
面
anger. Way more creative than shooting me in the head.
率直に申し上げます。
Allow me to be frank, Lady Chiloveg. Igla calmly smooths her sleeve. Her voice is velvet soft, but her gaze is glacial.
今まで再三強調しましたが、今回が最後です。
I believe I have made my position very clear on multiple occasions, and this will be the final time I reiterate it. Our cooperation is strictly between you and me. Miss Orphalum is not included. Oh, now that's interesting. Chiloveg clasps her hands behind her back and circles Igla like a curious little girl, thinking aloud with exaggerated flair.
どうしてまたいきなりオルフェルーネの話を
Why bring up Miss Orphalum all of a sudden?
もしかして私とオルフェルーネの関係に焼いちゃってる
Is it because my interactions with her made you jealous? Yo, Igla wants to kill her so bad.
それとも私がお嬢様に何か悪いことでもした
Or
の
do you
か
think I gave our dear little young mistress something I shouldn't have?
あなたにそう呼ぶ資格はありません。
She was never your young mistress.
そうでもあの子はあんたの証言じ
Naturally,
ゃないよ
but she's not yours either.
ま確かに裏でいろいろやりとりしてたけどさ
I suppose I have been having some private exchanges with Miss Orphalum lately. After all, the young mistress needs someone to tutor her studies.
でもやっぱりあの子は可愛いからつい必要のないこと
And
を
I'm
して
just
あげた
like
くな
you,
っ
you
ちゃうよ
know.
ね
She's such an adorable young lady. I just can't help but get a little attached now that I've spent time with her.
何の話ですか？
What exactly are you talking about?
だから私もオルフェルーネの味方ってことだよ
I'm saying I'm doing the same thing as you. Helping Miss Orphalum.
それもこれも
Ah,
全
but really,
オレグのジジイが
blame that
非
old
軍事
man.
勢力管理局
It's all
に
because
尻尾を
that
打た
fossil
せるからね
Oleg actually wants to bow to that
あいつは
Nampa
ジラー
goon
ドグ
called
ループ
Kruger.
ロレンに明け
In
渡
plain
すつもりだ
terms,
よ
that senile old fool wants to sell out the Gerard group to the Ernk government.
私もとい
But
パラデウスがジ
we,
ラードに
or
協
rather,
力したのは
Paradis,
全部オルフェルーネ
have
の
always
研究のため
wholeheartedly collaborated with
ついでに
Gerard
グ
to
ループ
help
の
the
再
young
建を
mistress
してあげられ
advance
た
her
ら万
research.
々歳
And while we're at it, make the Gerard group great again.
オレク様の思惑通りに進めば、あなた方との協力は一切中止されます。
If everything proceeds according to Lord Orleg's arrangements, Gerard's cooperation with you will come to an end.
それ以上だよあの
Not only that,
ハゲ
that
じじい
damn filthy bald geezer.
欲し
He'd sell us out in a heartbeat just to save his own skin. That's a no-brainer. Rip Oleg. See, it's funny that you do say that because I was thinking about that too. Because she's definitely next in line to become head of the Gerard group. So, if that happens, if he dies, she's going to be the head. And they'll see, but the sad thing is, they'll just use her as a puppet. That's the problem. No matter what. Paradise are going to make him disappear. Yeah. Pretty much. It's great for Paradise. I mean, for him to disappear. But it would be terrible for both Igla and Orphalun if that happens. Because either they'll kill off Orphalun as well too, because they don't really need her. They just need her research and everything. And at the same time, or the other route could happen where they make her head of the Gerard group, but she'd just be a puppet and they'd be kind of just, you know, there'd be nothing she can do. Even though she knows the truth about what's happening, she just wouldn't have the power because within the Gerard group, you know, pretty much all of them are corrupt. So, yeah. She suddenly stops and hops onto the lab workbench, her legs swinging cheerfully in the air. That's why I came to you, Miss Igla. You're not like him. You're smart. My hope is that you can stand against the pressure from Nappa in his stead and protect the Gerard group, as well as our collaboration with Miss Orphalun. I honestly thought she was going to suggest that Igla go and kill Oleg, but like I said, that would still be terrible. Either way, Igla's in a sort of tough situation as well too. That's why Zimmerman could taunt her as he did. And he was saying when that time comes, you're going to have to make a decision. Miss Orphalun's Project Eden officially begins tomorrow, doesn't it? She has devoted 10 years of her life to this project, to this research project. You wouldn't want to see it destroyed like this, would you? Igla makes no response. She walks forward slowly. She stops in front of Chiloveg, inclines slightly, and gently places one hand on the surface of the workbench. Are they gonna get raptured? Or reported? What? Raptured? Wait, what does that word say? Raptured? Raptured. Oh, okay. The moment her hand makes contact, the surface lets out a faint groan, then collapses. The entire workbench splits apart as if ripped by an invisible force. Documents, instruments, and coffee cups spilling onto the floor in the chaotic avalanche. Yes, Rapture. I see the dinosaur. Yet Igla herself remains utterly still, without so much as a wrinkle on her clothes. And the only reason I agreed to that foolish, presumptuous, and unreasonable request was to protect Miss Orphalun. If anyone dares to harm her, be it Lord Oleg or you, it makes no difference to me. Okay. Igla has stated her stance, plain and simple. Oh, come on. Use your brain, my sweet darling Igla. Chiloveg nimbly hops off the shattered workbench, clapping her hands together as a manic grin spreads across her face.
私がオルフェルーネを傷つけるわけないじゃん。
How could I ever hurt her?
オレクと管理局の
Wasn't it me who
活躍を
helped you obtain the
わざわざ
agreement
教え
Oleg
てあ
signed
げ
with
たんだよ。
Namfa? Chiloveg leans close to Igla, her lips almost brushing Igla's ear.
あのジジイが守りたいのは自分だけ。
That old man is willing to confess to all his crimes in exchange for his own personal safety.
お嬢様なんか最初からどうでも
Your precious young mistress is not even on his list. Oof. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Could also just go and shove all the blame onto everyone else except himself. She's a robot, she has no brain. It's a robo brain. They call it a neural cloud. Igla tilts her head slightly and stares at Chiloveg without expression. In the next instant, with a movement too fast to see, she grips Chiloveg by the throat and lifts her into the air.
言われるまではありません。
I hardly need reminding. Igla's voice is cold, ice cold. Her usual air of elegance has vanished entirely by now.
たとえオレク様にお嬢様を裏切る意志がなくとも
Even if the
お嬢
young
様
mistress
を
were
お
on
守りす
that
るのは
list,
私です。
I would never allow such stupidity as to entrust her very life to another.
そうだよね。
You're right. That's exactly it. Chiloveg smacks Igla's wrist in surrender. When Igla releases her, she drops to the floor.
だから一緒に楽園計画を完遂させることが
That's why we
ジラ
have
ー
to
ドが
complete
返り
Project
咲く
Eden
唯一の
together.
チャンスってわけ。
It's Gerard's only chance to turn things around. I told you that already, didn't I?
オルフェルーネは頭が良くて勤勉で夢が大きいし
And
何
your
より
precious
超
Miss
可愛い
Orphanum
だからこそ
truly is a
あの子は
genius
正確に
scientist.
必要不可欠
Brilliant,
なんだよ。
diligent, full of
あん
ideas,
たが何
and
百回
and
私を殺した
absolutely
それ
adorable.
は変わらない
That's precisely why she's an indispensable part of Project Eden. Even if you kill me 100 times, that fact won't change.
それにもともとこれはあの子の研究だし
And
ね
more importantly, this was her research to begin with.
どうあがいても無関係
So once the
ならない
project becomes our core objective, she naturally has to take part in it.
計画のために私があの子を傷
So
つ
for
ける
your
わ
sake,
けない
and for the sake of our
理解
plan,
した
of course I wouldn't hurt her. Hmm.
計画の成就はお嬢様の宿願です。それについて反論するつもりはありません。
On that point, I have no objection. Completing Project Eden is the young mistress's long-cherished wish.
ただ、お嬢様は純粋な科学者であられます。彼女の研究は
However,
あなた方の道具では
Miss
ありません。
Orphanum is a noble scientist in pursuit of a pure and lofty ideal, not a pawn in your so-called game or plan. Perhaps swayed by Chiloveg's words, Igla's hostility eases slightly, but when it comes to Orphanum, she yields not an inch. They have all the cool goth dolls. I know, right? It's sad. I mean, we got sextons. At least that's a start. It's like what you call it, and Groza altar? Chiloveg rubs her throat, rising onto her toes. She peers up at Igla with an ominous gleam in her eyes.
そうだね。私なんかと違ってオルベルーネはいい。
Yes, yes, the young mistress is nothing like me. She's a good little girl.
でも
But on that
考
note,
えたことある？
there's something I wonder if you've considered, my dear Igla.
楽園計画が実現すれば、ジラードは新たな高みに到達して、
Once
オルベルーネも
Project Eden is
世界から
complete,
注目される。
Gerard will reach new heights, and her talents will gain worldwide recognition. Goth Groza, yes, Goth Groza. We got Goth Groza.
そうなったら、あの子の
And
体
then,
に隠された秘密
those
も
little secrets hidden within her will become extraordinarily valuable. Igla's gaze turns icy once more at those words. Yo. Chiloveg needs to stop. Her posture remains flawless. Only the tension in her jaw betrays the slightest ripple of emotion.
その無礼な発言の趣旨がわかりません。
Pardon me for being blunt, but your insinuation is both vague and impolite.
はっきり言われたらいかがですか。
If you have a point to make, you should perhaps state it more clearly.
私は事実を言っただけ。
I'm just telling you that it is. Truth is like candy. The prettier the wrapping, the sweeter it tastes. Chiloveg prances right up to Igla, looking up at this most powerful third-gen doll with a smile both innocent and dangerous.
この世にバレない秘密なんてない。
Walls always have cracks, Miss
他の
Igla.
誰かにもいずれ
But
知られる。
Paradise knows. Others will eventually know too.
気をつけてね。
There are no true secrets in this world. Only truths that haven't been spoken yet.
それは脅迫と捉えてもよろしいですか。
Should I take that as a threat, Lady Chiloveg? Yeah, I mean, what Chiloveg is saying, though, is also true. Once everything pretty much, gets big enough, other truths are going to come to light about things. Igla's voice remains courteous, but her tone is chilling. Even the air in the laboratory seems to freeze under her words.
脅迫？そんなことしないって。
A threat? No, no, no. That's far too crude. Chiloveg waves her hands exaggerately, then suddenly grows somber. She presses a finger lightly against her lips, her eyes flashing sharply.
これはただの忠告。
I'm merely offering a friendly reminder.
私は楽園計画がうまくいけば
This
それ
matter
でいいし
is of no consequence to me. All I want is for Project Eden to be completed successfully.
あの子の年でそういう
You
の
get to
が
revive Gerard, and Miss Orphalone fulfills her lifelong ambition. Well, she might be a bit too young to be talking about lifelong ambitions. Cherished wish, then?
みんなウィンウィンのハッピーエンド。
Sounds like a perfect happy ending.
その後起こることに目をつむれば。
As long as we don't consider the risks that may follow afterward. Igla takes a slow, deep breath.
それについて対策は。あなたの目的は何ですか。
What is your solution? And what do you want?
まあ大前提として。
First,
楽園計画を
Project Eden
完
must
遂
be
する
completed.
こと。
That's the
あの子
premise
を
of
守る
everything.
ためとか言って
Stopping the plan to protect
計
her
画を
would be the
中断するのは
stupidest case of putting the
言語道
cart before the horse.
今言ったリスクを
But
回
avoiding
避す
risks
る
is
方法
easy.
は簡単。
Just don't put her under the
スポッ
spotlight.
トライトを当てなきゃいい。
She's correct.
あとは O43 をできるだけ早く連れて
If
き
you
てく
could
れたら
retrieve O43 and hand her over to me as soon as
楽園計
possible,
画を進めら
then
れる
perhaps
か
I
も
could
よ。
complete Project Eden independently? She flashed a radiant smile again, a shrewd glint dancing in her eyes. So yeah, she's sending her after Helena again, basically. That poor horse, yeah. Orphalone. Yeah, this is very terrible for her.
そうすれば お嬢様を危険なことに関わらせなくても済むじゃん。
That way, whether Princess Orphalone stays or leaves would be entirely up to you, Miss Igla. Speaking as a fellow scientist, it may be a bit unfair to her, but... She shrugs dramatically and spreads her hands.
協力相手の気持ちの方が大事だからね。
I value my partner's feelings more.
そんなことをしてあなたに何のメリットがあるというのですか？
And what do you gain from this? From what I could tell, fame is beneath you.
あんたとの友情。
Your friendship is the sweetest candy of all for me, Miss Igla.
それに
Besides,
秘密を知る人間は
secrets
少
only
ない方
become
がいい。
resources when they're held by a select few. Chiloveg winks playfully.
でもそれもあんたの鬼ごっこの腕次
But
第
of
だけど
course,
ね。
everything depends on how good you are at catching mice. She sends the ball back into Igla's court and looks at her expectantly, waiting for an answer. Igla's gaze flickers. In the end, she says nothing. Her eyes turn towards Alva inside the specialized hibernation capsule. Through the observation window, Alva can be seen writhing in agony within the hallucination. Igla knows Chiloveg is right. No matter what, capturing Voymastina, retrieving O-43, and completing the mission she was given from the start remain her top priority. As for Chiloveg, there will be time to settle the score later. The hibernation capsule's indicator lights flash incessantly, alarms echoing as Alva's neural data register extreme instability.
反逆の干渉がなければ簡単なはずでした。
If not for Task Force Defi's interference, this wouldn't have become so complicated. Igla gently rests her hand on the capsule's control panel and connects her own port to it. A moment later, she turns back to Chiloveg and inclines her head slightly.
O43 は連れ戻します。その代わり、一つだけ
I will
条件
retrieve O-43. Please honor your promise. This is my only request.
必ず約束をお守りください。
You gave me your word. Inside the capsule, Alva's body convulses violently, as if enduring unimaginable pain that intensifies further due to Igla's connection. Igla smooths the hem of her suit and walks towards the exit. Her footsteps still calm and measured.
おやおや。
Oh my. Chiloveg watches Igla's receding back, then turns to Alva writhing in the capsule, her expression peculiar.
悪く思わないでね。本当はもっと優しく
This
して
really
あげ
isn't
たか
my
ったんだ
fault,
から。
darling. I was planning to treat you gently. What a shame. What a shame. She sighs and beams brightly again. Hopping back to her seat, she picks up a fresh cup of coffee and gazes at the hibernation capsule as though watching a performance.
どうせ死ぬ運命なんだし、せいぜいデータを貢献
Since
して
your
よ。
fate is sealed, you might as well contribute a bit more data before you die, my dear. So, my oh so useful coworker. Wait, what? Let's see. How much do we have left? Okay. It's not horrific, but she's back in dreamland. Alva jolts awake, grasping for air, her body shaking violently, like a drowning person finally breaking the surface. Sweat soaks through her clothes, clinging coldly to her skin, making her shiver. She looks down and stares blankly at her drenched clothing in disbelief. Something feels wrong, unmistakably wrong, yet she can't quite put a finger on what. She places a hand against her soaked chest, feeling her heart hammering, violently, as if it's about to burst free from her ribcage. Its dull pounding echoing in her ears. Sweat. A heartbeat. She looks around in a daze and realizes she is sitting upright inside a train. The train is moving at high speed. Through the window, she can see it is crossing a desert. Yellow sand stretches endlessly in every direction. Fierce winds howl, whipping sand in the air, blotting out the sky and turning the distant landscape into a hazy blur. The blazing sun scorches the earth, filling the air with dry heat, as if trying to bake everything alive. The ground is cracked and barren, with not a blade of grass in sight, a hopeless desolation, fissures crisscrossing the land like scars, speaking of utter death. This scene is painfully familiar to her. She has wandered aimlessly through a world like this for a full 10 years. Countless battles, countless clashes, all gradually forgotten in this contamination zone.
悪夢か。
I don't know. Who's gonna save her? Trying to think. Voymastina right now is still on the run and protecting. So I think it would have to be Commander. Yeah. We would just have to look into Chiloveg, find the location, and then when we're looking into it, we'll find Alva as well too. That's how I picture it happening. Because at the moment, or hold on, I just did think of something else too. Pretty much, in order for it to be Voymastina would have to get Helena back to safely. That way she would be under our protection and everything. And then she can go back and rescue Alva. But that either one of those two things have to happen. It's like, so yeah. She's being the aunt right now. Exactly, yeah. Voymastina can't, that's too risky for her to do it with Helena, because their objective is to really just get Helena. Whether Voymastina lives, dies, or whatever, you know, as long as they get Helena, that their goal is achieved, basically. So yeah, Helena would have to get to safety. She would have to get her to safety, and then go back. And or we're just gonna have to go there and find her, and Voymastina will still be on the run. And then Alva will probably tell Commander the situation, and then we'll probably have to meet up with Voymastina to get Helena and all that. But we'll see. But those are my predictions for the rescue Alva situation. You had a nightmare. Voymastina's voice sounds beside her, breaking the howling silence. It is soft and calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation, almost like an inorganic synthesized electronic tone. Yeah. Voymastina is seated opposite her, cradling a massive anti-material sniper rifle. Even though the weapon's surface is rough and worn, it still reflects a harsh, piercing cold light. Alva remembers that back when Voymastina first realized her specs no longer gave her an overwhelming advantage over everything, she sought many alternatives. This rifle was one of them. Even so, in this desolate world, even holding such a weapon, Voymastina's towering figure still looks so small compared to the desert outside. Insignificant, lonely, forlorn, as if forgotten by the world. Alva's lips are cracked. She opens her mouth and is startled by how hoarse her voice feels. She lifts a hand to her head and lets out a quiet sigh, everything trying to massage her temples to ease the stabbing pain. Only then does she notice her fingers trembling slightly, her palms slick with sweat. The sticky and stifling sensation is deeply uncomfortable. She takes a deep breath to steady herself, but ends up inhaling more dust, triggering a violent coughing fit. The image of Anj being swallowed by the tide of Elates refuses to leave her mind, replaying again and again, tormenting her. And then there's RPK-16. Why was she the one who helped her? The one who stayed by Ange's side?
アンジェが夢に
I dreamed of Anj.
夢の
When
中
Anj was of Anj when she was still
私は
alive.
守れなかった
I couldn't protect her. I couldn't
アンジェも
protect anyone. Her trembling voice, filled with pain and guilt, breaks as though she might cry at any second. Whenever Alva thinks of Angelia, there we go. I keep wanting to say Angelina. Angelia. An indescribable sorrow surges in her heart, like it's being stabbed by a blade. Every time she looks back and remembers the first time they lost Angelia, she can't help but wonder, if only she had been more perceptive and discovered the problem sooner. If only she had done a better job at protecting AK-12 so that she hadn't missed that decisive battle. If only she had been stronger. If only she had made the right choices. Maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe Anj would still be alive. Maybe Task Force Defy would still be whole. Maybe. But there are no maybes. Alva knows this. She knows it all too well. In this world, there are no maybes.
ごめんこんなこと言ってもしょうがないよね
Sorry, 15. That was a bunch of meaningless nonsense.
こういう夢はあまり見ないからつい
I hardly ever have nightmares. I guess I'm just not used to it. Wait, what? Chipmunk Nova? No. She rarely has nightmares. Strictly speaking, she almost never dreams at all.
夢
Dream?
私が
Do I dream? That's right. She's just a doll. No matter how human she seems, she is still a doll. Dolls do not die, nor do they have heartbeats or nightmares. They do not sweat either. She stares blankly at her sweaty, sticky hand, her thoughts momentarily unwavering
よ
or
くわかって
unraveling.
るじゃないか
You're surprisingly self-aware. As Alva freezes in confusion, AK-15 suddenly speaks, her voice cutting cleanly through her thoughts. Her tone is completely different from before, cold and sharp as if she has become someone else.
AK-15
今まで起きたこ
Everything that has happened,
とアンジェの死も
Anja's
パ
death,
ラデウスの暴虐
Paradis is running rampant,
そして私たちが
and
こ
us
こ
being
まで落ち
reduced
ぶ
to
れ
this
たの
state today.
お
It's
前
all
のせ
because
い
of
だ
you,
お前が無能だ
because of
か
your
ら
incompetence. Alva's head jerks up as she stares wide at AK-15, who is now on her feet, looming over her, gazing down ruthlessly. Alva's pupils constrict in shock. She can't believe her ears. She even wonders if she's still dreaming, or if she's fallen into another hallucination. Hallucination?
これはセカンダリレベルの幻覚だ
This is nothing more than an illusion on level 2.
また言い訳か
Making excuses for yourself now. As AK-15 looks at the shaken Alva, a smile so derisive it is utterly out of character appears on her
アンジ
face.
ェがいなくなってから
Since
私た
Anj
ち
is
は
gone,
何をして
everything we've done has been meaningless.
来る日も来る日もパラデウス
Day
に何の
after
戦略
day,
的意義も
we've
ない
been
破壊
endlessly
工作を繰
repeating
り
the
返し
same
て
hollow
ばかり
task of eradicating Paradis.
それで何か
But
が
has
変わった
anything
か
actually changed?
10年経った今
10 years have
奴らは依
passed.
然
Has
存在
Paradis
してい
truly
る
been destroyed?
基地
For
を
every
一
base
つ
we
潰し
wipe
ても
out, 2 more
新た
pop up
に2つ
immediately.
作られる 私たちのしてきたことに
Tell
何の
me.
意味がある
What is the point of it all? Rising higher and higher, AK-15's voice trembles with rage, hatred, and despair. Even as Alva keeps telling herself that this is only a hallucination, her will still threatens to buckle.
どれだけの犠牲を払おう
No
と
matter how hard we try, no matter how much we sacrifice, we can never eradicate them completely.
今までは
Even if we
機能停止
persist,
するまで
we'll
無
just
意
be
な日々を
endlessly
過ごす
repeating a
だけだ
Sisyphean task. There we go. Sisyphean task.
何の意味がある
Do you understand it? It's all futile. AK-15's voice has turned into a roar. Her words crash through the silent desert like a thunderclap.
いや
All our sacrifices, all our efforts, none of it means anything in the end.
この終わりの
We're
ない
trapped
ループ
in
に
an
陥
endless
っ
loop
た
we
のは
can never escape from.
他でもない
And the one who caused all of this
アルバお前の
is
せい
none
だ
other than you, Alva. All because of you. Yo, jeez. Voymastina's voice actress for this part.
違う
That's not true. Alva covers her ears and screams in agony. Like, it's hilarious because both of them, their characters and everything and personalities, they never get this emotional and everything. Wait, can't they die if their neural backup is wiped? I guess, yeah, technically that would be it. She played the no you card. Alva covers her ears and screams in agony. She wants to run or fight, but she can do neither. She can't move. Her body feels nailed to the ground, heavy as lead, utterly immobile. An inexplicable terror envelops her, pinning her in place. A hallucination? Why is she so certain this is a hallucination? Who's to say the real Voymastina doesn't have such thoughts? At that moment, AK-15 suddenly begins to move. Her movements are slow, stiff, like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, or a rusted machine that squeaks and groans with every motion. As she leans in closer, her face begins to change. As it twists and distorts, her features blur like a sketch rubbed away by an eraser. Her eyes hollow out until they become black voids that seem to swallow everything. Her mouth stretches into a grotesque grin. Like a wild beast, she bears sharp fangs, sending chills down Alva's spine. That isn't AK-15. It is herself.
私の言っていること
You know I'm right.
本当は認めているん
Whether
でしょ
I'm a hallucination or not,
なぜなら
everything I've said
全部
is
事
true.
実だからあなたがずっと思って
And you are perfectly aware of that. The Alva before her reaches out and grips her throat. With her airway cut off, suffocating panic floods Alva's mind. The world before her gradually darkens. Is this how it ends? Twain. The train horn suddenly blares. The train lurches and rapidly slows, and the Alva before her loses balance, releasing her grip. At the same time, a burly figure slams into Alva, sending her flying. The train screeches to a halt. Rows of doors click and slide open on both sides of the carriage. As Alva clutches her throat and coughs, Voymastina yanks her up from the seat.
行け
Move. She shoves Alva out of the train. Behind them, furious roars echo from within the carriage. The doppelganger Alva is now covered in grotesque scars that crisscross her face like countless knife wounds, hideous beyond words. Her bloodshot and bulging eyes, filled with hatred and rage, lock onto Alva as if she wants to devour her alive. Voymastina turns to face the doppelganger. She glances back at Alva one last time, then strides into the carriage and swings her fist at the grotesque doll.
全部全部全部あなたのせい
Zenbi, Zenbi, Zen. It's your fault. It's all your fault. that Alva begins to rupture and split apart into wreaths of Elid crashing to the ground, snarling as they surge towards her. Alva feels her breathing quicken, but she must stay calm. She must not be deceived by the illusion. She must not let her emotions take control. She has to find the flaw in this hallucination if she wants to escape. She takes a deep breath and grips the gun in her hands tightly, feeling the cold solidity of the weapon, forcing her emotions back under control. The train doors close and the train begins to move, again carrying away Voymastina and the grotesque Alva, while the tide of Elids that has slipped out, has spilled outside, rushes towards her. This is a battle she cannot afford to lose. If she loses, she will be trapped in this illusion forever, never escaping, forever living in pain and self-blame, with no chance of redemption. Nadeko Snake, say no. I hate you. The melody, na, 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 na. It's like, yeah, after that you can't not just think of the melody and everything. I haven't listened to that or seen the video in a while. Now I'm going to have to. Why you do this, Wriggle? It's your fault. It's all your fault. See? Alva's everywhere. Oh. Now it's a nightmare. Oh yes, it's all my fault. That's why I can't die here. There are too many things that I need to do first. Bring it. I know what I'm listening to on the way home, right? Okay. So, once again, you're... Let the missiles fly. Yep. And that's that. Do your thing. This definitely is Armored Core now. Or, what's the name of that game, actually? What's it? Mekarasi? I think it is? Mekarazi? What the fuck? What the fuck? That barrel! What is happening? Is it a mimic? Did you please tell me you all saw that? The barrel just moved on its own. Everyone saw that, right? Look! Wait, what's happening? Is that supposed to happen? I guess maybe it's just this field. I like this track too, this battle music. Barrel goes where it pleases. Okay, it seemed like there was a mechanic where the wind was actually blowing the barrels, but still, it was just so weird. I'm just like, what the? It's the wind on the... Yeah, I realized that afterwards. But I knew I wasn't going crazy. I'm like, that barrel just moved. Well, that's it. Time to end stream. I think it's time to go to sleep now. It's bedtime. Exactly. I'm like, it's bedtime, guy. Oh, no. Oof. I think we, too, are trapped within the hallucination. Oh, man. Wait. Halakana got divorced? I did not know that, actually. Last year. In real life, Cloud hacked. It's over, right? Hey, the brain is made up of electromagnetic pulses. There's been plenty of shows like that. It's like, yep. Don't worry. We'll get there soon enough. This is just the beginning. Alva opens her eyes. She is sitting in a vast desert. Some distance away, the howls of an Elid horde foretell the imminent battle. And just when she's about to run out of ammo, Angelia will come to her rescue. She just has to accept the fact that she will never be able to pull Angelia onto the train. She will be ushered onto the train by RPK-16, then expelled from the same train by AK-15, only to start waiting for Angelia's arrival again. How many times has she repeated this cycle? Alva has lost count. She recalls what AK-15 just said.
この終わりのないループに陥ったのは他でもない。
We're trapped in an endless loop we can never escape from, and the one who caused all of this.
アルバ、お前のせいだ。
The anger in her voice is none other than you, Alva. All of it is because of you. So, is the solution gonna be that Alva actually has to die? Because I think that's the factor here. In the situation, she's just being saved over and over again. But if she actually dies, that might be the way to end it. Red eye circulation. She lowers her head. What she is experiencing here is exactly the same as what she has been doing in the past 10 years, going in an endless circle in a place that defies description. Together with the hulking doll, they have wiped out Paradise again and again whenever it appears in their sights. Yet, as time goes on, the intelligence they receive leads them to a desperate conclusion. Paradise is reviving in some form, and that revival is accelerating. With her assistance and the support of their former comrades, Alva and Voymastina have both grown significantly in strength. But even so, the day they can fulfill their former leader's wish seems to be drifting farther and farther away. This place is both a nightmare and a reenactment of reality. Alva opens her palm, which reveals a small cube. That cube appeared in her hand when she got off the train for the first time. Alva peers at the glowing cube, yet still shakes her head. Even if this is only a nightmare, Angelia's appearance has given Alva second thoughts. But she knows she can no longer hesitate. Something has to change, Alva thinks. After a brief pause, she touches the cube with her fingertips. Oh. The cube emits a faint glow. A blurry figure gradually takes shape in front of her.
どうしたのアルバ。
AK-12. What's wrong, Alva? Got yourself in a bind?
AK-12
Alva stares blankly at that familiar, yet somehow distant face. It has been 10 years since she last saw her in this form.
まさかこんな時まであなたに頼ることになるなんて。
Who would have thought we'd still have to rely on you, even here?
私のことが意外？でもここ
Is
にあ
that
るもの
so?
は全部あ
You
なた
do
が
know
作
that
り出した
everything
の
here
よ。
is a construct of your own simulation, right? AK-12 casually looks around before letting her gaze settle back on Alva.
私がいると
My appearance will only
あなたの
draw the
攻撃は
external
脆弱に
attacks
なる。
to you faster. Are you
本
sure
当
that's
にいい
okay?
の？
知ってる。
I know. I
た
just
だあ
wanted
な
to
た
see
に
you.
会いたかった。
相変わらず甘え上手ね。
Aww. Alva. I want to pronounce it Alvalchka? I think so, yeah. Alvachka. He's still such a baby.
せっかくあのキューブ。
That cube, she
あいつが
has
助け
already
てあげた
helped
の
you.
に。
Why keep yourself trapped here?
私は
A gentle smile graces AK-12's face. her eyes remaining closed.
本当は自分でも意味がないって
You don't
分
want
か
to
ってる
keep
んじゃ
doing
ない
things that seem meaningless even to you, do you?
意味がないとは思ってない。
I don't think what I'm doing is meaningless.
じゃあど
Then
う
why
してまだ
trap
ここ
yourself
にいる
here?
の？
私は
I've always done what I
正
believe
しい
was
と
right,
思うことを
but
やっ
that
てるだ
sense
け
of。rightness has grown blurry with
で
time.
も何かを変えることができたのか。
This
隊
music,
長としてアンジェの意思を告げられたのかもわから
it
ない。
sounds like something that would also play when Darcher appeared. It's got that like eerie feeling to it. I can't tell whether my past efforts have truly changed anything. I don't know whether, as the leader of Task Force Defy, I'm really carrying on Ange's will.
自分が信じられない？
Have you fallen into the trap of self-doubt?
人形なんだか
You're
ら
a doll.
そんなこと考えて
Thinking
る
about such meaningless things is, in itself, meaningless for you.
なのにそれで
And
メ
yet,
ンタルを蝕
these
まれ
thoughts still plague your neural cloud like a nightmare. Isn't that ironic?
私はただ
I'm
アンジェ
just
の目的を果たせない
afraid
の
that
が
I
怖
won't
く
be
て
able to achieve Ange's goal.
じゃあアンジェの目的は何だと思う？
And what exactly was Angelia's goal?
パラデウス。
She wanted to eradicate Paradis for
自分
good.
のために
She
隕
wanted
石
to
を利
rid
用
the
しよう
world
と
of
する
those who
人
tried
間
to
の
use
根
the
絶。
power of the relics for their own ambitions. Yeah. After this, Alva and Voymastina definitely have to get back with the Elmo and everything, because that's exactly what Commander wants to do too. Just wants the eradication of Paradis, and that's their goal. So they just need to work together.
本当にそうだと思う？
Is that really what she wanted? What?
アンジェはあなたに本音を
She
言わ
never
なか
told
った
you her true ideals, did she?
あるいは
Perhaps
あなた
all
の
of this is
一方的
nothing
な願
more
望
than
か
your
もね。
own wishful thinking.
アンジェは失敗の決まった道で
She
倒
fell
れ
on the path that was destined to
た。な
fail,
のに
and
あ
you
なたたち
followers
は
are
今も
repeating the
その
same
後を追って
mistake.
いる。彼女は叶うあても
Her
ないほ
ideal
ど
was
壮
too
大すぎ
lofty,
る理想を
so
抱き
lofty that she couldn't
それを受け
possibly
継い
pay
だ
the
者は
price to realize
理
it.
想の中道を
So
知らな
lofty
い。
that even those who tried to carry on her will after she's gone couldn't understand it.
暗闇の中で光を追ったつもりが、その光の下は断崖絶壁だった。
Angelia merely followed her instincts towards a place that seemed to shine with light, only for that place to be a sheer cliff.
あなたたちもそこから落ちるつもり？
She fell. And you? Are you going to become another lost follower?
10年経っても
10
何も
years
変わ
have
らなかっ
passed.
たのに。
Has anything truly changed?
どうして私が今もここであなたの話を聞いてるか
Do you know why I'm stuck here,
わかる？
listening to your lecture?
どうして？
Why?
あなたの言ったことはすべて
Because I know these are all thoughts born from my own neural cloud. The smiling AK-12 gradually turns into
そ
Alva.
して同時に私が克服
This is
す
my
べき弱点
weakness
でもある。
as an obstacle I have to face and overcome.
アンジェがどうして諦
I've
めな
always
かった
wondered
の
why
か。
Ange kept struggling, even in such utter despair.
私はアンジ
I
ェの
remember
ことを
something
思い出
she
した。
once said. If everything in life is
もし
futile,
人生が徒労に終
what
わ
is
る
the
定
point
め
in
として
struggling?
今の私じゃ
I know I don't have all the
まだ答えは
answers
出せ
right
ない。
now.
多分アンジェも
I think Ange may have
同じ
been
疑問を自
questioning
分に
herself
投げ
with the
続けて
very
きた
same
んだと。
doubts.
そしてアンジェの答えは
Her answer to that particular question was,
その答えを一生かけて探す。
I will answer that question with my entire life.
そう。
Yes,
希望が見えなくても
even if no hope is in sight,
変わる日ま
someone
で進ま
still
な
has
く
to
ちゃい
keep
けない
moving
の。
forward. One day, everything will change.
確かに私はアン
Indeed,
ジェの
I
本
may
当
not
の理
truly
想がわから
understand
ない。
what Ange wanted to achieve,
でも私
but
が
I know this much. So long as I,
私たちが
so
諦
long
め
as
さえ
we
しなければ
haven't given up, her
彼
will
女の
lives
意志
on.
は生き続ける。抗い続けることが
As long as I
反
keep
逆の
going,
誓いだから。
I haven't betrayed the oath of Task Force Defy. She's gonna open her eyes, and that will be the end. That's probably what's gonna happen. The Alva before her smiles serenely, finally at peace.
選択には代償が伴うし、
Choices
アンジ
always
は
come
そ
with
れ
a
を払
price.
った。
She paid the price for her
あなた
choice.
は
What about you?
代償を払う準備
I'm
が
willing
で
to
き
do the same.
じゃあ、あ
If
なた
that's
の
your
実力を
choice,
試させて
then
もら
let's see
うわ。
whether you truly have the strength to back it up. Alva begins to split apart, rupturing into hordes of Ethids that crash onto the ground, snarling as they lunge towards her. But now, Alva is no longer stricken with panic. She simply tightens her grip and raises her weapon, aiming it at the Alva before her.
時間をかけすぎた。後でボイマスティナに謝らないと。
I've wasted quite some time. I suppose I'll have to apologize properly afterward.
何があっても
But
私
I
は
have to
進
keep
み
moving
続ける
forward,
しかない。
because not moving forward is not an option.
そうですよね。
Isn't that right,
Ange.
Ange?
次の目標を教えてください。
Okay. Oh. Still have a little bit to go. That music, though. Yes. Actually, hold on. Okay. I'm gonna put you guys into this battle. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. It's like, so give me it. Oh wow. I'm actually surprised the battle isn't over yet. It looks like it's about to end. No. Oh no. I made it in time for the pile bunker. Somehow the stream on PC is lagging behind. I understand. Same internet connection. Oh. There we go. Ah, that was perfect time. The desert, the yellow sand, the campfire, and the endless Elids all vanish without a trace. All that remains before her eyes is a vast expanse of pure white. Hold on. Just Alva. She entered the White Room. What is this place? It's Nirvana. Her neural cloud is no longer at the mercy of hallucinations. She calmly awaits the final conversation. Wait, what? Responding like 30 minutes late to a chat message? So damn useless. Like, what do you mean? The stream can't be lagging that bad, is it? Are you talking about work? Alva looks up at the sky. There is no sun, no moon, no stars. Only a pristine whiteness, like an immaculately spotless ceiling. She looks around in confusion, sensing the stillness of this world. When she first opens her eyes, the surrounding white seems shrouded in a thin mist or vapor. As she begins to observe more closely, that haze slowly fades away. Even though everything remains flawlessly white, Alva has already recognized it. She is in that mansion. The carpet, the walls, and the furniture, all white, blend perfectly into the white background. However, if one looks carefully, their shapes can still be discerned through light and shadow. If she were equipped with wolf eye, she would have figured it out much more easily, Alva thinks.
やっと来たわね、アルバ。
You finally made it here, Alva. Oh, co-worker, gotcha. That's what I figured.
アンジェ。
Oh, wow. That's a very nice environment, though. As if she has known Angelia would appear all along, Alva turns towards the source of the voice. Angelia is wearing a long, pure white dress, almost completely merging with the background. Only her familiar face and confident smile stand out clearly. Yes, there you go, Wriggle. Thinking about what you said earlier. This is what the neural cloud in the sky looks like, okay? But at least it's gorgeous looking. She looks more mellow than Alva remembers, without a trace of battle left upon her. Alva is slightly taken aback by Angelia's unfamiliar appearance. Angelia steps forward lightly and reaches out to stroke Alva's cheek. The sensation is warm and real.
久しぶりね、アルバ。
Oh wow, yeah, no. She looks very different. She looks good like this. Alva, it's been a long time. Seeing Angelia dressed like this fills Alva with an inexplicable, there we go, sense of familiarity and comfort. She doesn't know what to say. She can only keep drinking in the sight of Angelia, as if trying to etch this image deep into her neural cloud.
10年ぶりかしら。
It's been 10 years, hasn't it?
はい。
That's right. 10 years.
一瞬だったわね。
Ah, good heavens. So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. Angelia scratches her head with a self-mocking smile, unsure where to begin.
どう？みんな元気？
By the way, how have you all been these past 10 years? Alva wants to speak, but it feels as though something is lodged in her throat, She gazes at Angelia, a flood of complex, indescribable emotions surging within her. Angelia takes Alva's hand and leads her slowly through the pure white mansion. Alva steadies herself and tells Angelia about Task Force Defy's battles over the past 10 years, about forming a new anti-relic organization, about dismantling Paradis bases one after another. Anj simply listens with a smile as 10 years worth of words gush out of Alva all at once.
ケビンもネーレも助けてくれました。
Kevin and Nele have been helping us as well.
潜水艦基地で助けた子供のことを
Do you
覚え
remember
てい
the
ますか？
child we rescued from the submarine base?
私と同じ名前の子？
The one with the same name as me?
はい、アンナです。
Yes. Anna.
成長して今やもう一人前
She's
に
all grown up now. She can stand on her own 2 feet.
一緒にいた子供たちも
And the
元
other
気です。
children who were with her. They're all alive and well.
そう。よかった。
Is that so? That's wonderful. Yeah, this goes back into Girls Frontline, the original. Suddenly, Angelia stops walking. She turns to Alva and asks her, in the same casual tone one might use to ask what to eat for lunch.
あれば、この10年で
It's
諦
been
め
10
よう
years,
と思ったことはないの？
Don't you want to give up?
どうしてそんなことを？
Why bring that up all of a sudden?
パラデウスは巨大すぎるわ。
Paradis is too
根
vast.
絶するなんて
Maybe you'll
無理か
never
もし
be
れ
able
ない。
to defeat it.
すべてを投げ出すのも
Maybe you could
選
stop
択の一つよ。
and find a life of your own.
と言っても、あなたは聞かないでしょうね。
I say that, but I'm sure you'd never agree to that, would you?
はい、
No,
私はま
I
だ
can't
止ま
stop
るわ
yet.
けには。
Before Alva can finish, Angelia gently pulls her into an embrace, speaking in a voice like she's soothing an exhausted child to sleep.
あなたたちに何もかも押し付けて、申し訳なく思ってるわ。
I'm sorry. I just went and left everything to you lot. It's like, yeah. This is... Angelia is mom of Defy.
この10年、辛かったでしょう。
These 10 years must have been hard on you and the others. Alva doesn't reply. She just holds Angelia tightly.
それでも、あなたたちはここまで来た。
Even through all that pain, all that confusion, you've kept going all this time.
見違えるように頼もしくなって。
You've grown mature, dependable,
安心したわ。
reassuring. Reluctantly, Alva lifts her head. After a long while, she whispers something so softly, it's almost inaudible.
もしあなたが生きていたら。
If only you were still here.
私もあなたたちのそばにずっといたい。
I wish I were here too. I wish I were
で
too.
も
But
受け
you
入
have
れ
to
るしか
accept
ない
the
のよ。
fact that I'm already gone.
一番大変な時なのに。
I'm
ごめ
sorry.
んなさい。
When everything became even harder to bear, all I could do was stand by, powerless.
いえ、昔一緒にいてくれた。
It's okay. You
そ
once
れだけで
lived.
十分です。
That's good enough for me.
そう。
That's true.
でもいつまでも
A dead
私
person
を引き
isn't
ずら
worth
ない
all
で。
this pinning.
メンタルをすり
It's
すま
time
した
to
の
end
で、
this.
こんなシミュレーション
Stop
をし
frying
て。
your own neural cloud with this simulation.
アンジェ、私はどうすれば？
What should I do?
諦めたくない。け
I
ど
don't want to give up, but
ど
sometimes
うすればい
I
いか
really
わか
don't
り
know
ませ
what
ん。
I should do to make things better.
私も同じよ。
To be honest, I don't know either.
今のあなたは私なんかよりしっか
You're
り
already
してる。
far more dependable than I ever
あの
was.
時の私も
If
同
I'd
じぐ
been
らい
as
しっかりして
reliable
た
as you
ら
are
こんな
now,
ことには
maybe things wouldn't have turned out that way.
冗談よ。
Just kidding.
アンジェ、
But
でも一つだけ
still, Maybe I can offer you a small piece of advice.
忠告
Advice?
私の影を追わずに自分が
Make
正
doing
し
the
いと
right
思った
thing
こ
your
とをし
goal,
て
rather than following my obsessions.
私と同じことに執着するのが意志を継ぐことじゃ
Carrying
な
on
い
my will doesn't mean being
自分だ
trapped
けの
by
目
past
標を探して
doctrines. Find a purpose that you believe in.
私の
My
目標
purpose.
昔と同じことをすれば
You
いい
must have saved a lot of people over
この
these
10
10
年
years,
たく
just
さ
like
んの
we
人を
used
救って
to.
きたんでしょ
Do you regret putting effort into that?
するわけがないよ
How could I ever regret saving lives?
なら救い続け
Then
なさ
keep
い
at it. Use your strength to save innocent people. Keep doing it again and again
その日まで
until the day you truly find the right path.
大丈夫きっと
One
見
day,
つかるわ
we'll realize where the path of
私た
righteousness
ち
and
は
justice in
そう
our
やって
hearts
進ん
truly
できたじゃ
is.
ない
Haven't we always been feeling our way forward like this? Yeah. She really is in the cloud in the sky, huh? Yeah, basically.
あなたたちがいる限り悪人どもも好き勝手できないわ
I mean, Alva basically. Angelia, yes. Absolutely. As long as you girls are around, those people full of bad intentions won't have a peaceful night's sleep.
思う存分反逆しなさい
So go ahead and keep defying them. I see what she did there. Alva chuckles in relief, and Angelia laughs along with her.
いつか必ず
You're right.
奴らを根絶やし
One
にし
day,
ます
I'll put them to a good sleep they'll never wake up from.
ねえ楽しみにしているわ
I'm looking forward to that day. Angelia stretches, walks a few steps forward, then turns back to look at Alva.
そろそろね
All right, it's about time.
私らしくないことを
I've said a lot
い
of
っぱい
things that
喋った
sound
けど
very unlike me.
私
After
は
all, the
私じゃ
me
ないしね
here isn't really me.
でも
But I
私が
believe
伝えたいことも
Angelia
同じよ。
would have said pretty much the same.
今の私ほ
Maybe a
ど
bit more
優しく
gruffy.
伝えられない
The
かもしれない
me
けど
in your memories is far too gentle.
帰り道わかるわよね
You know the way back, right?
はい
Yeah. Alva takes out the cube. Before activating it, she prepares to say her final goodbye to Angelia. The cube, save us. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
アンジェ話せてよかったです
Anj, I'm so glad I could talk with you.
あなたの防壁を突破するための演算力を逆
You're
に利
quite
用して
sly, you know?
こんなこと
If those
してると
people
分かっ
realized
た
you
ら
were using the
怒る
computing
わよ
power
ね
from their
あなた
attacks
の
to do
敵
something like this, they'd be grinding their teeth in fury. Alva laughs and shakes her head.
彼女のおかげです
That's thanks to her help. Otherwise, I don't know if I could have held on.
そうね
True enough.
あの子たち
Send
に
my
も
regards to the others
よろ
for
しく
me.
伝えといて
And tell them it's time they let me go.
はい
I will. Alva opens her palm. The cube glows brightly. She closes her hand. When she opens it again, the cube has transformed into a familiar MP443.
元気でねアルバ
Do it, Alva.
さようならアン
Right.
ジェ
Goodbye, Anj. Alva raises the pistol. In the sights, Angelia smiles and waves at her. As Angelia falls, her body dissolves into countless specks of light. The white space finally fails to hold, collapsing in vast swaths and revealing the endless darkness beyond. The Matrix. Before everything returns to nothingness, Alva seems to glimpse a blurry figure standing in the distance. The figure simply nods once, then turns away, fading away along with the collapsing white world.
ありがとう
Thank you.
私は
I'll keep moving forward.
進み続けます
Anj.
ハンジェ
次の目標を教えてください
Oh. Let's see. Was that it? It didn't say continue. It just said confirm. Oh, no. Okay. Oh well. Magnum opus. Even if our ambitions do not align, then how can we remain comrades? There we go. She's waking up. That's what's happening. The familiar hum echoes in her ears. The sound of countless instruments and machines interweave into an endless industrial symphony. Inside the hibernation capsules, the cold touch of metal presses in from all sides, binding Alva tightly and leaving her unable to move. Alva slowly opens her eyes. Her vision shifts from a blur to clarity. The scene before her is no different from before. She is in the same narrow, specially designed capsule, with the same busy marionette doll researchers milling about outside. And through the observation window, legs crossed as she perches on a high stool, is Chilo Vague. Oh, she's back in her regular attire. Oh my, Sleeping Beauty is finally awake. Chiloveg springs up exaggeratedly and scampers to the observation window, pressing her entire face against the glass. Her distorted grin looks eerie and slightly comical. She taps the glass with a finger as if knocking on a fish tank. How absolutely marvelous. She suddenly falls back a step, cupping her face with one hand, eyes wide. I thought your little brain would be turned into total mush this time for sure, and yet you regained consciousness. Miss Igla cranked the power dial way past the red line. How terrifying. Chiloveg spins as she talks, making a little gesture beside her temple to convey how mind-blowing she finds the situation, then abruptly freezes. She bends down and peers her face close to the window again. Looks like I really underestimated Pandora's endurance. Samantha Shaw's masterpiece indeed. She bares her teeth in a wide grin, then suddenly slumps in disappointment, letting out an exaggerated sigh as her shoulders droop. What a shame. I was actually planning to recover your data fragments and put your neural cloud back together piece by piece like a puzzle. Might have found something interesting. She traces shapes in the air, as if assembling an imaginary jigsaw. But it's now apparent that even if I really wanted to destroy your little brain, I probably couldn't. She shrugs, then abruptly puts on an expression of sympathy, blinking her big eyes and pouting her lips in an exaggerated manner. Oh, right, my dear Albachka. There we go. Albachka. I am so terribly sorry for the pain you just went through. She strikes an over-the-top pose in apology. Right hand to her chest, left hand drawing circles in the air. Who could have guessed that my dear partner, the ever-elegant and refined Miss Igla, who always says please to everyone, would completely lose her temper over a few harmless jabs from you? But don't worry, sweetheart. I wasn't the one who turned the power up that high. Miss Igla was the violent maniac who twisted the dial all the way. She presses a finger to her lips in a conspirational shushing gesture. What Igla did went way past the safety limits. Past even what I expected. My goodness, I was scared out of my mind. Even I wouldn't dare turn the power up that high. Who knows what might happen? The whole lab could have blown up. Boom.
でも私にイグラは
But
止め
really,
られないん
darling,
だよ。
I
知って
couldn't
の
stop
通り
her.
あいつは化け
You know
物だ
better
から
than I do. She's a complete monster.
恨みを買ったら何される
If
か
she loses her
分かった
temper
もんじゃ
again,
ないよ。
who knows what'll happen? I might really get chopped into little pieces. She makes a throat-slitting gesture, sticks out her tongue, then breaks into giggles. Alva merely watches her manic display in silence, her eyes utterly flat.
おっといけない。イグラのことで熱くなっちゃった。
Oh dear, did I ramble too much about Iga? Chiloveg suddenly stops and lightly smacks her own cheeks, as if admonishing herself.
主役はあんただもんね。
You're
アルバ
the
ちゃ
star
ん
here, isn't that right, Alvachka? She smiles sweetly, licking her lips as her tone suddenly becomes low and enticing.
意識が戻ったのは予想外だけど。
So you
奇跡は
survived
そう
that.
何度も起きないよ。
Impressive. But miracles aren't infinite, you know. You of all people should understand how painful a neural assault can be. She leans against the observation window, fingertips gliding lightly across the glass.
ちょっと
across
あ
the
んたの
glass.
秘密話してくれる気になったかな。
So maybe now you'd be more inclined to tell me a little secret, hmm? She tilts her head, her voice almost coquettish, yet a dangerous glint shines in her eyes. Alva doesn't answer right away, even though she senses that she has regained the ability to speak, whether because her condition has improved or because Chiloveg has disabled some restrictions, she doesn't know. Regardless, she simply stares at Chiloveg. Her gaze is utterly calm and still like stagnant water, without the slightest ripple.
チェ、これくらいじゃダメか。
So that little bit of pain was nothing to you, huh? Chiloveg pouts and stomps her foot like a child denied candy. Then her expression rapidly shifts. She leans close to the glass, a cruel smile spreading across her face.
ま、死すら知らない化け物だから。当然じゃ当然
Figures.
さ。
After all, you're a bunch of monsters who never even experienced death. Alva's eyelids twitch.
私から何を聞き出したい？ボイマスティナと王43
What do you
の
want me
居
to
場所
tell
な
you?
ら
I've been
お前
imprisoned
た
here
ち
for
の
a
方
long
が
time.
詳しいはず。
You're probably more aware of Voymastina or O43's whereabouts than me.
反逆正体に
As
つい
for
て
information about Task
パ
Force
ラデウスは
5,
すでに十分
Paradis
把
already
握している
knows
は
more
ずだ。
than enough. You're the ones hiding in the shadows. We're the
私た
hunters.
ちは正々堂々表で動いているからな。なんなん勘違いだぞ。
That no. No, my dear. You've got it all wrong. Chiloveg wags a finger and prances away.
そういうのは
I'm
イグラ
not
しか
interested
興味
in
ない
that
から。
stuff at all. Only Miss Igla worries about that kind of boring nonsense.
仲間じゃないのか。
I thought you were partners.
ちょっと違うかな。
Allow me to correct you, sweetheart.
私たちは
We're
ただ
just
利害を一致
collaborators.
しているだけ。
It's a working
ナ
relationship.
ゲットとポテト
A
はセッ
pure
トで出
exchange
て
of
くるでしょ。
interest. Like
ちょっと違う
pizza and cola.
まあそんなも
Totally
ん。
different, but they sometimes show up together. She wags a finger like a strict teacher, even though the analogy might have as well come from a child.
てなわけだから仲間じゃないね。私はイグラの腕っぷしを。イグラは私の頭脳が欲
At
し
the
いだ
moment,
け。
we just happen to share a goal. That hardly makes us comrades. I like her sword. She needs my brain. Simple as that.
私には十分仲間に聞こえるが。
I said partners.
志も違うのに
Our aspirations aren't even the same. How long do you think this partnership can last? Her smile suddenly vanishes and her tone turns grave.
反逆正体は利害の一致で集まったわけ。
Tell me, did Task Force Defy make it this far bound together by interests alone? Alva lifts her head slightly. Since their encounter at that base, this is the first time she truly meets Chiloveg's eyes.
じゃあお前の志は何だ。
Then what is your aspiration? Chiloveg snaps her fingers lightly and her grin reappears. With that gesture, the marionette doll researchers bustling around the lab all freeze, turn, and stare at Alva with hollow eyes. They stand in perfect unison, like soldiers awaiting orders, silently watching her. An oppressive presence. Chilovek slowly walks back to the observation window, her voice dripping with temptation. To be honest, even though I love chatting and talking and acting like I know everything, I still think I don't know enough about you Defy dolls. You're always scurrying around like rats after all. But this much I know. You harbor an almost obsessive hatred for Paradise. I find that hatred fascinating and confusing. Her tone grows somber, and a fanatic light blazes in her eyes. To me, Paradis's research is nothing short of a miracle. Technology that surpasses humanity's current limits. She throws her arms wide, as if embracing the entire world. We're exploring the mysteries of life, creating miracles of evolution. It's like magic, only better, because it's science. Her eyes gleam as she stares into empty space. Even if it requires some small sacrifices along the way. Incurs a few negligible costs. The final result will be beautiful, worth it, though dazzling, so exquisite, just like baking a cake. You have to break a few eggs. She mimes cracking eggs and lifts her hands as if presenting an invisible cake. We'll lead humanity into the next stage of evolution. We'll create a brand new, better world. She pauses, her tone softening like she's speaking to a lost child. Though the fervor in her eyes remains. And you, sweet Alva, you could have been part of that new world. You have such a powerful neural cloud, such extraordinary potential. Yet you're trapped in this outdated shell, bound by meaningless hatred. What a waste. Such a terrible waste. Chilovek theatrically wipes away non-existent tears, lamenting Alva's incomprehensible choice. So how about it, Alvachka? I'll give you a chance. A chance to let go of the past and embrace the future. If you join us, I'll grant you one wish, one you can't possibly refuse. A wish. That would be... Ta-da! Reviving your former commander. Oh boy. I figured that's what she was gonna say. She drags out each syllable, her voice tantalizing. At the sound of Angelia's name, Alva's pupils contract sharply. You've seen me come back from the dead twice. You know I can do it. She grins as she mimes, clawing her way out of a grave. Even though 10 years has passed, the engram of Angelina's consciousness has been preserved in Paradis's database this whole time. Yeah, that's what I figured. Just like, pretty much, like the dolls do. Storing themselves in the neural cloud and everything. Yeah, like backing up their neural cloud. That makes sense. But... that's different though. She won't actually be Angelia. This is how Paradise gets people though. The moment you give the green light, I don't even need all Defy members' approval. Just yours. I'll give her back to you.
私の知る限りだと
As far as I
彼
know,
女の死が
that's the biggest source of hatred you have towards Paradis anyway.
どう
Well,
これ以上
it's a
な
fair
い
deal,
ウィンウィン
right?
だと思わ
A
ない
perfect win-win if you ask me. Chiloveg sways smugly, watching Alva's reaction, convinced she struck her weakness.
本当にできるのか
Do you really mean it? Chiloveg's eyes light up, a satisfied smile spreading across her face.
もちろんこのチルロビグに二言はない
Of
よ
course, sweetheart. I'm Dr. Chiloveg. Chiloveg never lies. At least not to her friends. She places one hand over her heart and raises the other high in solemn oath.
そんな保証はどこにある
How do I know you're not lying?
王43を
Maybe
手に入
everything
れる
you've
ため
said
の
was
嘘
just
と
to
考
trick me
え
into
られる
handing over O43.
お前とイグラの会話
I
が
heard
聞
your
いている
conversation. You're trying to complete
楽園
Project
計画の
Eden.
完遂が
That's the common
お
goal
前た
you
ち
share
共
with
通の
Igla.
目的それより
I don't
私を
believe
引
you'd
き入れる
abandon
方を
something
優
that
先するの
important
か
just to convert me. Alva's voice trembles slightly, though she tries to keep it steady. She peers at Chiloveg with a mix of hope and doubt, waiting for an answer, seeking confirmation that the woman before her is telling the truth. Chiloveg slaps her thigh and bursts into exaggerated laughter.
私を誰だと思ってんのさマルチ
Oh,
タスクぐら
darling,
い
you
余裕
underestimate
余裕
me. I'm a genius who can multitask.
あんたを味方につける
I
こと
can
も
win you over
楽園
and
計画を
complete
進
Project
める
Eden
こと
at
も
once.
同時にできるんだから
Like dancing a perfect duet. My feet stepping one way, my hands moving another.
楽園計画の実態は何だ
Then, what exactly is Project Eden?
へえそんなに知りたい、
Oh, you really want to know that badly? She arches an eyebrow, leaning forward as if sharing a grand secret. In her eyes, Alva has clearly been shaken by the offer and is starting to waver.
しょうがないなじゃ
All
あ
right then,
ちょっとだけ
since you're so curious, I'll let you in on the gist of it. She steps closer to the observation window, lowering her voice.
楽園計画は人類に変革をもたらす計画
Project Eden is a magnificent project, one that can change humanity's destiny
蝶を誘うある花を使って
through a flower
前
that
人
draws
未
in
到の新
butterflies.
世界へ
We'll get a glimpse of a new world no one has ever set foot in.
戦争も病も痛みもな
A
い
world without war, without disease, without pain. Nirvana.
幸福と永劫だけがある世
A
界へ
world
訪
of
れ
nothing but joy, happiness, and eternity. She spreads her arms and closes her eyes, as if already seeing it.
誰もが肉体から解き放たれ
In
永
that
遠の
world,
命を得
everyone
ら
can
れ
shed
た
the shackles of flesh and gain eternal life.
誰もが夢を叶
Everyone
えら
can
れる
realize their
無限
dreams.
の可能
The
性を秘めた
possibilities
世
are
界へ
endless.
それを叶える鍵として花が必
All
要
this
なんだよね
requires a qualified flower to serve as the essential key. Her eyes snap open and blaze with fanatic light. She has revealed another new term, key.
分かってくれたそろそろ答えを聞かせてほしい
Do you
な
understand now, sweetheart? It's time for you to decide. Chiloveg smiles faintly, tossing the key toward Alva. She doesn't notice that while she was busy making her impassioned speech, Alva's gaze has already grown cold. The faint hesitation has vanished completely, leaving only scorn and fury.
それはまた随分と偉大だな
It really does sound magnificent.
だから王43を利用して遺跡の扉を開くつもりか
So basically, you're planning to use that child to open the gateway that activates the relics.
モルスカヤズビズダーを小型化したものを作
You
った
built a device that imitates the
通
starfish,
りで
didn't
大量
you?
のコーラプス粒子
No
が
wonder
必
you
要
needed
な
the
わ
Gerard
けだ
group to gather collapsed particles.
遺跡の作り出すあの空間
What exactly do you
何に
plan
使
to
う
do
つもりだ。
with this space triggered by the relics? Alva's rapid-fire questions catch Chiloveg completely off guard.
あんた
You.
どうしてそれを知ってるわけ？
Wait. How do you know all this? Chiloveg's smile freezes, shock and anger flashing across her face. She rushes to her terminal only to discover the central system's firewall has already completely failed. That's when it dawns on her. Alva has infiltrated the servers. She may have read all the classified data. Yo. Good luck, they're kicking me out. Alright, Wriggle. Get home safe.
バカにしてるの？
You played me? Her voice turned sharp, her sweet smile twisting into something grotesque.
どうやらお前は自分が思うほど頭は良く
Looks
な
like you're
い。
not as smart as you think.
私が何のためにここに
Why
来
did
た
you think I came? This time, it is Alva whose voice is dripping with open mockery.
だがお前は
But at least you
だ
got
け
one
正しい
thing
こ
right.
と。お前なんか
You don't hold a
遠くを
candle
及ば
to
ない。
Dr. Shaw. Chiloveg's expression shifts rapidly. Anger, hurt, rage, before finally settling into a warped smile.
ああ、せっかくチャンスをあげようと思ったのに。
What a
あんた
pity.
はそれを見
I was
過
going
ぎ
to give you a chance. How generous of me. But since you don't know what's good for you. She slams her hand against the observation window with a deafening bang.
残念だけど、今まで通りに扱わせてもらうね。
I see you preferred your
メンタル
previous
攻撃
treatment.
から生き延びら
No
れた。
matter. Since you survived the neural attacks, let's see how you'd fare in reality.
いつまでその生意気な態度でいられるかな。
I sure hope you can keep up that tough attitude next time, sweetheart. A sick smile spreads across her face as she presses her face up close to the glass. Alva no longer hides her fury. She glares at Chiloveg with open contempt and disgust.
ずっとだ。
Oh, I will.
いつかお前たち
I will make Paradis, as well as the Gerard group, pay for
罪
everything
の
you've
代
done.
価を払うまで。特にお前は
As for
こ
you,
の手で頭を引
I
き
will
ちぎ
personally twist your head off.
アンジを侮辱したことを
I will make you pay
後悔
for
させてやる。
insulting Anj. Chiloveg. What? Guafs? Guffaws? Yeah. As if she just heard the funniest joke.
いやー楽しみだよアルバちゃん。
I'm really looking forward to it, Alvachka. Very much looking. Suddenly, red lights flash throughout the lab. Alarms flood the room. Forward. The smile freezes on Chiloveg's face as she stares at Alba in disbelief.
何をした？
What have you done? Alba answers her with a hint of derision.
さあ、
What do you think? Did she activate the self-destruct? Chiloveg stands stunned for 3 seconds, then snaps out of it. She rushes back to the terminal, trying to initiate self-destruction, but the system rejects her again and again.
アルバ
You.
同じ手は二度も通用しない。
You really shouldn't make the same mistake twice.
自決剤を持ってないのなら
By the
早く
way
逃げるんだ。
Have you brought poison this time? If not, you better run, or it'll be too late.
用事を済ませたらまた遊び相手になってあげる。
I just remembered I've got lots of things to take care of. I'll come back for you once I'm done. Don't miss me. She blows an exaggerated kiss, then turns and sachets out of the lab without looking back.
出番だよ。ボイマスティナ。
You're up, Voymastina. Alva closes her eyes. There is no panic, no hesitation. Just calmness that seems out of place on a prisoner in enemy captivity, Her fingers twitch lightly, as if playing a silent melody. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Gerard Group's facilities, Voymastina makes her final preparations within the labyrinthine sewer system. So she initiated the self-destruct there. So, either maybe it is going to be Voymastina that shows up and rescues her, or she was just saying like, that's it for me. It's like, it's up to you now, Voymastina. But what you call it? She had to run, because this time, it's like when she initiated self-destruct, she didn't have any poison with her, so that's that. Voymastina is leaning against a damp wall. Before her floats a holographic projection of the Gerard Group's underground complex. This is one of the things she prepared before Voymastina and Alva entered Lviv. Originally intended as a retreat plan, no one thought it would now be used for an assault. Voymastina is laden with carefully prepared tactical gear, breaching tools, electronic jammers, spare magazines, and several compact EMP devices. Each has been checked and calibrated to ensure flawless performance. She finishes her third equipment check, shuts down the map, and stands upright. In the corner of the sewer, Helena keeps a clear distance from Voymastina. She curls up on a protruding pipe in the shadows, watching Voymastina's every move with vigilance. 3 metal spheres orbit her, ready to form a defensive array.
突入1分前
Moving in 1 minute. Voymastina's voice is low and steady, though it's unclear who she's addressing. She inspects her assault rifle, making sure that every mechanical component is optimal, then seats the magazine in one smooth, silent motion. Helena watches her proficient handling of the weapon and instinctively shrinks back. The 3 metal spheres move at once, forming a miniature protective barrier before her. Voymastina notices the movement, but shows no emotional response. She simply continues with her preparations, scanning the surrounding with wolf eye and running
ルート
self-diagnostics.
確認完了
Route confirmed. Helena leans forward slightly, seemingly curious about Voymastina's muttering, but quickly withdraws when Voymastina looks up at her.
あいつ上にいる
Is she up there? Voymastina nods briefly. She takes a small device from her tactical pack. After a moment of hesitation, she sets it on the ground between herself and Helena without moving closer.
ジャミング装置だいざという時に押せ
For emergency, press it and it'll release a wide area interference signal. Helena stares at the device but doesn't reach for it. One of her metal spheres glides over, lightly prods it as if checking for danger, then carefully carries it back to her. Voymastina watches calmly, offering no comment. Once Helena has it, she turns back to her own gear.
私とアルバそして彼女にはお互いにしかわからない発信機が取り付けられている
We Defy members all have inbuilt trackers that only respond to each other.
型は古く
The range
受
is
信範
only
囲は
2
2キロしかな
kilometers.
いが
Very archaic signal, but only the 3 of us recognize it. It is a key component of her and Alva's breach information, and now the lifeline of this rescue mission. Helena listens, her wariness easing slightly, though she still keeps her distance.
あいつどうして逃げなかった
Why did she stay behind? The question catches Voymastina off guard. She pauses what she's doing and looks at Helena. Something subtle shifts in her eyes.
任務のためお前のためだ
For the mission. For you. The short, direct answer seems to weigh on Helena. She lowers her head and murmurs softly.
あいつ私知らない。
She and Helena are strangers. Helena falls silent, as if pondering what Voymastina just told her.
あいつ助ける？
You save her? The question once again gives Voymastina pause. She meets Helena's gaze.
Ah.
I will.
本当？
Save? Yes. Voymastina nods.
だがお前は一緒に来るな。
I can't take you along. Helena's eyes widen.
やだ。
Take me.
ダメだ。
No. Voymastina shakes her head.
お前を守る余裕は
It's
ない。
dangerous. I can't protect you.
私強い？
Very strong. Helena points at herself. Voymastina draws her broken combat knife and uses the snapped blade to carve a grotesque face on the ground.
あいつは強い。
She's strong.
私よりも。
Stronger than me. Helena looks down at the crude drawing. Even generously speaking, it's terrible. But she recognizes Igla all the same. Super strong. Helena droops, dejected.
ここで待っていろ。
So wait here.
アルバを助けたら
I'll
お前に
rescue
来る
Alva, then come back for you. Okay. Helena seems to remember something. 3 metal spheres beside her begin to rotate slowly, emitting a faint hum. One of the spheres breaks formation and floats up in front of her. Helena reaches out with her small hands, gently cups the sphere, and offers it to Voymastina.
これあげる。
This, for you,
守ってくれる？
to protect you. Her tone is serious, resolute, like entrusting something precious. Interesting. Voymastina freezes slightly as she looks at the sphere. She may not fully understand Helena's specific circumstances, but she knows the spheres are Helena's weapon, as well as her defense system. She wants to refuse. Helena needs it more. But seeing the expectant look in Helena's eyes, she finally relents and accepts
あ
it.
りがとう。
Thank you. The sphere feels cold in her hand. The texture doesn't feel exactly metallic to her. Once the sphere comes into contact with Voymastina, it seems to gain awareness and floats up to hover at her side. Helena nods with satisfaction. She steps back slightly, her eyes never leaving Voymastina. Voymastina rises to her full height and looks up towards the sewer exit once more. Her gaze sharpens, resolute, like a beast about to strike. She takes a deep breath and rolls her shoulders. Her joints crackle softly. She is ready. No one will stop her. She launches upward like a battering ram, smashing through the metal grate in an instant. The entrance is torn open, and a shaft of bright light comes pouring down. The light falls on Helena, who has stayed behind on her own. She lifts her head slightly, waiting in silent obedience. Okay. Tabula, what? Smaragdina. We're in the labs. I'm in. Sending over the security plans now. That's right, because she hacked the place. Now she can send it. Coordinates shared. Copy that. Wait for me. Okay. So it looks like it is going to be Voymastina that rescues her. I didn't think that they were just gonna leave Helena on her own like that. Yeah. And they're gone. At least one allied unit reaches the designated area. Oh. I mean, could have ended this much faster, but you know what? This is fine. There we go. Oh, didn't even get the chance. Yeah, that was pretty quick. Rapid, heavy footsteps echo through the empty corridor. If not for Alva's signal guiding her, Voymastina would never have discovered the secret Paradis laboratory hidden inside this glossy, immaculate building. She can't find, nor does she bother to look for, the switch to any hidden door. After confirming the location, she simply smashes through the wall with brute force, revealing the dark passage beyond. Helena's metal sphere follows closely behind. It emits a beam of blue light to scan the passage for traps and surveillance devices. Then it precisely fires several jamming pulses that cripple the electronics along the way. After destroying the automated sentry turrets lining the corridor, she drives a powerful kick into the heavy metal door standing at the far end, producing a deafening crash. Under the tremendous force, the metal door twists and caves inward, nearly tearing free from its frame. The hinges let out an agonized screech, like a cry of pain under unbearable strain. Debris flies, dust fills the air. As the door finally collapses completely, Voymastina's figure appears in the laboratory entrance, like an unscalable mountain. She takes in the busy marionette doll researchers, the complex instruments and machinery, but in the end her gaze settles on the specially designed hibernation capsule. Even without confirming the signal, she knows that Alva is in there. Likewise, despite being trapped inside the capsule, Alva is aware of Voymastina's arrival. Her voice coming from within the capsule sounds weak, utterly different from when she confronted Chiloveg earlier. Weak, but unmistakably clear. More importantly, there's an air of inevitability in her tone, as if everything has unfolded exactly as she calculated. The moment Voymastina steps into the lab, the once busy marionette dolls abruptly turn towards her in unison, their eyes glowing a terrifying red. Blades and firearms extend from the hands once used for research with a whoosh. In the very next second, they all lunge at Voymastina together. At that instant, Helena's metal sphere deploys a full weapon system transforming into a floating spherical turret. Precise energy beams fire to form multiple angles, striking key points on several marionette dolls and opening a path for Voymastina. These dolls are even stronger than the guards outside. A blade hacks into Voymastina's frame, carving a deep wound. Move. But Voymastina pays it no mind. She grabs one of them and yanks hard, tearing off the arm with a polymer vibration blade attached to it. Without a single pause, she swings the severed limb like a weapon. The limb slams into another doll's head with tremendous force. Its skull explodes instantly. Electronic components and oil spraying everywhere. Voymastina's movements are clean, decisive, and packed with raw power. In the next moment, she has already closed in on the remaining dolls. Weapons extended from their arms fire continuously. Bullets rain down on Voymastina, sending sparks flying violently across her frame. Yet she seems unfazed, her steps never slowing. Soon, only one figure remains standing in the laboratory. She stands amid the wreckage, her body splattered with synthetic blood and machine oil. Strong as she may be, Voymastina is still covered in wounds. The metal sphere hovers at her side, scanning the remains on the floor, checking for any units that haven't been fully disabled. Ignoring the sphere, she strides straight towards the capsule holding Alva. She lifts her right arm and drives it straight into the metal hatch like a blade. Then she hooks her thumb in and rips hard, tearing the capsule door right off. Alva sits quietly inside.
アルバ、
大丈夫。全部計画通り。
I'm fine. Everything went according to plan. Her voice is still soft, but her eyes are razor sharp and fully alert. Voymastina lowers her gaze to the cables and restraints binding Alva's frame. Having fought her way here with sheer violence, she now becomes careful and precise, slowly removing each restraint. The torn cables, still sparking, silently testify to the torment Alva endured while imprisoned. Wires snap with crackling pops, sending sparks flying. Restraints tear loose with ripping hisses falling to the floor. Soon, Alva is completely free. The moment she regains her freedom, she stands up on her own without waiting for Voymastina's help. No greetings, no visible relief. She just gently pushes Voymastina aside and walks straight towards the terminal at the center of the lab. Her objective is crystal clear, as if every step has long been planned. At this moment, Alva looks less like a rescued captive and more like an operative who has finally reached her target.
ヘレナは
Where's Helena? Alva extracts an auxiliary digit from her hand, then draws a data cable from the back of her neck and plugs it directly into the terminal. The motion is fluid, nothing like someone who has just survived an almost lethal neural attack, and far more like a hunter finally lunging for her prey.
下水道だ。
In the sewers,
置いてきた。
I told her to stay there. Alva frowns slightly with some concern. Voymastina keeps her eyes on Alva, running rapid diagnostics with her wolf eye. Once she confirms that there is no severe damage, the tension in her body eases almost imperceptibly.
あそこの方が安全だからな。
It's safer there. She then scans the room and locates the equipment stripped from Alva. Alva says nothing. Her eyes are already flashing once more with cascading green data
それ
streams.
と通信機だ。
Also, there's a comms link. Having retrieved Alva's gear, she moves to her side and re-equips everything piece by piece as Alva focuses on copying data. At the same time, she points at the hovering metal sphere Helena gave her, indicating that it can serve as a communicator.
お前のメンタルは著しく損傷している。ハッキングはリスクが高い。
Your neural cloud has taken quite a hit. I don't recommend hacking this time.
でも時間がない。
Every second counts, Voymastina.
全てが無駄に
If
な
I
る。
don't do this, there'll be no point to everything we've done.
楽園計画の実態につい
I've
て。
learned more about the
少し
truth
つかむことが
behind
できた。
Project Eden.
でもまだまだ
As
情報
expected,
が足りない。
it's far more complex than we thought. I need to know more.
それと
And there's something else.
アンジェの人格データがパラデウスのデータベ
They
ースに
said that
残
the
されていた。
engram of Anja's consciousness is still in Paradis's database, even now.
誰にもアンジェの眠りを邪魔させない。
That engram needs to be deleted. She deserves to rest in peace, Voymastina. Alva doesn't turn her head, even as Voymastina finishes helping her gear up. She remains fully focused on the
イ
terminal.
グルが戻ってくる前に
Before
で
their
きるだけデータを
reinforcements
ダウンロー
arrive,
ドしないと。
before Igla returns, we must decrypt and copy as much data as possible.
やっぱり私たちは
We still know
パラデ
far
ウス
too
につ
little
いてあ
about
まりにも知
Paradis.
らなすぎる。
侵入してからここにたどり着くまで2分42秒費やした。そろ
It
そ
took
ろ
me
敵
2
が来るだ
minutes
ろう
and 42 seconds to breach the building and reach this lab. They've had plenty of time to react.
今撤退しない
If
と
we don't retreat in
苦戦
time,
する。
breaking out will be extremely difficult once that doll
分かって
returns.
る。
I know. Alva doesn't waver. On the monitor before her, the data scroll mirrors her flashing
こ
eyes.
このデータを持ち出すことができれば素体が
The
破
data
壊さ
here
れて
is
もお釣り
critical.
が来る。
If we can send them out, even if we fall here, it'll be worth it.
分かった。
Understood. Voymastina nods, no longer objecting. She heads towards the lab entrance that she has wrecked, crouches down, and begins setting traps. Alarms continue to wail throughout the lab and corridors. Amid flashing red lights and piercing sirens, Voymastina and Alva work in silence, swiftly assuming their respective roles. Even after completing every preparation she can, Voymastina says nothing more. She simply positions herself behind Alva and stands guard. She will protect Alva and fight for her decisions. In turn, Alva handles everything else, pointing Voymastina towards the path forward. Just as it's always been.
次の目標を教えてください。
Same as it ever was. Inside the laboratory, aside from the shrill alarm looping endlessly, the only sound are the low hum of operating machinery and the soft tapping of Alva's fingers striking the keyboard. On the screen, a progress bar crawls forward at an agonizing pace, as if racing against time itself. Every second seems unbearably long.
次からは
Next time.
こんな無茶な作戦はこれっきりだ。
Don't pull this kind of stunt again.
保証はできないけど努力するよ。
No promises, but it probably won't happen again, Voymastina.
この方法が通用するのも
The
多
same
分
trick
今
won't
回だ
work
け。
twice. If they catch me next
次捕
time,
まったら
they'll fry
メ
my
ンタルを
neural
直
cloud
接破
outright.
壊されるだろうね。
次があればな。
They could have done that this time,
あなたがいるから大丈夫だよ。
but you came.
ヘレナが待ってる。
Helena is hidden.
終わ
Once
ったら
things are
すぐに
settled
迎
here,
えに行こう。
we'll leave together. Alva's gaze is focused and intent. Even as she speaks to Voymastina, her eyes remain locked on the progress bar. Her fingers dance rapidly across the keyboard as if playing an impassioned piece of music. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupts from outside the door. So loud, it drowns out even the blaring alarm. The laboratory walls shudder as if struck by an earthquake. Alva's hands pause for less than half a second before calmly resuming their work. Unlike last time, Alva did not give Chiloveg a chance to self-destruct. She could not destroy the data in the computer or wipe the hard drives. There was far too much intelligence here that they need, including the true detailed files of Project Eden. Voymastina raises her head. She gazes through the laboratory door, through the long corridor beyond, and into the distance. She's here. Voymastina says it calmly, as if stating something utterly trivial. She racks the bolt and grips a high polymer vibrating blade stripped from a marionette doll.
行ってくる。
I'm going.
頑張って。
Good luck. Alva does not turn around, but she feels the faint movement of air behind her. Soundlessly, Voymastina's figure vanishes from the laboratory. Yup. In the corridor, dust and smoke slowly disperse, revealing a graceful silhouette. Igla calmly strides through the wreckage left by the explosion. As though out for a leisurely stroll, her suit remains perfectly pressed. Her high heels click crisply, there we go, against the rubble. Behind her follows a fully armed elite unit. Igla comes to a halt, lightly straightening her cuff. Her gaze settles ahead on Voymastina, who is standing like an unbreakable bulwark, blocking the way to the lab.
ほう。
Igla's voice is soft as velvet, yet carries undeniable force. She inclines her head slightly, as if greeting an old friend.
こんなところでお会いするとは意外ですね。ボイマスティナさん。
Miss Voymastina, what an unexpected encounter. I thought I would be meeting Miss Alva instead. But after only a few steps, she stops once more. None of the guards behind her are human soldiers. All of them are marionette dolls directly under Igla's command, each personally selected and modified by her, capable of making short work of an ordinary tactical squad. Igla stands at the doorway, her gaze cold and sharp like a blade. And before her, on the road leading to the laboratory, that familiar figure blocks her path once again. This alone is reason enough for her to stop. Voymastina does not respond. She gently sets the assault rifle in her hands down against the wall, then retrieves two long blades from her waist, gripping one in each hand. After their previous clash, both she and Igla know full well that conventional firearms are meaningless against tactical dolls of their caliber. Igla watches Voymastina's movements, her lips curling into a smile.
その武器。なるほど。確かにそうですね。
Ah, your choice of weapons reveals your intent. I understand. She lifts a hand lightly, signaling the unit behind her to halt.
手出し無用です。
Please wait, my friends. This is a private invitation from an honored guest. Igla steps forward, her movements fluid and elegant, like a ballerina taking center stage. Her right hand brushes the slender rapier at her waist. Her left draws the silver and gold pistol, only to return it to its holster a moment later.
私たちの対話に重火器は不粋。
Firearms at our level of discourse do seem a bit lacking in taste. She holsters the pistol and calmly draws the rapier from her waist. Under the lights, the blade gleams with a cold luster.
ようやく全体像を把握できました。
I must admit, I'm beginning to see the whole picture now. Her voice remains gentle, yet carries a peculiar note of admiration.
アルバさんの作戦には驚かされました。まさか私に捕まるのが
Miss
計
Alva's
画のう
plan
ちだ
is
ったと。
indeed impressive. Her capture was no accident. It was a deliberate arrangement.
結果的に
A meticulously designed trap meant to lure us into bringing her into the core area, granting her access to classified data she otherwise could never reach.
アルバさんがデータを盗む
And you,
間
Miss
あ
Voymastina,
なたはそれを
are now
演
the final piece on the board, tasked with blocking any force that might interrupt the data transmission. Igla lightly flicks her rapier, tracing a graceful arc through the air.
その大胆さ驚嘆に値し
Such
ます。
audacity, such courageous execution. It is truly astonishing.
反逆正体は確かにその名にたがわぬ精鋭面。アルバさんには
Task Force Defy's reputation is well deserved. When I come face to face with Miss Alva again, I must formally apologize for my earlier discourtesy. Voymastina remains silent. She lowers her center of gravity slightly and shifts into an optimal combat stance. Her wolf eye is running at high speed, analyzing Igla's every movement and possible lines of attack.
その沈黙賛同と捉えてもよろしいですか？
I take your silence as confirmation.
私た
Still,
ちが敵対する定めに
allow
あり
me
ます
to express my personal
あ
respect.
なたやアル
Though
バ
we
さん
stand
に
on
は敬意を表
opposing
したい
sides,
と思います。
I sincerely admire your and Miss Alva's courage and intellect. Igla's tone is earnest, yet a dangerous glint flashes in her eyes.
しかし職務は全うせねばなりません。
However, respect is respect, and duty is duty. Dang indeed.
あなた方を見逃すわけにはいきません。
I cannot allow your plan to succeed.
お嬢様やジラードグループの未来、
Miss
そして
Orphelin's
楽園
future,
計画は
the fate of the
何よ
Gerard
り優
group,
先されます。
and the completion of Project Eden all outweigh my personal feelings. She raises her rapier and points it at Voymastina menacingly.
データのダウンロード、あとどれくらいかかりそうですか？
How much longer?
それとも
How long does Miss Alva need to finish the data transfer? 5 minutes? 10? Igla studies Voymastina's reaction closely, though Voymastina remains utterly stoic and unresponsive.
なるほど。急がなければならないようですね。
I see. Then it seems I must quicken the pace. She steps forward, the sound of her high heels striking the floor crisp and clear.
ボイマスティナさん、無礼をお許しください。
Miss Voymastina, please forgive my forthcoming discourtesy.
そろそろ会話を切り
I
上
will
げさ
endeavor
せて
to ensure this process is both efficient and dignified.
無駄話が多い。
You talk too much. Voymastina finally speaks, her comment brief and blunt. Igla lets out a soft chuckle. The warmth in her eyes vanishes, replaced by icy focus.
では、言葉ではなく行
Then
動で
let
示
action
しましょう。
replace words. She bends her knees and assumes the en garde position in fencing.
アルバさんを全力で阻
My
止させていただき
apologies.
ます。
I'm afraid I must interrupt Miss Alva's work. Ooh, this music. Went to McDonald's, got tailgated. What? Went home. Oh yeah, we're still here. 1.5 is definitely longer than part 1, that's for sure. We also did start a little late, half hour late, but no, it doesn't matter. It's still like there. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Igla. Okay. Here we go. We're just gonna let this play out.
逃げられる。さっさと倒れたら。
They're having their battle. I mean, it really isn't. It really isn't one-on-one technically. Wow, that did nothing. But okay. The heck? Huh. Oh. Oh no. Goodbye, guy. Let's see. Ooh, okay. Heh. I see. I kind of want to look at her and see what she does. And she keeps applying that barrier after. Fight, yeah. The Rivals update is like the Rua update, re-downloading half the fucking game. Then it shrinks.
逃げられる。
When I did the update, I didn't re-download the game. I just said whatever.
さっさと倒れたら。
I might do it later. But I'm just gonna leave it how it is for now. Oh yeah, Igla's not winning though. She's not winning this battle. And yeah, this music is great. I gotta go into the whatchamacallit, back into the music player and check out all the songs. Oh no! The pile bunker. There we go. Ooh, what shrinks by 2 gigs. Oh, that's it? Oh, okay. Did she really just try to stab the mech? She did. It's funny that she ended her with her special, too. Voymastina really had it out for her. The clash of metal on metal echoes throughout the empty corridor like a piece of meticulously composed music. Every thrust of Igla's blade is graceful and dazzling, as though she is dancing a waltz rather than fighting for her life. Her rapier traces perfect arcs through the air, though her movements are filled with flourishes. Each strike is measured to the millimeter, leaving no opening at all. Voymastina answers with steady, precise blocks. The twin blades in her hands become extensions of her body, every motion stripped of excess, just like her personality. I hope they give us another cutscene, like, after this as well, too. The battle between 2 top-tier tactical dolls has long surpassed the bounds of ordinary combat, resembling an intense performance instead. I must admit, your fighting style is impressive, Miss Voymastina. Igla's voice remains mild and velvety, yet every word carries a razor-sharp, killing intent. She speaks even as she threads her attack through nearly impossible angles, the rapier seeming almost alive as it hunts for the tiniest gap in Voymastina's defense. So plain, yet exquisitely precise. Truly a pleasure to behold. Even in battle, I can't help but offer you my sincere respect. Her high heels strike the floor in an elegant rhythm, each step part of a dance, each step carrying lethal threat. Voymastina does not respond. All of her attention is focused on the fight. Her body is already covered in wounds. Her combat suit is slashed open in several places, exposing synthetic components beneath the seep of biometric blood. Even so, her movements remain precise and efficient, without the slightest hesitation or retreat. You don't seem to enjoy conversation during combat. What a pity. I had hoped to learn more about the history of Task Force Defy. No sooner does Igla finish speaking than she abruptly accelerates her assault. The rapier leaves after images in the air, every strike viciously angled at points that are hardest for Voymastina to defend. At the same time, the few remaining marionette dolls behind her join the fray, attempting to break through Voymastina's defenses from the flanks. Voymastina's wolf eye flashes. In the next instant, she twists her body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading Igla's deadliest thrust. Simultaneously, her long blade sweeps sideways, cleaving a charging marionette doll cleanly in half. Wait, what? Yeah, no, that's exactly what happened. Yep. That's exactly what happened. Splendid. Your reflexes truly live up to your reputation. Igla inclines her head slightly in genuine admiration. But I'm afraid time is on my side. Miss Alva's data transfer requires time, and the wear on your frame is already quite severe. As if to validate her words, the long blade in Voymastina's left hand emits an ominous sound of metal fatigue during the next blow. With a sharp crack, the blade snaps in two. The broken edge spins away and embeds itself deep in the wall. Voymastina glances expressionlessly at the broken weapon in her hand, then casually discards it and grips the remaining blade with both hands. We need a cutscene? Yes, exactly. This spooky doll and Ulrid on the ladder? Absolutely. I remember that. Her stance grows slightly constrained, but her gaze remains as firm as ever, without the slightest hint of retreat.
武器の消耗はそのまま形勢を表します。
Weapon degradation is often a harbinger of a turning point. Perhaps you should consider a more dignified exit. Eaglet twirls her blade in a flourish, its cold sheen flashing beneath the lights. Her posture is unhurried, as though she holds complete control over the battle.
あなたに責務はあると思います。
Of course, I fully understand your duty as a guardian,
引き際は肝心ですよ。
but sometimes recognizing reality is also a form of wisdom.
残りはお前だけだ。
You're the only one left. Voymastina answers calmly. Her gaze sweeps down the corridor. The marionette doll unit under Iga's command has been almost entirely annihilated, leaving only a few that are barely able to move.
戦績の自慢です。
Ah, taking pride in your accomplishments. It is indeed something to be proud of. Igla smiles faintly, her eyes sharpening further.
ですが、ダミーを倒しただけで有頂天になってもらっては
But you seem
困
to
りま
have
す。
forgotten. Even if I am the only one left, the outcome will not change.
あなたを倒し、アルバさ
I
んの
will
元へ
win,
向かいます。
and then I will give my regards to Miss Alva personally.
そしてあなたは
As for you,
データベースの
you will
一部に
become just another line of data in the Gerard Group's archives. Voymastina eyes Igla.
確かにお前は強い。
You really are strong,
私のように。
as strong as me. Igla quirks an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her
こ
eyes.
れはまた独特な自己評価軸です。
That's a rather unusual way to evaluate yourself. Yeah. She expected her to say that she's like stronger than her or anything. But no. Voymasina's like, nope, as strong as me.
ショーが私を作った時、私より強い人形はいなかった。
When Dr. Shaw first created me, there was no doll in the world stronger than me.
お前の性格は最悪だ。
We both have terrible personalities. In that, we're the same. Voymasina's words are calm and definitive, not boastful. She is merely stating facts.
面白い。私たちが似ているかと。
An interesting observation. Are you implying there is some kind of similarity between us? A trace of wariness flashes in Iga's eyes as she subtly adjusts her stance, preparing for the next exchange.
いや、忠告だ。
You remind me of myself, so I thought I'd offer you a bit of advice. Voymastina lifts a hand to her head and rolls her neck.
最強の人形という肩書きを外した自分に
If losing the title of strongest doll leaves you with nothing. Before she gets to the end of the sentence, Voymastina suddenly drops low to evade Igla's thrust at an unbelievable angle. The cold glint of the rapier skims just above her head, severing a few strands of
考
hair.
えるんだな。
Then you are nothing at all.
ご忠告感謝します。
An insightful take.
ですが、的
But
外
I'm
れと言わ
afraid
ざ
you
るを得ま
overlooked
せん。
something crucial. Igla's voice remains calm, but an icy edge creeps into her tone. Her movements suddenly accelerate, the rapier transforming into a curtain of silver light that assaults Voymastina from every direction.
私の存在意義は強さではなく、お嬢様への
My
忠
reason
誠です
for existence goes far beyond strength. It lies in my unshakable loyalty to the young mistress.
あなたには理解できないと思い
That
ま
is
す。
something you will never understand. Voymastina strains to block a relentless barrage. Fine cracks spread along her remaining blade. Her movements begin to slow slightly, yet her eyes remain keen as ever. At that moment, a burst of precise gunfire rings out from the far end of the corridor. The bullets travel along nearly impossible trajectories through the complex environment, aimed straight at Igla's vitals. Igla reacts instantly. Her rapier acts flawlessly through the air, knocking the bullets aside with ringing clangs, except for one. So is this Alva? Did she show up? A single round pierces her shoulder, punching a hole through her pristine suit. Uh-oh. They ruined the suit. Igla's movement falters for an instant. Disbelief flashes across her eyes before hardening into icy fury. Such precise shooting. How unexpected. Yeah, it was Alva. That's what I figured because of the pistol. Voymastina, go around her. Alva's voice rings out from the end of the corridor, clear and resolute. She stands at a perfect firing position, posture ready, muzzle trained directly on Igla. Without the slightest hesitation, Voymastina turns and sprints down the corridor at extraordinary speed. I'm afraid I cannot allow that. Igla is about to give chase when she notices Alva's muzzle dip slightly, revealing several small devices on the ground, blinking with red light. Now! The end. A chain of explosions erupt, instantly turning the corridor into an inferno. Smoke, debris, and shattered concrete surge from all sides, engulfing Igla in the ruins. How rude. From within the dust comes Igla's cold, restrained voice. With a thunderous crash, piled-up rubble is hurled aside by immense force, and her figure slowly emerges. Her suit is coated in dust, her flawless hair slightly disheveled. Yet her posture remains immaculate, her murderous gaze sharper than ever. However, when the smoke finally clears, Alva and Voymastina are already gone, vanished around the bend of the corridor. Such perfect coordination, truly awe-inspiring. Igla calmly dusts off her suit and straightens her cuffs. Her movements are unhurried, as though the explosion moments ago was nothing more than a trivial mishap. She touches the communicator at her ear, her voice cold and composed. All secured units enter full alert immediately. The retreating targets are extremely dangerous. Do not allow them to escape. I want this entire building under my surveillance. She smooths the wrinkles from her suit, her gaze sharpening like a blade. I will have this resolved completely before the young mistress's dinner time. I'm pretty sure that was the final battle, though. Because she had her... Yeah. About to say... Sinbreaker. Because she, Igla had her intro and everything. So, is there an epilogue? Yes, there is. Okay. Homunculus. Miracles and the work of mortal hands. Need this track too. The goat. Uh-oh. In a luxurious sight, Zimmerman stands before the full-height window, looking down at the nightscape of Lviv. His fingers drum the window frame lightly, his eyes flashing with apparent anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, he walks over to the sofa and sits down, then produces a specially modified encrypted communicator from his inner pocket. He enters a long, complex password and dials a number. The call connects almost instantly.
シルロビーさん、これはどういうことですか？
Miss Chilove, care to explain your actions? Oh, legislator. Which part are you referring to? Chilove's teasing voice comes through the communicator, light and buoyant, as if she's letting him in on some inside joke.
おとぼけはなしでお願いします。
I are scared. I suggest you stop wasting both our time.
私は今、冷静に話せる自
I'm
信
not
はありません。
I'm not in nearly as a good mood as you seem to think. Don't be so snappy, legislator. I was only trying to help. Her drawl is playful, yet carries a pointed undercurrent.
手伝い。
Help.
私が動く
By
前に
help,
目標
you
の一人
mean
を研究所から
pulling one
遠
of the
ざけた
mission
ことなんです
targets out of the research institute just as my people were preparing to move?
ジャジャ馬のオルフェルーネよりあの第三世代人形こ
You
そ
knew perfectly
最優
well
先で
that
始末すべき
compared to killing the disobedient Orpheloon, the third gen doll was the far more important objective. So it was Zimmerman that sent them then. Yeah, it was him. See, once again, I don't think that makes sense why he's trying to do that. I really don't think it makes any sense. They could have just let her complete the research and that be that. But at the same time, he's also from Chet Fabin. He's not actually from oh no, I just forgot their name. So many different names. But from Gerard. The line suddenly goes quiet. Only Chiloveg's faint breathing can be heard.
私に楽園計画への投資をすると申し出たのはあなたです。
You were the one who approached me in the first place, asking me to invest in Project Eden.
良い関係を築けたと思ったのです。
I assumed we were in a close cooperative relationship.
おお、後で
And
返す。
this is how you repay me?
作戦は成功したの？
So, was this mission a success?
何？
What?
失敗を招いた張本
Of
人が
course it
ど
failed.
の口で
And whose fault do you think that is?
じゃあオルフェルーネはまだ生きてるんだ。
Meaning Orpheloon is still alive? See, damn. Chiloveg knew about the whole thing though. She definitely knew. Yeah, she lied straight to Igla's face about killing Orpheloon. She doesn't care. She really doesn't care if she lives or dies. All she needs is the research and stuff. That's all. Zimmerman is suddenly at a loss for words. From the other end comes an intentionally exaggerated peal of laughter.
イグラがいなかったのに世間知らずのお嬢様一人殺せなかったんだ。
Even without that third gen doll assistant present, you still couldn't eliminate a pampered young girl whose hands have only ever touched lab equipment. It's a good thing that Commander was there. Chiloveg's voice suddenly turned sharp, like a blade scraping across glass.
じゃあイグラがいたらあんたの手帳指名
If Igla had been there, wouldn't she have slaughtered your people like dogs?
なのに私がイグラを引き離したことを
And you still have the nerve to ask me why I sent the third gen doll away. Are you an idiot? Yeah. Zimmerman is left speechless by the barrage of insults. After venting her anger, Chiloveg smoothly slips back into her usual teasing tone. The time I brought for you, wasn't meant to be wasted like this, you know, dear legislator. Instead of lashing out at me, maybe you should hurry up and investigate why the assassination failed despite sending your most capable subordinates. Chiloveg's voice suddenly drops into a soft whisper, which sounds more menacing than any shout. You mean... Legislator, Gerard's ship is about to sink. And that's why we came to you in the first place. But perhaps you've misunderstood something. You're not investing in us. We choose to continue the investment. We chose you to continue the investment. This is true, Paradus. I do hope your performance proves worthy of our trust. Otherwise, you know how fickle I can be. The call cuts off abruptly, leaving only a burst of harsh static. Zimmerman stares at the communicator, his expression unreadable. He takes a deep breath, slips it back into his inner pocket, and sinks into thought. With ample personnel and combat resources, attacking a research institute located in the White Zone should have been effortless. So why did the mission still fail? Could someone have been obstructing his actions all along? A firm knock at the door interrupts Zimmerman's thoughts. Without waiting for a response, the door opens on its own. A tall man in military uniform strides inside. Zimmerman is about to erupt, but when he recognizes the man, he swallows his anger at once and puts on the flawless professional smile from his campaign posters. How about Sam? Like, who's this guy? Just military representative. Legislator, apologies for coming without an appointment. Commander trying to catch a stab wound? The soldier's tone is level and detached, devoid of any real apology, and more of a statement of fact. I thought you were accompanying the deputy minister at an event. The deputy minister sent me. She asked me to remind you, legislator, that your time is running short. Though the Gerard group is already on its last legs, it still holds the capital for a final gamble. If tomorrow's experiment proceeds smoothly, Project Eden will restore their global influence to its peak. Legislator, you're a smart man. Within the Urk and across the entire military system, you've earned many supporters. But if Chet Fabin can't produce some convincing results soon, those above may reconsider this cooperation. Please be prepared for that. Understood. Zimmerman finally mutters a reply, the confidence in his voice clearly replaced by distress. I will personally deliver that third-gen doll into your hands by the end of the day. The officer nods and turns to leave the room without another word. Once the door closes, Zimmerman's smile vanishes instantly, his face twisting into a grotesque expression. He snatches up a nearby wine glass and hurls it violently against the wall. Chiloveg ends the call and looks at the small figure behind her. Uh-oh. Oh no. Did she find Helena? Oh my, you're finally back, my little flower. Yup. That's what I figured. Damn. Helena trembles uncontrollably as she stares wide-eyed at the woman before her. She tries to make the floating spheres protect her, but they aren't responding at all.
あれ誰がこれをあんたにあげたのか
My lovely
忘れ
little
たのか
flower.
な
Did you forget who gave them to you? Chiloveg produces a button and presses it lightly. The spheres immediately dim and drop lifelessly to the ground.
節郎さんには一本取られたけどこっちにはまだ切り札がある
Even though Miss Snowwolf managed to outplay me, I still have my own trump card.
そのおかげであんたを見つけられたんだよね
Thanks to it, I was able to find you. Helena's voice is barely a whisper, but Chiloveg can still make out her words. Someone will come save me.
誰が
Who?
あの二人の人形
Those two dolls? Chiloveg bursts into laughter.
あいつらは自分たちを優先してあんたを
They abandoned you all
下
alone
水
in
道
that
に置
filthy
いてっ
sewer
たんだよ
for the sake of their own
なの
plan.
にまだ信じてるん
And
だ
you still trust them?
ウケる
That's
あんたが
hilarious.
そんなに
If
大
they
事な
cared
ら
about you
今
even
こ
a
こ
little
にあんた
more,
がいるの
I
は
wouldn't have
お
been
か
able
し
to
いよ
catch you at
ね
all.
それにイグラも怒らせちゃったし
Also, they've thoroughly enraged that third-gen doll.
今頃ズタボ
I
ロに
bet
さ
they're
れてるん
getting
じゃない
beat
か
into
な
a pulp right about now.
まあそんなことは置いといて
All right, my dear.
役目を
Let's
果た
not
す
dwell on
時間
such
だよ
unpleasant things.
あんたはこの
Come
ために生ま
now.
れた
The
んだ
reason
か
you
ら
exist in this world is about to appear.
準備に取り掛からない
Let's hurry and get everything ready. Faced with this absurd and bizarre woman, Helena's body continues to shake uncontrollably. But her fear doesn't last long, because her consciousness soon succumbs to darkness. There you go. Damn. That was the entirety of the story. Well, for 1.5. We still have one more part to go through. But not in this stream. We actually truly don't have the time. And I need to recharge as well too. But oh man. Yo, that was excellent. Jeez, so much happened actually in 1.5 alone. So we now know broken promises. Oh. Well, there's still a part 2. Either now it's gone back to securing and saving Helena. Either Voymastina and Alva are gonna have to do it, or we're gonna have to show up and save her. It's like, yeah. Because Chiloveg actually found her. Helena will never trust white-haired dolls again. Oh no. Damn. Also, I just realized down here. Yeah, I just realized these are all the characters. That's actually Chiloveg. That's second from the left. And on the bottom right, that's actually Orphalune. Didn't know who she was before, though, that's why. But there she is. Okay. At the very top left, that's actually Igla over there. But, oh man. So, Zimmerman is trying to kill Orphalune. I don't know. I honestly don't know why. Like I said, I know he's from the other faction, Chet Fabin. But, like I said, I guess that is the reason, because right now Paradox is investing in the Gerard group. even though Chet Fobin and Gerard are, I guess they're on good terms technically, it's the Gerard group who holds all the power right now as far as it comes to their deals with Paradise. And if they can secure that experiment, Project Eden, then it's true. Their stock prices and everything in standing will go back up. Because right now, they are on their last leg. So they need this project to actually bring them back on top. So I can see why, actually, Zimmerman is trying to stop it. It's actually him, yeah. And freaking Chilo Bag, she just lies about everything. Yeah, she doesn't care what's what, who lives or anything. She just wants to complete her goal. Sadly, Igla actually cares for Orphalune, but there's just so much crap going on. And like I said, she also needs some backing as well, too, to protect her. Because everything that Chiloveg was saying is indeed correct. It's like she actually needs to keep her out of the spotlight. Because once all those secrets do come out, then things are going to change a bit. Public perception and this and that and everything. And who do you think they're going to make a target out of all of that? A true scientist. Yeah. She's a true scientist, where Chiloveg is a mad scientist. It's like, that's the thing. I'm trying to think about everything that happened, because like I said, there was a lot. But we pretty much got all the answers that we were looking for. We also did learn more about Project Eden and what Chiloveg and Paradise are trying to do. Chiloveg herself definitely wants to open the door to Nirvana. And Helena is the key as well, too. Now that Alva knows more information about the project, though, they might be able to... It's very, very difficult to get ahead of Paradise, but they might be able to actually do something now. Because she didn't have the chance to get rid of all that information. That was Alva's plan from the very beginning, as we saw. They just needed that information about what Paradise was really trying to do. Is Nirvana the collab gate? No. Nirvana is the death gate, basically. That's what it is. It's like Nirvana is just an entirely different realm of existence and everything. It's like, that's what it is. And that's why Orphalune, when she said the truth, because that's what happened back at Frankfurt. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. I'm trying to brain.exe shutting down. But yeah. That's pretty much what she said. She's like, I know the truth, or I will unveil the truth, or to see the truth. That's what it was. It's because she was influenced by what happened back then as well, too. But again, her experiments are for the good of everything. That's what she's trying to do, her intentions. What Commander was saying is definitely right, though. It's just how people go about using it. And you can never actually guarantee what's going to happen. That's the issue, depending on who gets what. But we'll see. That's why the elimination of Paradus is definitely something that has to happen. All the other corrupt people as well too, they kind of need to be gotten rid of. It's like, because they're not helping the situation at all, because they don't care either. They only care about their image and investments and everything. But in the end, everyone's basically just going to die. That's what's going to happen. The situation with the collapse radiation and all that and elids is just going to get totally out of hand. And I don't know if you guys saw when we were playing Reverse Collapse, but Reverse Collapse touched more on the whole thing with Nirvana, and that's why she kept I'm trying to remember her name, the main character of oh no, I can't think of the game now. What's it called? It's right there. I can't remember the name. But yeah. Pretty much. Bakery, thank you. There was one loud, angry red doll. Oh. Oh yeah, her. Well, see, that's the thing. There's a specific term for it. I can't think of the term at the moment, but it has to do with, like, what is it? What's the term? It's like omnidimensional immortality. It goes into things like quantum theory and all of that. And yeah, like I said, I can't think of the specifics right now. But that's what it's all based on. If you start looking things up, yeah, like I said, information is out there. But that's pretty much what it is. And Paradus is trying to open the gates. It's no secret or anything, but they're trying to open the gate of Nirvana for their own goals, and it goes into to William. He was a key figure back in Girls Frontline, the original. That's why, as well too, and everything. But there's so much to what's happening, actually. But alright, guys. Now I'm just rambling a little bit. But wanted to have our after story discussion about the current situation. Alva's basically Orphalune safe, knows the truth now. Alva safe, Helena in danger again. There. But alright. So we do have a part 2 to go through as well. And that will be done. We have until the 1st to do it. That's when the entirety of the event ends as well too. So, look forward to our last Corposant stream when we go through part 2. I'm just gonna look and see. Europe. Well, oh no. Well, there you have it. We might have to dedicate 2 separate streams. Oh man. Well, that's gonna be fun. But no, but the story is really, really good. I'm absolutely enjoying it. It's like 1.5 was excellent. It's like better than part 1. 1 was good, 1.5 was even better. We'll see what happens in part 2. Gonna be here longer than Shimekimo Tensei 5. I don't know about that. I forgot how many hours we played that for. I think that was over 100. But this Corposant is definitely a long event, that's for sure. So if you're playing the game yourself or haven't started, you should go through it. And we haven't even been doing any of the side stuff. We've just been going through the main story. But alright guys, I hope you enjoyed, as always. I'm gonna get some rest, and we'll be streaming all weekend and everything, and also, well, what is now today, or tonight. If you guys decide to join, I will see you later. Have a good one, everyone. Thanks for joining.